Waiting for the Twitch to realize that. Hello, good
Yes, now
morning.
it's on
There we are.
11
Hello.
seconds.
It's not a bad latency. It's not terrible.
No, our latency is actually really good. When we were testing yesterday, we had a couple of people in chat who were talking to us, and that was fantastic. I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad that they were around to help.
All right.
Um,
Okay.
and the latency was like nothing.
All right. Now tell me when we hit the hour.
Okay.
All right. Because that's when we'll need to post this. Let me finish up my fancy text effects that I do. And I should get the Twitch pulled up so I can see the chat. All right, I do have the chat open on my separate computer,
Yes.
but I do have
Now I
to
have to.
physically turn and look at it. So if there's something that needs my attention, just tell me, Laura, look at the chat.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at like reading things out that I'm, going to respond to. So,
Very good. All right.
Okay.
Overlay.
because I have Chatty up in the corner
Very good, very
while I
good.
finish my Neopets dailies.
Hmm.
Indeed. Man, I used to be way into Flight Rising.
I tried Flight Rising because my friend group at the time was way into it, and I couldn't get into it. I love Neopets. I've been playing Neopets since 2003.
Mm.
Hello,
Hello.
Jordzier.
Hello, Georgia.
I
Good
I
morning.
am sorry
Oh,
for potentially mispronouncing names. I am doing my best.
Nora, would you please edit the stream information to reflect that we're doing the actual event now and not just testing?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it does.
give me just a second.
Indeed. I
Uh,
forgot about that part. I'm sorry.
refresh live. There we go. All
Give me a second.
That's
Edit.
better.
Get is Saturday. Uh, what's the event name?
It is the July 11th anniversary stream. I've also been calling it Lore Survived 1 Year of the Fandom, but that's not the official name. That's just me joking around.
Woo!
Doing my little text effects because I love them.
Oh,
So I'm gonna put us in the art category,
Yeah, that makes sense.
yes.
and I'm gonna give us a Fallout tag. Ooh,
Excellent.
Yes.
Multiply.
nope. I wonder if I can do multiple categories, or is it just one? All right,
That's a
then
good
I
question.
am going to be streaming in the fall. No,
We
I'll do
should
art.
stay in the
Stream in
art
art.
category. We can just add a Fallout tag. Alrighty then, that looks good. We bring that down just a little
No, can't cut.
bit.
All right. Well, that'll be good enough.
And then the
The live
blurring.
notification.
Oh, wrong tool. Wrong tool.
Hmm.
That was almost very silly. Oh, jeez. That is continuing to be silly. Right. Switch that into overlay. Drop it down just a touch. There we go. That's pretty legible, yes?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yep.
And then you got that kind of blurred, out of focused Artist of the Apocalypse thing going on in the back. I love it.
Nice.
Yes. Alrighty.
Alrighty then.
Stream is changed.
Excellent. I'm just gonna add a little bit of framing effect because I'm a perfectionist. And it's fun.
Okay.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Morning.
Good morning.
I forgot. Like I'm at a different location because the Wi-Fi's better here, and
Mhm.
I forgot my spoon for my lunch, so I had to
Oh
eat.
no! The poor spoon.
No, that's okay. I MacGyvered something together.
Oh goodness, that is not the button I wanted.
All right, we are still preparing before we get ready for the actual stream. We're
Indeed.
going to be starting at 9, so we're doing a little bit of pre-preparation
Yeah.
before we're starting and sharing the post.
Indeed, and this is the image we're going to put on the post as yay, we're now live, and this is going to be the post that people are reblogging to enter the raffle.
Yes.
Alrighty then. So
Nice.
let me go ahead and save that. File save as. Thank you. I do not want to save over my template. That
Probably a bad idea.
That would be very silly. Alright.
Mm.
Yeah, it's fair to call this raffle flyer too. Alright, save. And now it's got to think about it because it's on my external. I have a external hard drive that holds on to everything I've produced as part of the Sketchy Saturday project, and it is a lot of data, but thankfully it's a 5 terabyte hard drive, so we've got a lot of space.
Nice.
Alright. And we're going to make a photo post, because I always like to put photos at the headers of my posts, because they're nice and eye-catching.
Well, it drives engagement.
Mm-hmm.
That's just proven. It drives engagement.
Alrighty then.
Oh, Laridian, hello.
Oh,
Meridian.
good
Woo!
morning, my friend.
Hulk, hello.
And Hulk is in the chat.
All right. Yeah, not quite there yet. We're good.
All right. I am going to briefly deafen myself while I'm typing the post, just because other words in my ears makes it difficult.
No, that's completely fair. I have the same problem.
All right, I'll be back. Now the fun part is, even though I'm deafened, y'all on the stream can still hear me because it's pulling audio from a different source. It's pulling from my microphone, not from the Discord audio. But I'm gonna mute myself because I can't hear them.
really glad this is coming together.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, I am back.
Hi.
Hey.
Alrighty then, I have the post typed up. I just need to add the links and then I will be able to officially post it and then we will officially be in go mode. Alrighty then, I just need to pull up the Twitch real quick to link that. You'd think I'd have these on a quick little save get.
Halk says the
Wait.
group is buzzing 24/7 because while some of us are sleeping, the others are not. Yeah, exactly.
Truth. Alright, and we're going to put that there, and link, and boop, and done. And we're going to color it purple because Twitch.
And purple is just a pretty color.
It is, truth.
I do
Actually-
that too.
Indigo is actually like my favoriteest of favorite colors.
Mm.
Alright,
And so I just love shades of purple.
alright. US Pacific time, and I'm going to link the time zone calculator. So people have an easier time figuring out what that is in relation to their own time zone.
Red, I'm sure that you think the color red is best.
Okay, first of all, that has no relation to it.
Alright, we got that going
Ugh.
on. Entered into our anniversary art raffle. Need the link to that. So back to Tumblr.
I do remember when I was making Red's mood board, I was having the hardest time because there's no way to filter out red from the name.
Alright.
That is a good point, that you do need red to make purple. That is a very good point.
So if we wear the red menace plus blue Xander makes purple something.
Alright, link that. Done. And get that. Alright, please help pirate blog
Oh, yeah.
post. Alright.
Turquoise for the win.
Alright, here we go,
Green
guys.
is awesome. Oh, are we ready to start?
The post is made. We are live.
Excellent. Green is also a very good color. All of the what this conversation is going to come down to. Okay, so my reaction was to go green. Oh, sorry.
Announcement post is linked.
My instinct was to go green is not a creative color, but don't listen to me.
I love green.
but-
Excuse me.
That's a joke from Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. In the
Oh.
first episode, one character's favorite color is green, and it's part of the horror element that it's like, nope, green's not a creative color. But I imagine the end of this conversation is just going to be all colors are good.
I mean, that's true. All colors are good.
Oh,
All colors are bad, actually, except for red.
Wait, what? Except for red? What?
You're
What was?
you're gonna start this. You're gonna do this, ass.
Yes.
Why?
Arcane! Yay! There's my brother! Say hi to Arcane Armory.
Ah, hello.
Hello,
Lurking.
Arcane Armory. Alrighty then. So
What is it? Hi.
let's kind of start off with a roll call. I'm going to adjust my mic real quick here. I'm sorry if anyone hears it bumping around. I'm going to close the Tumblr because I don't need that running in the background.
I'll keep an eye on it if I need to.
Indeed. All right, we've got that going on. We've got this going on. I do need to open up a folder real quick here and get my references handy because I expect I'm probably going to need them.
Yeah, I imagine.
That's usually what my setup is. Like, I have a usual suite of folders that is open on the bottom of my screen. Alright, so going to the references folder, and we'll just have that hanging out on the bottom bar. We've got Discord. Oh, I almost forgot. Do. A little bit of music to help us with the dead air at a real nice low
Right.
volume.
Hey.
You guys won't be able to hear it, but the people on the stream should be able to.
Okie dokie.
Right, and
Oh.
that.
That's that check.
Alright, am I getting it is the question. I don't know if it's picking it up, and if it's not, I'm not really gonna fuss with it, because it's not that important. We've got enough voices here that I think
Yeah.
it's gonna be okay.
I have a feeling we're going to talk over each other a little bit just because we want to talk about.
Indeed, and we're all
the stuff
very
that-
excited to be here.
Yep.
Alrighty then. Okay, we're good on that. I'm not gonna worry about the music at all. Not gonna fuss with it. We're just keeping it chill today. All right. And checking in on the chat. Everyone's saying hello and good morning.
Good morning to everybody.
Oh, I guess
good
we should.
afternoon.
I guess we should start off with a bit of a roll call here, seeing as we're all only represented by our voices at the moment, unless we're in the text chat. So, good morning, everyone, friends, followers, and fans. I am Lore. I am the artist who started Sketchy Saturday, who's been at it for nearly a year now. We started Sketchy Saturday in August, but July 11th was when I started my blog, so that is the anniversary we're celebrating here. And mainly because I'm taking August off for my birthday. But no, this is huge. This is exciting. We're also launching the Artists of the Apocalypse blog, which is where Sketchy Saturday is going to live for the foreseeable future. Hopefully for a long future. I'm really excited about doing this for an extended period of time now that we have more volunteers who want to, pop in every now and then on the weekends and be like, hey, I want to help out. And that means we can do more requests. We can reach a larger audience, and that means more donations and maybe more expansion in the future. And that's really, really exciting stuff. And this is kind of the first step to all of the excitement that could happen in the future. And just everyone who's here, viewers and volunteers. I know I just went on a spiel here trying to do introductions, but I'm just so excited and so happy for everyone who is here to decided to join in and help and support this. Just my freaking heart, y'all. I love you. I love you all.
Oh.
All right. Next up, Nora, you want to say hi?
All right. Hi, I'm Nora, or Nuka World Nora, pretty much everywhere. I seem to have like morphed into the head moderator. I was just like, oh yeah, I have a day that I can volunteer, and I just gone all in. And I love this group. I love the Fallout fandom, and I'm excited to see this grow. So that's who I am.
Mm-hmm. Who's next?
Me then. Hi, I'm Sal, but the Art of Blossoming is where I started my Fallout fandom journey on Tumblr, and I've kind of spread out into art and fic writing and then co-creation, which has been a massive thing for me. First of all, I started co-creating with the fic, and that's led on to co-creating with the art. So taking part in the Sketchy Secret Santa was a blast. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I volunteered for 2 pieces, ended up doing 4 because I was having so much fun. So, and I'm learning and developing my skills along the way, and it's just brilliant to be able to produce something, put it out there, and get some lovely feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And just because I am so super hyper fixated on Fallout 4 especially, but I do like Fallout 76 as well. Haven't played any of the other games. Fallout Shelter kind of doesn't count. But I've just been having a really good time and getting to know a lot of lovely people on Tumblr.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for having me.
Damn right. We are happy to have you.
Oh.
All right, and let's see. I pop back to see who else we've got in the voice chat right now. Looks like we've got Red. Do you want to say hi?
My name is Red, probably, and I mean, I supposedly write and draw fan art, but I just haven't been doing so lately.
It's all good. Life gets busy. Nothing wrong with that.
I was here for a sketchy Secret Santa, and I'll probably do that next year.
Mm-hmm.
Or just this year. Yeah, that's all I have.
So that's all we got. Short and sweet.
Yeah, I get it. I'm also allegedly a writer. I haven't in a while, but allegedly I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright, and let's see, we're getting in here. I see Arcane Armory saying, draw all the things! Darling Leech, I hope we can do Secret Santa again. We are planning on it. We are definitely,
yes.
that is plans for the future. We still got the old Discord set up, so like all the volunteers who didn't withdraw from that Discord, they're going to get pinged when we start looking for volunteers again. And I will be putting the public post asking for volunteer artists in November. On November 1st, that post will be going up, seeking volunteer artists for Sketchy Secret Santa to help round out the numbers on that event.
I think we just have to figure out a few details, and then it should be just fine. It should work a lot like last year.
Indeed, yeah. Like last year went surprisingly smoothly for it being like first time event type stuff, and a lot of people didn't understand the concept at first, but enough repetition and people go, "Oh, okay, it's for friend."
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I got the idea right away, and like I had an idea immediately of who I wanted to like, suggest something for. And I didn't realize that it was actually for Red's character, Red, and Jeremiah. And I didn't realize that Red was one of the artists. I just didn't know.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Now that we are officially started, it is time to get us into some sketchy goodness. So, we are mostly in the continental U.S. right now, except for Blossoming,
Yep.
who is hailing from Britain, and therefore it is late in their evening, while it is very more early in our
Afternoon.
morning. Oh, sorry, afternoon. And so I decided, we're kind of opening up our first topic as food in Fallout. We wanted to talk some Fallout meta. We wanted to get into some food talk. I have some intense culinary interests and some botanical knowledge because I grew up farming and with scientific curiosity and Google.
Yeah, my husband is a French trained chef, and we actually hold a patent for a form of hydroponics. So,
Mm-hmm.
like, same deal, same deal.
Indeed. Yeah, and before we get into storytelling or really getting the conversation going, we want to take our first request from the chat. So with the theme of food, I want a character and I want a food. And I want people to shout out in chat, and then Hulk is going to pick one that sounds interesting and send it to our Discord, and that is going to be the one we're going to do.
That's a lot of power to give one person what the first request is.
I figure Hulk can pick the first one, and then like people will be shouting out stuff, I'm sure, for the rest of the stream, and other mods who are watching the chat can be like, "Ooh, this one sounds interesting," and we can just keep popping them up into the chat transcript in the Discord. And when I pop over, I'll pick one I like from everything that's been popped in so far.
So someone brought up potatoes in form. Well, Red also brought up potatoes. I had wanted to talk about potatoes specifically because they are so weird. I
They are.
imagine like we can have like
Well,
a good half hour, 40-minute discussion just on potatoes.
The first post that like went anywhere within the Fallout sphere that I had written on was someone, I think it was something tea time. Uh, they posted, "What the fuck do potatoes taste like?" And I went on like a 8-paragraph botanical discussion of the fact that potatoes and tomatoes are in the same family. They're in the nightshade family and
They
will
are.
readily crossbreed already normally in nature. Like my mom's garden, if you plant them next to each other, you'll get tomato plants that get you some weird potatoes on the roots, and potato plants
Yeah.
that produce a couple of weird tasteless tomatoes that you probably shouldn't eat.
I imagine as long as you don't eat the greens, you're fine. You're not going to get poisoned. I imagine it's just like, oh, this is nutritionally like negligent. Like there's nothing here.
Okay, Hulk is now picking. Let's see what we've got.
Uh,
We've given
Ooh,
Tarbury
that's exciting.
Mentats a great deal of power.
yes. Um, but it's I would imagine it'd be really interesting if like potatoes were actually two different kinds of like vegetables, where one is like the more tomatoey version, which grows on top, and
Yeah.
one is more of the potatoey version that grows in as
Well,
roots. I
I,
imagine.
I imagine in like the Fallout universe, a lot of information is still passing orally. So someone will describe a tato to another person and maybe not describe it well or describe it in colloquialisms, and then that person will go on and see another vegetable that is similar but not the same and call it a tato, and other people will call it a tato because that's how language works.
Blue Xander is. Oh, sorry.
No, I
Uh,
was just going to say that on the Pridwin there is actually a terminal. You can find an entry which does say that it confirms that potatoes are tomato potato crossbreeds, and that they're like a tomato on the outside, and they're like a potato on the inside.
And that
That's bad science.
all right, we are doing X6 with fancy lad cakes.
Alright, so
All right, I've got an X6 reference, but if someone could go find me a good reference image for fancy lad cakes, like the actual cake, how it looks when it is held, that would be excellent.
I will take
Is
a
there one?
look.
I figure
I'm
if
not sure you
multiple
speak-
people run to Google, someone will get something good.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a link from the actual cookbook from Fallout.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry, I'm getting. Oh goodness, I'm
So-
getting my references up on my canvas here as I do.
Well, when you're ready, would you like me to whittle on a bit about what potential breakfast in the wasteland might look like?
Oh.
Because I ran through and made a whole list of
Definitely, definitely.
three different types of breakfast and how they would look like in Fallout.
Indeed. My only
Okay, so
suggestion
basically-
would be in between each type, you leave a little space for people to be like, ooh, and then you move on to the next one.
Okie dokie. Yep, no problem. Okay, so I've just taken this from what I personally tend to, or have in the past, eaten for breakfast. Only because I'm pescatarian now, but I used to be full omnivore. Usually these days I eat some kind of granola, usually a tropical granola. So I thought about this and thought, well, first of all, we don't really have oats, but we do have razor grain. So it would be a razor grain granola with dried cranberries, firecracker berries, which are in Fallout 76,
Ooh.
and mute
Ooh.
fruit, tarberries, and wild blackberries, also in Fallout 76.
So are cranberries in Fallout? Because I thought
Yes, they're-
tarberries are cranberries. I thought those were the same thing.
No, they're not. Cranberries are in Fallout 76 as well.
Mm-hmm.
But that you have to understand that that was also like 150 years before Fallout 4. It's possible that they have died out
Or mutated.
or mutated.
Mutated.
And it's
Potentially.
possible
Potentially,
possible
yeah.
there's still a heritage breed living on in the
Yeah.
wild.
That is also true.
That's true. There's also
that's the
possible
joy
if
of
they're
plants,
still
they
around, there would
diversify.
be there would be trade. You know,
Mhm.
you know, if they're still around, then I don't see any reason why there shouldn't be any trade between
Indeed. Trading,
West Virginia
crossbreeding.
and the Commonwealth. So
Mm-hmm. As I edit around my
So what else?
references so I can see the boy.
oh yes, they look very nice. I'd have a plate full of those.
I would too.
Not for breakfast though.
No,
Not
no,
for
God, no. I think I'd have like half of one as dessert and call it good. That looks like a lot of sweet.
Yeah. So what
I mean-
would you guys put in a Fallout granola? Can you think of anything else that
Oh.
you'd
See, and I
put in
don't
there?
even. I'm like granola to me. That's the crunchy stuff you put on top of yogurt.
Well, okay, so you need a binder like honey or something to kind of
You need milk. I
well,
forgot
I
about
mean,
the milk.
if you're gonna eat it, you have ramen
Yeah.
milk like by itself. But like, so you need something like honey, and I know a lot of people have like headcanoned rad bees. I don't see why they wouldn't exist.
I have no reason
honey.
to believe why bees of some kind would not exist. They were definitely a niche before the nuclear apocalypse arrived. Flowers are probably still growing to attract bees in the same way. Even if bees
Yep.
did die out, I imagine something else would find a way to take hold of their niche and probably produce some kind of nectar, if not the exact same as honey, at least similar.
Yeah, there's a couple of people popping up
And
saying, yeah,
slightly
76.
irradiated.
Yeah.
Fallout
Oh yeah.
76 does have bees and honey. Yeah.
Well, I could rant for forever about how 76 gets stuff wrong, but and I'm not even talking about a lore situation. I am from that area. Like, okay, so my hometown is directly like in between the areas between where Fallout 3 and Fallout 76 take place. I am inherently from that area, and I get so much shit wrong.
It's a game. It's the Fallout universe. I
Oh
know.
yeah, it's just a game, you know.
Oh, yeah,
with a grain
yeah.
of salt.
Yeah, of course, and it's like some things they're just inevitably going to get wrong is like a matter of course. That's a thing that happens.
Well,
Yeah.
okay,
But
so
I agree that when you're doing real world locations, doing your research is important. The Assassin's Creed team has shown us the value of that again and again.
my problem though is they're also from the area. Their headquarters is in Rockville. Like they're from the area too.
I don't know,
Well,
man.
let's say they've been inspired and they've been creative about it. It's fine.
Oh, I actually have a food story relating to the Bethesda headquarters.
Oh, go on.
So,
I need a profile view of X6. I'm having trouble with his nose.
Okay. One of the things that we did to kind of make ends meet was do Postmates. And at one point we got a Postmate order to the Bethesda headquarters. It was for like a 20-piece chicken nugget. And we like to make the joke that those chicken nuggets were for Todd Howard. I don't know that they were. They went into the building. A security guard took them. But I like to think they went to Todd Howard.
You never know.
Ah, jeez. Sorry. No, I'm trying to find a reference that gives me a profile view of X6 so that I don't mess up his nose.
Ooh.
Okie doke. While you're looking for that, I will go on to my next breakfast item.
Mhm.
Okay.
Classic British breakfast. Lovely piece of toast.
Indeed.
Razor grain
Now-
bread, obviously.
Razor grain bread. Well, yes, I know, but I dug into it. I know, like I've said, I've only played Fallout 4 and 76, but I dug into it, and apparently in Fallout 3 there is in Mylurt cake recipe. Now there are Mylurt cakes in Fallout 4, but this is not in the recipe. Razor grain is, but in Fallout 3 it does actually state bread as one of the ingredients. So I'm happy to say, yeah, razor grain bread exists because of those two things.
Well, like between razor grain, corn, there's so many different ways to make bread.
Yeah. And it could be flatbread. It doesn't have to have yeast in it, but that's a whole other topic about making bread in Fallout.
Oh my god.
So we've got razor grain bread toast with honey, like we were saying, or jam. That's jelly to you guys.
Jam.
Actually, no, jelly and jam are two different things. Jelly does not have the actual fruit bits. Jam does.
Nah.
There's
In
a
this
difference.
country, jam can be either with or without the fruit bits. So there we have the differences in labeling. So the fruit, we could have mute fruit, tarberry, pears, starlight berries, blackberry. No marmalade, sadly. I do like marmalade, but there don't appear to be any oranges or lemons.
No
Despite
citrus
Deeze's
fruit at
lemonade.
all. Huh.
Well,
Despite
so
Deeze's lemonade claims. In
Well,
fact,
that-
Curie says, I don't see any lemons.
it comes from a powder by Canon. It's like like
true.
country time lemonade. That's the joke there.
Yeah.
All right.
Or lime.
I
cranberry
have
jam
fixed my reference.
It's canon. So, yes, we could have cranberry jam on there as well. What would you put on your Fallout toast, folks, in chat?
Oh,
Before we get to the
and-
biggie.
Indeed.
like I imagine a nice like salted Brahmin butter would be amazing.
Ooh,
Oh.
give. Yes, please. All right, as I get
Um,
my gentleman back in here with a profile view of his face now, so I can actually draw him from the side and
Hey.
not be guessing on the shape of his nose.
So
Sorry,
it's also entirely possible that it's just citric acid and sugar in the water. Like it's as long as it's close enough. Like nobody knows what lemonade is. Like who's gonna say no? That's not lemonade.
Yeah.
But like I can't believe that like there isn't any lemon trees left in Florida. Like I cannot believe that. You cannot tell me that like lemons are gonna go extinct in 200 years. You cannot tell me that.
and oranges
might-
do grow pretty wild in Florida too.
Exactly. So you'd have able to get like lemonade and oranges or some kind of radiation form of them or like evolved form of them to turn
Okay.
into stuff like
Grapefruit.
marmalade.
Mutant
Yeah, like grapefruit.
Even sourer than before, and even worse for your medication.
Mutant lemons. Yeah.
All right.
Key limes got wiped out by disease. No.
Mm-mm-mm.
I love key lime pie. Again, but not for breakfast.
Yeah, probably not for breakfast. But we are talking about foods in general, but yes, we are going through the breakfast list. Okay.
Indeed.
Okay, I've got one more. Would you like to hear about the full Fallout English breakfast?
Oh,
Sure.
let's hear it.
Codsworth's speciality.
Oh boy.
So, so eggs, of course,
Of
they
course.
would have to be Mylurk eggs or rad
Red-
chicken eggs.
Yep.
I would go for rad chicken, but you might have to go all the way to Far Harbour to get those. Bacon, essential in a
Mhm.
classic English breakfast. Now, you can get mystery bacon, but I don't recommend it. You
That's-
find it in Nuka World.
That's
It's
human.
probably
That's
fully
human.
Yes.
Hard pass.
That's
Yeah.
human. Don't eat it.
Yeah.
That's human.
I would probably use mole rat meat instead.
Um,
Sausages. Now, there's two kinds of things you can have here. You can have one or both. You can have black sausage, which is blood sausage. That is in Fallout New Vegas, Old World Blues.
Mhm.
From Fallout 76, you could possibly have the Fastnacht sausage on your plate from that event that they do,
Mhm.
or you could have hot dogs. Hot dogs, I suppose, would pass.
Hot dogs
Onto-
work.
well,
Yeah.
sausage is going to be easier to make in the wasteland than hot dogs. You
Fair enough.
I would
really
think
need
so.
the machinery to make hot dogs.
Sure, the emulsification alone, yikes.
Exactly, and it's much easier just to grind up some meat and put it in a casing.
Yeah. Now, I did say this was a big meal. So mushrooms, cave mushrooms from Far Harbor would probably be the best thing that you could put on your plate. Failing that, you've always got glowing fungus. Or if you really want to go for it, megasloth mushrooms. 76, there are megasloths, and you can find mushrooms growing on their back. Or again from 76, you've got gut shrooms, which kind of look like intestines growing on the floor. It's pretty gross.
I imagine the mushrooms growing on the back of the creature might even be a delicacy. Like, oh, these
They
are
might.
the fancy ones.
Mhm.
Yes.
I mean,
No, it's good.
like the whole tradition of flower giving as a gift, that was supposed to be special because that meant you went into the woods and risked getting gored by a boar to get those.
Oh,
Yep.
that makes sense. Okay.
That's why it was
All right,
considered
we've got-
such a special gift.
We've still got 3 other things to put on the plate yet.
Mm.
We've got fried bread. Have you ever had fried bread?
Yes, I
Oh, it's
have.
delicious.
I
Yes.
actually, if I may, just really quick here, one of my favorite things to do when I make banana bread is to, after, it's been a day or two, I will slice it, I will put it in a cast iron pan with a bit of butter so that it can slow fry and build up a little bit of crust with a little bit of brown sugar and a touch of salt, and I will serve that on top of strawberry ice cream, and it is delicious.
Oh,
So,
my, you're a genius.
When I worked at Starbucks, we would put a little bit of the pumpkin spice on like the banana bread and put that in the oven, and it was delicious.
Lysander says fried bread with egg and milk.
Oh,
Do you dip it in the milk though? Do you make it soggy? I like it crunchy. Anyway, the next thing is tin tomatoes, fried tomatoes. Well, you fried potatoes, I suppose.
absolutely.
Fried potatoes,
Yeah.
yes, no,
Fried
that was
potatoes.
actually
Oh, pretty
something I
solid.
mentioned on the Tato post was
Right.
that
Yummy.
starches they brown well and sugars caramelize, and a Tato, being a mix between a potato and a tomato, would have both.
Yeah, imagine a mixture between fried tomatoes and like hash browns. That would be amazing. Sorry.
Yes.
That
Keep
would
going.
be really good. So big thumbs up for fried potatoes. And the
Yeah.
last thing on the plate is baked beans. You've got to have some baked beans.
Oh yeah, of course.
Probably silt beans in tato juice, I
Wouldn't be
would say.
surprised.
I had an alternative for bacon. I've just noticed my scribble here. It's crispy squirrel bits.
Yeah, that
But of
makes sense.
course, there is one more thing. Don't forget the tea.
Oh yeah, you need tea.
Well, okay.
Tea.
So,
You've got options.
well, you do, but also like tea is specifically the tea plant from, well, originally from India. I'm sure there's places in the United States growing tea, but you need the tea plant to have it actually be tea and not just like leaves and water.
An infusion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, I looked through the wiki at all the different drinks and things, and I'm sure old Longfellow would like Delbert's Company tea from Fallout 76, as it has whiskey in it and cream. I think I'd probably be going with that one because there don't seem to be any other tea recipes in Fallout that take milk, and I like milk in my tea. I'm
I do too.
typical Brit like that.
No, I'm currently enjoying a cup of black peach tea with just a little bit of cream in it. It is delightful.
Very nice. There's also Delbert's Granny's sweet tea. There was steeped black bloodleaf tea. I suppose the black bloodleaf tea, because it's black tea, I suppose you could put a bit of Brahmin milk in that. And I generally, I don't eat, I don't eat much dairy, so I tend to have soya milk in my tea. Could you make sort of soya milk from silt beans?
Well, here's the
Milk
thing
bean
though.
milk.
America grows a lot of soy actually. Like we may not be the biggest consumers of soy, but we grow a ton of it because we feed it to our livestock. So-
I imagine that'd be more in the Midwest,
Oh, yeah.
which Fallout really hasn't covered.
Indeed, which drives me nuts because I'm from the Midwest. Like I'm from where we grow all the soy and
Yeah.
also raise all the beef.
Right.
Well, I don't want to say all the beef.
A
'cause
lot
I
of the
actually
beef.
lived-
Yeah, no, I know
lived-
Texas. I know.
I know. Well, no, actually, I lived on an Angus farm for a little bit because my stepdad, before he passed, actually owned an Angus farm.
Mm-hmm.
The cows are so nice.
They
and so
are.
cute.
They are. No, my mother for a while worked at a dairy farm, and I actually went with her a few times, and I would hang out with the expecting heifers, so that if any of them appeared to go into labor, I could go get someone to help.
That is an interesting idea, Red. Razor grain tea.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there are various
Toasted rice,
types of
yeah.
teas that do add various types of grains to them.
Yeah, like Okay, so herbal, like I was being pedantic about tea being actually tea. Like herbal tea is a thing. Like that is really a thing. And so like blood leaf tea and like hub flower tea are going to still technically be teas, even if they aren't like from the tea plant. I was
Yeah.
being pedantic.
Yeah.
You gotta always make sure to
I'll just-
clarify that because people don't always catch it.
Yeah.
Mm.
I
just
was
had a thought.
Mm.
I just had a thought because Red's saying about a tin of tea that's toasted rice.
Mhm.
I wonder if you could make razor grain into some kind of well, like you get rice wine or sake. I
I
wonder
would
if you
not be
could make razor
surprised.
grain alcohol.
I well, anything that has sugars that can mature and be fermented can be made into alcohol, and like so any
sorry.
grain qualifies for that because grain ferments into sugar. It's when you add yeast.
So here's a fun fact actually. Our societies are actually built on the foundation of beer technically.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's because like we settled down because we wanted to make beer because you need to let it sit for a long time and it's hard to carry these, like sorry, I got distracted. I got a thing in chat. Kitten in the Hat brought up something to do with brain fungus. Which part was that for?
Oh yeah.
Was that part
probably
of...
the English breakfast?
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
mushrooms.
I didn't include brain fungus
Possibly
on the
because it's
list
used in the
because
production of mentats.
for one thing, also, it looks like a brain. I really want to. I don't know if it would be edible without serious chemical processing.
Seeing as you usually find it near radioactive pools, but ghouls can probably eat it, no problem.
And especially since brain fungus is a major component, I want to say in mentats. I could be wrong, but
I think it's mentats because the whole brain thing. Yeah.
Yeah, considering that's a major thing, I'd be worried to use it in food, personally speaking.
Yeah.
Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if Hancock has made some form of fun brownies using brain fungus.
It makes you smarter.
Yeah. Smart soup.
But yeah, like humanity and our society is built on being able to brew alcohol. And it was a... Huh?
Go on. Sorry, just saying hi to somebody who's popped up in the chat. I haven't seen them before.
Fair enough. Yes, we have a ton of people in chat. Thank you so much for being here. We absolutely appreciate you guys. I'm trying to keep up with the chat and trying to keep up with conversation as well. It can be difficult.
Yeah.
Well, that is why I have abdicated it entirely.
Yes.
But yes, as we gain more people in chat, I'm happy to go through the introductions again in case everyone wants to, learn our names and voices again, because we've got, people coming in all the time, I'm sure, especially as the post keeps going around.
When we hit the hour, I'll probably be like, oh, hey, we should reintroduce ourselves.
Indeed, agreed.
Yeah, and we could swap topic then as well.
Because, I don't know, food is very interesting.
Two more. We got two more things that we could talk about, but hey, go.
Oh yes, indeed. No, we have many things on the possible agenda today, but it's not like we have to hit all of them. There can always be future streams.
Exactly.
There will be. There will
Indeed.
be.
There will be.
All right. If you all have anything to do with it.
And before we keep going with food, don't forget to follow us. We are trying to make sure that we can do events in the future.
Indeedy. And Sketchy Saturday is going to be living on Artists of the Apocalypse from now on, so if you want to keep participating in Sketchy Saturday, it's good to follow there so you see all of our announcements, the new schedule post. We are also launching a new event as of this week. We are launching Pictures from the Public. That is going to be a bi-weekly art contest that people can send in submissions for. We're going to announce a theme once every 2 weeks. People will have 1 week to send in a submission along that theme in any medium they please. It can be art, it can be photography, it can be sculpture. So long as you can take a photograph and submit it to us, it is cool. And I will allow up to 5 photographs for 3-dimensional things, so 1 each cardinal view and then a 5th view that you feel is most dynamic.
Here's a very good question from Darling Leach. How would people do gravy for when you're done? for like potatoes for when you're done doing.
Gravy can so thickening agents can come from any kind of starch, but also can come from a number of kinds of vegetables, because pectin, which it shows up most in fruits, but it also shows up in savory vegetables, is a thickening agent that isn't starch based. So there are lots of ways to thicken stuff that isn't flour.
Well, there's also like cornstarch, and since corn is in the game, you have access to cornstarch, like
Indeed.
inherently.
Like, I think you make like vegetable starch out of corn in Fallout 4. Like, that's a thing you do.
Yes, you do. Yeah. Glue, making all the glue.
Indeed.
All the time with corn and potatoes and mute fruit.
It's amazing how many things we use in crafts that started out as food. Like cornstarch, we use it for glue, but it started out as a food product.
Yeah. Somebody's eating it and going, oh, this is sticky.
Indeed.
Well, the thing is, like,
what else can we do with that?
Well, a lot of it has to do with you make do with what you have on hand. So if you have cornstarch for cooking and it works as a glue, you're just going to buy more cornstarch instead of buying a second thing.
Indeed. Or if you already have a large corn crop and you ground up a bunch of dried corn because you needed to make space, and oh darn, this works really good for fixing boards together, I'm going to go build a boat. Obviously, cornstarch doesn't work for boats, but it'll give you your first try. It's water soluble. You're kind of screwed on that one. Sorry, now I want a comic of the first guy who tried to make a boat using cornstarch.
And from Darling Leech also we're getting what about pancakes or waffles with syrup? Now, I imagine there are like waffle irons that do survive, like especially the original like heavy
cast iron.
Obviously the newer like kind of more fancy like mechanized ones are not going to work, but I imagine those old cast iron ones will work perfectly. Yes, I like pancakes and I like waffles. Can't wait to get a mouthful.
I like both. Yeah.
I will sing it. I will sing it.
No, someone made a reference in chat, and I needed to reply to that.
The Luridian says 76 has syrup from tree sap, the traditional way. I forgot about that, Luridian.
That is a very good point. I love Vermont maple syrup, and that's not too far from Boston.
It's a very
Razor grain pancakes, yay!
Yeah, razor grain pancakes. I imagine they'll be a lot less sweet than the modern interpretation. They'll be more like buckwheat cakes, but I imagine they'll still be quite good.
I imagine a big comeback that might be a thing in the Commonwealth specifically with razor grain, because it's described as toothsome like buckwheat, is the reemergence of the of buttermilk pancakes, where the buttermilk used is specifically the acidic kind of buttermilk because it helps break down the grain and make it more toothsome.
Faye Fox also notes that the waffle iron can double as a weapon, which is a fantastic idea.
I'm about to say, I am a proud owner of a cast iron pan. That thing is dangerous.
Just put your legendary waffle iron next to your legendary rolling pin.
Damn right.
No, I actually got a legendary rolling pin once.
I did too.
That was the legendary effect was that it was a radiation, and I'm like, is this good? No. Am I going to use it? Yes.
No, I found a similar one just like that in the glowing sea, and I'm like, who the fuck was baking out here?
Nice. People say there's not a lot of variety in the foodstuffs in Fallout 4, and there could have been more. But when I'm writing a fic, I like to be as
I feel like there is enough there to improvise.
Exactly, I like to be as true to the game as possible. So if I need something, I'll look for the nearest thing, or I'll say, well, this combined with that would create something close to what I'm after. So I'll just write that in. And I know 76 is years before Fallout 4, but if it exists there, I'm happy to transport it across to my Fallout 4 fic, because traders and caravans and it can work. Dodge it.
All right, and then we lose the
my point of view on that point is that sorry, my brain just decided to blue screen for a second. My point of view on that is that no, you're not going to be able to create a lot of the things that we have today. It's just not going to happen. There's too many things that are missing. But there's enough food that still exists that is slightly changed, and enough food that will be distinctly different, that their culinary like
Well, and
range is just going to be different.
also, there's been 200 years of evolution. Like, come on, just throw a bunch of
Exactly.
stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Like, to me, a lot of like, oh, this can't exist in Fallout just rings of just another flavor of gatekeeping. I didn't think of this, so I don't want to think of it.
So, actually, we'll go through the list and then I'll talk about Victory Gardens because it's its own topic and it's really interesting to me. But I don't want to derail the breakfast list because this is fun.
No, well, I think with the teas, I'm pretty much done because, you know, as long as I get a good cuppa in the morning, I'm fine.
Indeed.
I think we've done this, but yeah, go for it, Paint. Nora.
So Victory Gardens are a thing that actually existed in, I want to say, like roughly the 50s. It was roughly concurrent with World War II, right when they were doing all of these experiments with radiation. And what they would do is take a garden plot. Oh, 40s. Thank you. The 1940s. They would actually take a garden plot and like dose it with radiation to kind of speed up the process of selecting for traits over time. And most of them are terrible and awful. They're not going to be viable. They're going to hurt you. But there's some of them that produce products that we still use today. And I can't pull examples off the top of my head right this second.
There's actually another place that radiation is currently being used with plants.
Oh?
Tumbleweed. So,
go on, because I am familiar with why tumbleweed is terrible, but go on.
Indeed, tumbleweed is terrible, and I won't even get into that. Like, there's probably like 16 really good explainer videos on YouTube. You can find one of those.
There's an amazing video
by CGP Grey. Yep, no,
I recommend that one.
I saw it when it went live. I love Grey. I follow him.
Yes.
All right, and then I think
red grapefruit is one of those from radiation. That is fascinating. I did not know that.
But one of the things that they're doing with tumbleweed this is actually kind of funny. So on 420 last year, let me finish. Grey did a video, I don't know if you saw it, where he went to the weed research facility, but it's research on tumbleweed, but YouTube demonetized it anyway.
Oh no.
Well, no, first YouTube full out blocked it and he had to re-upload it.
Oh no.
But yeah, no, that's a thing that happened.
Darling Leech says 420 graze it with razor grain.
Beautiful. All right.
Wonderful. Thank you. We appreciate that contribution.
And but anyways, he went and they're doing two types of research there. One is they're trying to figure out how to eradicate tumbleweed because it is an invasive species and it is terrible for farmers and a whole bunch of other industries out in the entirety of the US interior. The other thing that they're doing, though, is trying to figure out how to get the genes out of tumbleweed that make them so dang resilient and get those genes into, crops that feed people or make medicine or. So, like, their cold resistance or their heat resistance or their disease resistance. And part of the way that they're, like, trying to figure out how tumbleweed churns through all of these genes and get the ones they want to try and experiment on other plants with them is through mild forms of radiation. Yeah, cool stuff. Also, Grey did a tour of a old missile storage place, Tikoi, and that was really cool too.
But it's really fascinating because I don't see why that wouldn't also happen in the wasteland where, there's just radiation around.
There's just like no good place to put my signature here.
Well, the top right corner wouldn't beat.
Yeah. Indeed. It's just the image, I made it so small because that's how I do sketches quickly, is I make the image small.
How dare you catch him eating Fancy Lads?
Indeed. You didn't see anything. If this were a sketchy Saturday, the caption would be, "You didn't see anything."
All right, so we've been live for about an hour. I would recommend.
Gosh, has it already been an hour?
We've been live for an hour.
Minutes. Yeah, we have.
Well, no, we will, based on when we went live beforehand to kind of prepare. I'm going off of that.
Yay!
Alrighty then.
Yeah, we found X6's secret stash.
You didn't see anything.
I wonder which flavor he likes best, because I always think they're a bit like I don't know if you guys have seen. Do you even have Mr. Kipling cakes over there?
No,
No.
Maybe not. They're like
we have
little
Hostess.
little
Okay, well,
like
let's
little
see.
they're basically they're fancy lads, but they're ice cakes with sponge in the middle and cream in the very center.
Alright.
And you get like lemon and strawberry and chocolate. So I always thought fancy lads were kind of like those.
Yeah, but that's
no.
that's the actual
French
size of
fancies.
the image. It's a
Yeah.
postage stamp.
Fancy lads are definitely based on something between Little Debbie's and Hostess snack cakes. Like they're somewhere in that frame.
Okay.
So my favorite actually of those sorts of things are actually snowballs with the coconut on the outside. They changed the color recently. They used to be pink, now they're like purpley blue. Okay, there isn't a candy named Little Debbie. Little Debbie is a brand of like snacks.
Okay. Right, yeah, we don't always share the same brands, do we?
Nope. And that's okay.
Yeah.
What I think is actually funny, so I know everybody likes to pretend that Fallout Brotherhood of Steel doesn't exist, but it does.
No.
And in there, there is a soda brand called I forget what they called it in game, but it's based off of a real brand from the Midwest called Balls Soda.
Oh god, I know
BALLS.
Balls. Balls is delicious.
Yeah, they have them here too.
Y'all can
Yes.
quote me that. Laura
Yes.
loves the taste of balls.
Fallout Brotherhood exists. Fallout Brotherhood exists. I refuse to accept people when they say it doesn't. I've played it. It's not that bad.
See, and I'm not
and
even
my
aware
other
of it.
Yeah, well, one of my biggest OCs at the moment. Okay, I shouldn't play favorites, but kind of my favorite.
Oh come on, we've all got a favorite.
Yeah, Vincent. He's Brotherhood of Steel. I definitely wanted to go down that route. It was my second playthrough, and the first one I somehow stumbled into that ending where you have all three other factions. You know, the Institute's there up in smoke, but the other three factions are still good. They're fine. They're maybe not talking to each other, but they're alive.
All right, guys, we have finished our first piece of the morning. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just gotta keep things on track here. So we finished our first piece of the morning, which means it is time for me to go take a break and stretch my arms. And Nora did point out we are an hour in. We should probably reintroduce ourselves now that there are 22 continuous viewers on the stream.
We appreciate all y'all. We really, really do.
Damn right we do. So I'm going to do my little introduction, and then I'm going to disappear to go stretch out my hands so that I can keep doing this all day long. It's important to take care of your tools, including your fingers. I am Laura. Hello, friends, followers, fans, all you good people. I am the person who runs Sketchy Saturday, who has run it for almost a year now, and now we are evolving it into Artists of the Apocalypse, so it can be more collaborative, and I'm the one arting for the stream all day. Yay! We are currently taking requests from the chat. Hulk has been picking out some interesting ones as people have been shouting out. We are trying to stay on a food theme unless we are changing the topic.
Which may or may not happen. We'll decide by the time we're ready to start taking requests for the next one.
Indeed. You guys feel free to instigate the chat all you please. That's why we have mods so I don't have to keep up. I will take off my headphones now and see you all later.
Alrighty.
Soon.
So I'm Lore, or not. Wow, I
Imposter!
am tired.
We're not even playing Among Us.
I spoke without thinking. I'm Nora. And so like I just brain stuff. I'm Nora, or Nuka World Nora. I am a writer in the Fallout fandom. Red is also Lore. We are all Lore.
Okay, I figured out what happened.
Okay.
Hey,
I'm
Thank you.
so sorry.
Hello.
It was because I deafened myself, and you guys are getting picked up through my desktop audio. I had to leave myself undeafened. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Uh,
Now we know.
thank you,
hey.
thank you, thank you to our lovely mods who kept our chat going. Thank you so much.
Indeed,
I appreciate you
indeed.
guys.
Nora,
You're
let me give
wonderful.
you admin powers in case I goof that again.
Okay. Well, I don't know that I can undeafen you.
If I give you admin powers, you should be able to do anything.
I'll see. If you give me admin powers, I can definitely take a look and see if I can do that.
Congratulations, you are now an organizer.
Cool.
I'm gonna go finish
Yeah.
my break.
We
Yay.
made jokes that
Thank
you
you.
stole our voice.
Gone.
Ready.
Okay, folks, we can be heard again. Yes.
Woo. Yes. Can y'all hear us? Yes.
Yay.
Yay.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay. Noah, where do you want to go from here?
So we had wanted to start talking about our survival stories. So like the survival mode in Fallout 4 or any of I guess Fallout New Vegas and technically Fallout 76 also have those modes, but I think Fallout 4 is like the big one.
Yeah.
So yeah, survival hard mode. We're gonna be talking about our survival stories. Yeah, I didn't start playing survival until 2 months ago.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like hard games. I like games that I can play and enjoy and I don't feel frustrated.
Mm. That's
Uh,
fair enough. Yeah. Mm. So, how are you getting on?
oh, I am terrible at it. Because I am too bold. I will. I don't know if you're familiar with the term face rolling. It's where you like. I use it for Pokemon where I keep doing the same battle until I win because you gain little bits of experience, but that doesn't work in Fallout because you start back from zero, like the last time you saved.
Yes, you do. um, yeah, I can tell you that survival, I've played it. It probably took me a good year, I reckon, although my memory is fuzzy, and I did start playing Fallout in like Fallout 4 in 2016. So I think it took me a good year to decide that okay, well I've played this on normal mode and I pushed up to very hard eventually with Vincent and my OC, and then I decided, yeah, I do fancy a bit of a challenge. So I'm going to try out this survival mode, and I think the first OC I played it with was Glenn, who is an OC I don't talk very much about because basically I made Glenn to be an adult synth Sean. I made him just so I could take the photograph and do some photo editing with it. And then I thought, why not play this guy? So I did, and it was incredibly difficult. And even now, I'm on my probably the third playthrough in survival, although I didn't take Glenn all the way through the main storyline. I did it with Skylar Mark 1.
So
And I
part
had to,
of oh sorry.
I was just going to say, I had to recreate my favorite OCs because our PlayStation suffered the 0 kilobyte bug and all our
Oh
saves were
no.
completely splattered, all gone. They
Oh
just felt it was
no.
really weird. Fell down like a house of cards. I just tried to load up and it's like, okay, this is a bit weird. It's not quite going as I want it to. So let's go back to the previous save and okay, that's working. It's not working. Go back to the one before that. Same thing again, and it just collapsed. And so we had to completely uninstall and reinstall it, and we decided this time, because it's not actually my console, it's my partner's. I bought it for them and ended up playing their game and getting really hooked on it. So we decided, no, we're going to not use any mods this time, not even Creation Club, because we think therein lies the problem.
By the way, I'm back.
Bye.
Hey.
It's all good.
So yes, survival mode. With Skylar, I did it all the way through and I managed it. And the thing you'll find with this mode is it is really, really tough in the beginning. But once you get past those first 10 levels, it does start to get a lot easier. And it does depend on the perks that you pick. Chemist is one that you want quite early on, because you want to be able to make antibiotics to get rid of those infections and those parasites and fatigue and lethargy and weakness and all that. You want to be able to wipe those. And as soon as you can make refreshing beverage as well, that's a really good one to have. So there are certain things in survival mode that you want to have a careful think about your perks and build up. But can I just take this time, Law, to just plug my little competition?
Oh yeah, yes, go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, well, I did a survival mode stream this morning over on my The Art of Blossoming Twitch channel, and you can all go back and watch that. And if you go to the very beginning, you will find the answer to the question I'm about to ask. Now, I'm offering a bonus prize here. Aside from everything that Law has already offered, I'm offering one piece of art of your own character or your favorite NPC, just one figure. So your choice of portrait. And the question is, I hope you're all listening up. What is Skylar's full name? What is Skylar's full name? It's in the game somewhere. You should be able to find it pretty easily. So you send your answers to my Tumblr inbox would be great. Or Ko-fi. You can find me on Ko-fi as well. If you do that by Sunday the 18th, I will do a random draw and pick one of you lucky people out. Now, there's a bit of a bonus here as well, because in the more places you follow me, the more detail I will put on that picture. So if you're only following me on one site, it'll be a very simple line drawing. If you're following me on a couple of places, then I might add some colour. If you're following me everywhere you can find me, which is basically Twitch, Tumblr, Archive of Our Own, Ko-fi, I think that's it. Brain freeze. I think that's it. Anyway, anywhere you can find The Art of Blossoming. If I know that you're following me, then I will take that into consideration. And please, if you use a different username on these various sites, please, in your message, let me know I'm such and such on Tumblr and I'm such and such on Archive of Our Own, whatever, just so I know it's you. Okay? So good luck. Good luck. Over to you.
I think we've already gotten our first entrant.
While we're doing plugs, don't forget to reblog the post.
Indeed, yes. We have our post. I just reblogged it myself on Soul Survivor Page Argot. That is our We Are Live post, because we are live on Twitch all day, and we want people to know that all day. So if you are following us at Artists of the Apocalypse on Tumblr, and you reblog that post, every reblog you do will be a raffle entry into the anniversary art raffle. We have 10 prizes. There's art on every prize. There are some other special goodies at the higher levels. The grand prize has a full detail piece from me of a singular figure, OC or canon, with possible background upon discussion, depending on what you want, my scale level allowing, of course, but full color, full clean lines, all the effects. That is part of the grand prize package, as well as a piece from Tarberry Mentats that is going to be, I believe, simple color, with a prop upon discussion, OC or canon, one figure. And also some other goodies, including some hand-painted bottle caps. I have collected a bunch of bottle caps from all sorts of sources. I have them clean. I have paint on the way. It hasn't arrived yet, but I'm going to be hand-painting those to look like Sunset Sarsaparilla and Nuka-Cola caps, and every single prize package has at least 2 of those caps in it.
Good luck, everybody.
Indeed, best of luck.
Blossom, we are getting asked for you to where to send the answer. Do you mind putting in chat what those names are?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And we need our next request.
Oh yes. So let's take a character, obviously, and we're talking about survival mode. So maybe
I would say something like give me a location out in the wasteland, outdoor.
Okay, an outdoor location in the wasteland
and a character.
And a character. But while we're doing that, we also have a Venmo set up for donations. All you need is a Venmo account, and just send it to the Artists of the Apocalypse.
Indeed.
And that will get you extra entries into the drawing.
For every $1 United States dollars, USD, you donate to the Venmo, we will enter you into the raffle, 1 entry per dollar, and if you both donate and reblog, those do stack. What you need to do, though, on Venmo is make sure that your @handle on Tumblr is in there, and make sure on Tumblr that your privacy settings are set so that you can take incoming messages through the instant messenger so that we can contact you if you win.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just tripped over all my words there. That was terrible.
All of that while we're hyping that up.
All right.
Oh. Okay, so do you mind if I pick since
Indeed,
Hulk is...
yeah. Hulk stepped out for some om-noms, so...
All right, so do you mind if I choose, or would you
rather
choose?
Unless Red has decided on one, they are saying they're having trouble figuring it out.
We're having issues on the back end with a thing.
Oh, boy.
So I'll pull from chat, if you don't mind, just so that we get it going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick Edward Deegan,
nice.
And we are going to say the Revere Satellite Array.
Ooh, okay. Where are you, Deegan? I always forget whether I file him by his first name or his last name in my reference folder.
Oh.
All right. There's Deegan. I put him under his last name. I got him. Hello, sweetheart. Me in love with every single ghoul? No, never.
And the Revere Array is the one with all of the super mutants on the road to when you're doing the quest where you're trying to find the Lost Brotherhood soldiers. There we go.
Indeed. I know the area, but I'm still gonna go hunting a screenshot. I'm sure it'll pop up. It's a pretty iconic area. Alright. Crop to selection so I get all the extra off, and then we go into here. Alright.
Cool. So I just want to ask people while you're having a look at what you're setting up, about survival mode. What are people's favorite weapons to use on survival mode if you play it, guys, in the chat?
Just in general, what's your favorite weapon to use? Yeah. My personal favorite, I love melee weapons. And actually the faster ones. My favorite is, of course, the Ripper, because, if you're going to do melee, you have to have a Ripper. But I also really like machetes.
I can't use the Reaver because it got stuck on Kate once and the sound file just kept looping. No. I couldn't do anything without the going in my head. So I tend to leave that one alone just in case it glitches out on me again. Gauss rifles for the win, kitten. Yes.
And of course, the Power Fists are amazing. In Fallout New Vegas, I love the superheated Power Fist. It's actually what made me get started on the melee weapon, because I know unarmed and melee are different, but it's what got me started on the kind of melee range fighting, and I've loved it ever since.
Mm-hmm. For me personally, in Fallout 4, I'm a lover of sniper rifles, and that definitely shows in Paige's characterization as a sniper, is that, she's my player character, and yeah, she prefers to stay very far away, unlike my courier in New Vegas, Angel, who is all about the melee. She took the Ripper off of Volpes's body and used it to murder pretty much every assassin group that came after her after that.
Yeah, if you watch me at the moment running around as Skylar, and I'll be on at 9 a.m. tomorrow, that's UK time. Sorry, 9:30 a.m. Let's not get too early. You'll see I use a sniper rifle a lot. It's a 45 at the moment, but I want to upgrade it, and a shotgun. That makes a good pairing. But she's also got a pistol in her back pocket because I want to increase those perks and try and focus on that a bit more. But when I get hold of a Gauss rifle, I can't. It's supposed to be Vincent's thing, but Gauss rifle is like a super powerful sniper rifle because it's got a big long range. So yeah. What else have we got? Kellogg's gun, cryolator. I didn't know anybody used the cryolator, to be honest, darling Leech.
I have a mod that adds like ammo to the wastelands, like from the DLCs and stuff like Cryolator that like is hard to find. So it's more accessible, I think, if you have mods. But it's not bad of a gun. It's actually pretty good. There's a reason they hide it behind a master lock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Powerful,
Blue
but
says,
fussy.
Yeah, Blue Xander says, I wish a shield would be in the game. Cannonly Vaughn uses Power Fist and Shield like an ancient warrior. Yeah, a shield would be, or a buckler or something would be really good to have. But
if
you're
given us that. Sorry. If you're doing my melee in Fallout 4, you absolutely want Blitz. I think it's like 9 on agility, but you actually have an extended range where you just kind of teleport and you're behind them, and it's so great.
It's beautiful. Alrighty, then we got that going on. We're gonna just take that down a notch. And
see, my courier is also melee. She also has the Ripper from Volpes, but a different character kills him. But she does pick a machete off of a dead Legionnaire, and Boone doesn't trust her until she admits that, like, yeah, no, I killed him and took his weapon. Then he's like, okay, you're all right.
You're cool. So long as murder of someone in the Legion was involved, you're cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because at first he doesn't trust her because she's carrying around a Legion, like, branded machete. And she's like, oh, no, I took this.
I'm just wondering if anybody's got any questions about playing on survival mode, whether they've not done it very much or whether they've never played on Fallout 4 survival mode. Is there anybody in the chat who would like to ask anything? Because I've played it a few times.
I actually put that topic on there because I wanted to ask a few questions.
Yeah, go for it.
Indeed, it's like, I've played survival mode. Like, I definitely get the appeal. I enjoy survival mode a lot. Like, it's the thing that got me back into Skyrim was when they added to the Creators Club the basically their survival mode where you have to take into account how bloody cold it is and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And that's what brought me back into it. But like, the one thing that constantly bounces me off of survival mode is lost progress. It's like when you've come so far and it's been so long since your last save, and part of the survival mode is limited saving spaces, like you can only save when you sleep. Like, how do you motivate yourself to come back to the game after you've taken a hard hit?
I also have that question.
First things first, know where your sleeping bags are, know where your mattresses are. If you don't know where, or a bed, if you don't know where any place to sleep is, look for raiders. They've usually got at least a sleeping bag. You can only sleep for 2 hours on a sleeping bag. You can only sleep for 5 hours on a mattress. Sometimes you will get diseases from either of those as well, so either have lots of antibiotics or have some herbal remedies to hand. But beds are the best thing. To sleep for 7 hours at least to get a good night's sleep and to actually stop fatigue from hampering you as well.
Well, that's just good advice.
But if you watch my stream, I'm always saying, right, I've got to sleep. I know I've just traveled for like 5 minutes of game time, but no, there's the bed. I'm going to use it. I've made a little bit of progress. Okay, I killed like 1 super mutant. There's a mattress over there. I'm using it, even if it's for just an hour. If you feel like you're going over the top, save, because if you don't, you're right, it's really frustrating. I've just finally today got to the end of the Freedom Trail on my 3rd try, and first off, I wasn't high enough level. I was being a bit,
trying to rush through maybe a touch.
Trying to rush through, thinking, oh, this was easy. Well, yeah, it was a lot easier on even very hard mode. I feel like I did it much more easily, but it was very frustrating. After you die 3 times, I tend to say, okay, 3 times is my limit.
Done.
Right, I'm going to go
done.
back. I'm done. I'm going to go back. I'm going to leave that for a bit. I'm going to go off and do a different quest, revisit my perks. Try something else, get leveled up, go back and try it again, and that's how you progress basically.
What I did to kind of manage it was I literally got a mod where I can adjust the settings so that it is still a challenge for me, but it is not like, oh, this is completely unfair. What the heck?
Honestly, like, my ideal mod would be something that has survival mechanics but can still be set into an easier difficulty for combat specifically. Like, I want the survival mechanics to challenge me. I don't really want to crank up the combat because I'm just not good at shooters. I'm just not.
Yeah, there's
Well, do you know
There's-
what? Interestingly, I mean, my other half plays this as well, and they were saying actually they think that the NPCs in very hard mode hit a lot harder than they do in survival mode.
Mhm, they do.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. So yeah, there's no fast travel. There's
Mhm.
no quick save. There's no.
Um,
I think there is an exit save, but I never risk it. I always when I end a session, I always end it by
I'm
sleeping
about to say,
somewhere.
I don't trust exit saves in normal games.
yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I do trust the exit saves, but like it's one of those things where I'll forget that I was in an exit save and then I'll lose progress and it's entirely my own fault because I forgot that I didn't save.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that once with a recent stream as well. I'm like, oh, no, I've just quit the game without saving it, and I was all the way over there, so I had to offline because I like to stream every moment of my gameplay usually, but I had to go back offline, and it wasn't too far I had to go, thankfully, because I save at every flipping sleeping bag. So I got back from
No, I
quite
too am a
nearby.
saveaholic. I know
Yeah.
the mood.
Uh, But yeah, literally what I did to get around it was like, oh, I don't like this one aspect. Oh, let me change that. And so like I can mostly play survival as intended, but like also not be incredibly frustrated by like some jank.
So have we got any other questions about survival mode? I know when I started this this character again, like Skylar Point 2, even blood bugs, I've forgotten how
Oh
just
no,
limp you are at the
bloodbugs.
beginning. You don't even want to.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Bloodbug.
Or a mongrel, you know, feral dog. You don't want to see either of those things
Yeah. Well,
because they're just
bloodbugs
going
are
to take you down one.
terrible. Bloodbugs are so terrible even in the base
Yeah.
game. They're like so hard even in the base game, like without survival mode.
Yeah, I'm not even talking like stingwings and blood bugs. And yeah. But yeah, you're very squishy during the first 10 levels. So if you can get through that, it feels like quite a big accomplishment.
It does.
Do as much. I know it's hard. It's probably a good idea to have a character with a reasonable amount of strength because you want to be able to carry a bunch of stuff.
And that's why Paige's playthrough is going to be so hard.
On that note, on strength, resource and supply management in survival mode is really difficult. How would you guys like kind of get around that, or like especially you, Blossom, since you played it a lot? How do you get around like resource management and supply management?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pick everything up you can carry, everything. You make sure you have a few settlements. Okay, one trick I have got, because you don't want to set up a ton of settlements and put the beacons all up blazing. Yeah, look, there's a new place to live. And then suddenly be faced with 18 people going, oh, I've got to talk to you about the food situation. It's not good. And no, there's not enough buds for us. Probably in that accent, I don't know.
Because why not?
Yeah, it's not very Bostonian, is it? It's more like Boston near me. But yeah, have a beacon on if you need to. Switch it on. Let one person appear. Switch it off.
That's generally what I do.
Make that one person into a provisioner to your like node settlement, whoever you be in the middle of everything. And then have one settlement only, or maybe one or two, where you keep the beacon on, but that you can get to. So, or that you know that they've got enough food and they've got enough beds and they've got enough defense. They're fine to be left alone for a while. Then any extra people you've got, you can just move them. You can just send them to your other settlements as and when you're ready, because you don't want to find yourself with so many settlers that you can't handle them all.
There's just too many people. Yeah. We were not ready for this.
George here brought up the suggestion. We should live off of Piper's bubblegum donations alone, which sounds feasible. Totally.
Bubblegum, gum drops, yeah, sugar bombs. Yeah, let's do this. You're all hyped up on the sugar. Yeah, that's how you get through survival mode. You want to,
as a writer who does always keep some kind of candy on my desk, I mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to say, Kitten pointed out the dang flies. Yeah, I meant bloat flies and not blood bugs. My bad.
Oh, well, either way, because you see some blood bugs like right outside of Sanctuary, so like you see both right away.
I'll tell you a funny story. Actually, my early levels with Skylar, and I didn't start streaming right from the get-go because it wasn't an idea until I got a few levels in. But so I can't remember if I've actually caught this on video. But I thought, well, okay, there's a couple of Mirelurks down there. I'd really like the meat off those, and I'd really like the eggs. So maybe if I can just go along with my companion, I think it was dog meat. If I can go along with my companion and just get rid of a couple of Mirelurks, shouldn't be too hard. 3 deaths later, I think
Oof.
I decided. I went back with the flipping minigun and the power armor from Concord, and that was the only way that I could do it. So there's me
Oof.
chewing down these 2 Mirelurks who seem incredibly tough at low levels, and I had to have the whole get-up to do it. It felt a bit ridiculous, to be honest.
But
It was fun.
it's like then like that firepower feels necessary, because otherwise the power armor in what I feel like is the regular gameplay just feels way too overpowered for like a survival type feeling.
Well, the problem
And
is,
some
well,
people
the
don't
thing-
play for the survival feeling. They play for, they want to feel awesome in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and I don't begrudge them that at all. It's, different people
Yeah.
are coming for different things.
Well, the limiting factor there is not necessarily the power of the armor. The limiting factor is how many of the fusion cores you have, because those are hard to find and they are heavy in survival mode.
True.
So that's the balance there. Is you have power armor, but if you run out of fusion cores, then you are
It's
at
useless.
it's useless. So that's at least my thought there.
I don't know.
Yeah, so,
And I
early on-
didn't know it was heavier in survival.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Yes, that's the other thing. Ammunition weighs a ton.
Well, okay, so each individual one doesn't weigh a lot, but you need a lot of ammo because you're, keep taking care of yourself in the wasteland. So, I also love what you're doing with Edward sitting on the
The satellite just hanging out, having a smoke.
Such a great idea. I love it. I had to say that. I love it.
Oh, no one's going to disturb him up there. He just
Nope.
needs, goodness sakes, some peace and quiet.
Peace and quiet.
All right, and then boop and boop.
Ooh. Yeah, the other thing I was going to say about survival mode is that you can switch out of it if you're really struggling. However, if you switch out of it, you cannot switch back into it. The game does not let you go backwards like that.
Gotcha.
It'll
good
let
to
you-
know.
Yeah, it'll let you put your hands up in defeat, but
But it won't let you get wishy-washy with it.
yeah. So I will admit, Skylar Mark 1 did actually admit defeat somewhere along the way, and it's been a while. I can't remember exactly at what point that was, but this time I'm not. For the sake of the stream, I'm doing it all the way through, no matter how long that takes. You look. Oh. So, do we get any more questions?
Not so far, but so I don't know. It sounds like neither of you have really played New Vegas or 3, or I guess New Vegas is the one with the survival hard mode, whatever.
I have played New Vegas. I have played 3.
Well, have you played the survival mode in New Vegas?
I have not yet touched survival mode because it intimidates me so badly.
Honestly, I do think 4 does it better than New Vegas does. Not to say that New Vegas is bad by any measure, because it's New Vegas. But I do think that the survival mode is handled a lot better. It does feel tacked on to New Vegas. And in 4, it does feel like they kind of actually thought about it.
Gotcha. Oh, that's better. There we go.
Yeah, so Fallout 3 from via Steam is not stable. You actively need to either play it in legacy mode on whatever the appropriate OS is, or you need to play it with like a stabilization mod. I also have heard that Good Old Games is more stable than Steam, but I have no first-hand acknowledgement on that.
What about if you're on console? Is there any way of playing it?
Well, if you can buy it, you can play it on console.
Is 3 only for the? Well, I play on PlayStation, but I thought it was only for the PS3, which is
Thought that
one model we didn't get.
Don't know that they've ported it to the PS4. I I don't know
Oh,
that they will actually, since Bethesda got bought by Microsoft. They might only port it to. Oh, PSN has Fallout 3.
Okay.
yeah, I see. Yeah,
About to say,
see
I
that.
thought PSN picked up Fallout 3 recently. It's how I intend to
wasn't
play it
sure.
next.
Because I know since they got bought by Microsoft, I wasn't sure that it was like, is it only going to be available via Microsoft? I
Yeah.
don't know.
I'm personally in two minds about trying that, because the faces creep me out a bit, to be honest. But I hear the story's good, so maybe one day.
Hmm.
I really
Yeah.
love 3 because so I'm originally from the DC area. So
Mhm.
3 is great. I love being able, because I live in Portland now. So I love being able to run around back at home and visit old locations and laugh that my hometown is overrun with super mutants. Okay, so I spent a lot of my life in a town called Germantown or Gaithersburg. They're roughly the same thing. And in game, it is entirely represented by a police station full of super mutants. And everybody that I've mentioned it to laughs and goes, "Yeah, that sounds about right."
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Because Montgomery County is overrun with cops on a power trip.
Okay.
All right.
Oh dear.
Oh, a Fallout game in Tennessee would be really fun.
So somebody was saying to me,
I'm still dying for one set in the Midwest.
Yes, I want one set in like the North Dakota area. I really do.
I specifically want around the Great Lakes area. In part to like, I would love it if like we dug into the Haudenosaunee and like the Native American cultures that existed there before people came and possibly might retake during the time after, you know, the Great War sort of blasted most of the big cities back to Kingdom Come. You know, like people out on the reservations already know how to live without a lot of support. So
yeah,
Oh.
I actually have in one of my character backstories, she's from the North Dakota area, and it's a very much a not necessarily a culture clash because they do get along. People who had came out of a vault who were very Catholic, very, you know, very religious, but also very white, having to work with the local native population, which has mostly come from the Lakota. Oh, that's true. If it's this might be a topic we talk about later, but so there's cool stuff that you can do
Yeah.
with what I would want to see though is it in the hands of an actual native person.
Oh yes, of course. Like definitely if they decide to go that way, I would say like you want at least someone from any named tribe present and, you know, part of the story drafting process and checking for sensitivity and for language and for accuracy to the culture itself and its values.
Absolutely.
Like that shit's important. Like Indigenous people should be allowed to tell their own stories. They shouldn't have to come through the filter of someone else who just happens to have power over them. That's not okay.
Because like look at how they handled it in New Vegas, and New Vegas is one of the better games in the series. Look how they handled it. So like
there's some oof going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of oof going on there. So like put it, yeah, like they're not actually going to hire Native Americans. They're not going to do that. But that's what I would like to see.
Indeed. In a perfect world.
Like I would love to see a Fallout game in the hands of like an actual Chinese person, and from the perspective of that, I would love to see in the hands of.
And even just to say a Chinese person is to a degree tokenization. It's like particularly I would like someone who is educated on the history and the culture and all of that and you know, it has possibly, you know, lived in that area and knows, hey, if you mess with this landmark, you're going to piss a lot of people off, so maybe don't do that.
Well, I do think it's important to have a Chinese American, especially if the game is set in America, because you need both aspects. You don't want someone who is just from China.
But my point is like just saying, you know, someone of X ethnicity is like to that own point is a level of tokenization. It's like it's more specific than that. It's people who have an interest and who have lived experience, not just who have a certain color skin.
That is definitely a good point, and I do understand that, but what I meant by it is like putting it in the hands, meaning like the person in charge of the game, like because a team makes a game.
Oh
A
yeah, oh
person
yeah.
doesn't make a
It's
game, a team
collaborative.
makes a game.
Yeah, it's just like movies.
So what I intended or what I meant was that the person in charge and overseeing it
Oh yeah.
is coming from that perspective of a
Exactly,
Chinese
exactly.
American
So like
and how
like
they
the person who's like the production manager should definitely be have a pulse on all of that stuff.
exactly. And like it's one of those things where I do agree where just handing it to anybody is a terrible idea, but they also hand major
Oh yeah.
major
Oh yeah, dumb
blockbusters
decisions
to
get.
mediocre white
Oh,
men.
oh yeah,
I
they.
don't mind handing it to a mediocre Chinese person
Oh yeah.
because like we
it's better than pure ignorance.
exactly. And so it's one of those things where like holding people of color to a different standard than we hold mediocre white people to, that it gets not great.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mess, and it's like it's basically you want people who have experience with a culture to be telling stories from that culture, and usually that's going to be people who are children of that culture. But you may also get transplants who have been living with them for a very long time, and that happens too. And like it drives me nuts so often that when we talk about race and we talk about representation, it always gets reduced down to like the color of someone's skin or a very specific ethnicity they can lay claim to, when it's about lived experience, and it's about the people who have those experiences getting to tell their own stories.
Yeah.
And that's like, it's a huge complicated thing with a ton of nuance, but it really comes down to people get to tell their own stories. They should be able to.
All right.
Okay, we're getting some requests in here. Could we get
yeah.
Captain Zhao,
Sorry.
or could we get? There's a lot of Zhao. There's a Madison Lee.
So for the next
Zhao.
for the next request
The next
gathering,
All
we
right,
might need to put Zhao on the list.
Indeed. All right, let me just save this guy real quick here so that I can get him posted up.
Great. I need to run to the bathroom real fast. I will be
Excellent.
right back.
Oh man, that one was pretty fast. 40 minutes? Not even?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Wowzers, what?
excuse me for the burping. I've been drinking water
That's all right.
really fast, so I keep getting air bubbles.
Okay. Okay, so I am looking at the clock here. I've got about 20 minutes left on my little slot. So is there anything anybody would like to ask me?
Indeed, we've got blossoming for about another 20 minutes before we get Lou in here, and I know people are excited to hear from her.
Yes.
I'm excited too. I missed all of Lou's sound checks, so I actually have not heard her voice yet.
Oh, I'm going to stay a while and watch just a little bit, and then I'm going to go flake out.
I was about to say, it is super late for you. You need some rest, my dear.
It's 20 to 7, so yeah, I need to not go to bed late before I have another mad 2 hours session of streaming survival mode, which is okay. Blossoming, would you want to see a Fallout set in the UK? Well, I have seen the trailer of the mod Fallout London, and having worked there, because I was originally I went to university and I trained as a professional model maker, so that's physical models. I wanted to get into special effects. Didn't happen. I did one really cool project making fantasy buildings on the back of a giant ant, which you saw on screen for about a second. So hours and hours of work, and you saw it and it was gone. But yeah, it's really difficult to break into the FX industry, and you need to drive, which I don't, and there's a lot of other issues at play that just didn't happen for me. So I ended up doing mostly architectural model making in London, because
I don't know if you saw this question in chat. Someone would ask you, what would you like to see a Fallout set in UK? So feel free to finish your story, but that question was asked.
Yeah, I'm kind of working around to that.
Fair enough. Because I wasn't sure if you had seen it or not, because I had to get up.
Yeah, she had read it.
I'm getting it. But basically, because I've worked in London, I know it fairly well. I wouldn't. I wouldn't like to see one set in London. Maybe if you had a different take on being able to go to other parts of the UK instead. Like if London was just a complete no-go area, like the Glowing Sea Plus, that'd be awesome. If you could instead travel to, what would Wales be like for a start? It's really, really hilly. I haven't actually ever been to Scotland, but what would that be like?
I would love
cold.
Ireland. I would love Ireland.
Same.
Yeah, I've been to Northern Ireland. I've also been to Cornwall, which is beautiful. Would that even still be there? Because it's a little tiny slip of land, and I walked from coast to coast along the narrowest point where it sticks out and looks like a foot. And I think it was about, was it 8 or 16 miles? I think it was 8 miles because I think we went there and back again. But yeah, that would be quite interesting if it was more out in the countryside. Not really around me because Lincolnshire is very flat, to be honest. Although there could be a lot of swampy kind of regions, because in this area we've taken a lot of land back from the sea. And very much like in Fallout 76, you've got the mire. It will probably look something like that, all flat and waterlogged. So that could be interesting. Yeah, anything else? Let's have a look. Have we got any other questions?
I do not. I've taken a second to look.
Red.
I took a second.
Red's asking. Okay, Red's asking a pronunciation. How do you pronounce? Well, it's not Worcestershire for start.
God.
It's Worcestershire. It's Worcestershire. Worcestershire.
Well,
In fact,
according to my grandfather, it's wash your sister sauce, but
that's a good one. No, Worcestershire. Yeah, the sheer isn't a shire, unlike in The Hobbit. You know, it's a sheer sound. So Lincolnshire.
Oh,
Cambridgeshire,
so we are
Worcestershire.
getting a suggestion that since we are close to that 11 o'clock mark, where we're going to be switching some guests out, there's a suggestion to tackle a New Vegas sketch.
Indeed, because Lou is very thoroughly entrenched in New Vegas, and because I have finished a sketch, it is time for me to do another one of my take a break and stretch my hands things, because that's what I got to do.
Lou is also very much yes, New Vegas, stupid New Vegas, yes.
Alrighty, then.
Right.
And I know Lou and I are also going to complain about being old in technology.
Please don't deafen. I gotta hop out and help Lou with a mic check.
Indeed, no,
but yes.
I am just going to mute my external mic. That's what I did after I fixed the audio last time, and that seemed to work out just dandy.
Okay.
All right, I will see y'all in about 15 minutes.
Ooh.
All right, I will be right back. I just want to help Lou with a mic check before they come in.
All right.
Okie doke. It's like you like with Worcestershire. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Any questions about my OCs while I've still got a few minutes. What would you like to ask? Just to list the main ones that I do art of or fiction of with. What side do I take? Which factions you mean, Darling Leech? And which one is my current favourite? Well, it's Vincent is my number one. Vincent and Macready together, they're a pair. I've been playing him for quite some time. I mean, like I say, he was my second character, and I'm on my second playthrough with him. I've tried to do pretty much the same journey as I did the first time round, and I've had a lot of fan art done for him, and I've commissioned quite a few pieces for him as well. Yeah, they're both bi. They're my bi guys. Me too. And yeah, and Blue Xander's here. I saw Blue's OC on Tumblr. What was it, 4 years ago now? I looked at him and I went, my guy and her guy could be cousins. They could be cousins. They look so much alike. So I contacted them, and they said 2016, and they said, yeah, let's do that. So we've actually written backstory together, and they're official cousins now. What's Skylar's favourite food? Oh, that's a good question. Pretty much anything that she can lay her hands on that isn't pre-war food. Faye Fox, don't call him Vincey. Oh, we'd get mad. Don't even call him Vince. There's backstory to that. There was a guy he didn't like called Vince. So Vin is fine. Factions. So Vincent is Minutemen Brotherhood, and Skylar is Minutemen Institute.
So
there's my overboss. You have more. Go on.
I have more characters than I could potentially even think about talking about, but my main is Minutemen and Railroad, with a little bit of Brother. I have a lot of Brotherhood characters, but they're all specifically Brotherhood.
Right. Right. I wanted to tackle the Brotherhood and make them do the right thing, for goodness sake. So they're kind of Minutemen. That's why I kind of created the Minutemen of Steel.
Uh,
What else? What else? What else?
let's see. I'm a huge fan of the followers, of course. The followers of the Apocalypse are kind of my main faction, I think, in Fallout in general.
Mhm.
Just because they are legitimately trying to help people and not like benefit from it. Like their benefit from it is the rising tide lifts all boats. Raising the quality of life for the bottom improves the quality of life for everybody.
Mm.
And so that's why I love them, is because they are trying to actually help people.
Yeah.
So
they're
which is
close to the Minutemen in a way.
Yes, and actually the artist of the Apocalypse is very much like inspired by the followers. Or did I say the followers of the Apocalypse? The artists of the Apocalypse are very much inspired by the followers, but instead of medicine, we're really focusing on building and art and creating and teaching others how to create.
Yeah. Expressing yourself.
Exactly.
Atom Cats Poetry Night.
No, Atom Cats
don't
would totally be members of the artists of the Apocalypse. They totally would.
They are in my head already.
I mean,
And
yeah.
Vin's an Atom Cat. Yeah, absolutely.
One of my teen soul survivor, her name is Marigold. She is one. She joins the Atom Cats. Because they're young and hip.
Yep. I like to think that Sturgis used to be an Atom Cat. I think he's got history there.
I did read a fan fiction where Zeke, and who is the leader of the Atom Cats, and Sturgis were brothers, which is joshed by canon, but it's still a really good headcanon.
Yeah. I've got a couple of ideas on the Atom Cats. One in Vincent's world I take one way, and one in Skylar's world I take a different way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still writing a lot of Skylar's story, Blue Sky Beneath, on Archive of Our Own, but Vincent's story, Vincent Redefined, and the prequel, which I'm writing now, Vincent Undefined. They've got a lot of little hints, and especially as Vincent's story gets along, I actually managed to hook my Fallout 4 characters up with my Fallout 76 character and kind of wind that in, and yeah, it's fun. I love writing.
I actually did the same thing where I've made my Vault Dweller and by extension my Chosen One related to my Lone Wanderer and my Courier. Because traveling in the United States, and when you have 100 years, a lot of shit can happen.
Yeah.
So what were you saying?
No, I just gotta give a quick shout out actually to co-writers, because I've done a lot of co-writing with Woodspurge on Tumblr, who wrote Macready for me, and this started a long time ago. So a lot of Macready's voice in my, especially in Vincent Redefined, is Woodspurge's Macready voice. And I'm now writing that myself, and I'm actually in roleplay. I'm taking the part of Macready now and taking it on and doing that for somebody else. So I love this co-creative bond.
I did a lot of co-writing with one of my former friends, and that it's so much fun.
Yeah, it is, when you bounce off each other, and it's really good to just, if you're writing, we use Messenger basically, so we're kind of writing and saying, yeah, well, this is the kind of the framework of where we're going, but we just sort of role play it, and then occasionally we'll pop in and say, okay, well, I think my character's kind of feeling that, and your character can see it on their face, and just give a little bit of direction. So I was the lead in that, in my Vincent Redefined, and giving direction a bit like a film director. So it's quite fun.
The R in RJ stands for Robert, and we all know that. But yes, it is. He looks like a rat. He does.
Oh, I think he's more like a squirrel or a raccoon.
I love Macready. He's
awesome.
There's
his
so much room for his character. What about his voice lines?
No, just saying, when the more you get to know him, especially if you've romanced him as well. And actually, my Vincent 1, I didn't actually romance him in game, even though I was writing it as I was romanced. So I didn't get the chance. So when I remade Vincent, I made absolutely darn sure that I was going to romance him, and I did this time. So every time he wanders up, says, "How's it going, cowboy?" I'm like, oh. Yes, I
what I
missed that the
love
first time round.
what I love about McCready as a character is that he is very flexible. He can
Yeah.
be encouraged to be better and be better than he has been and be a good person. Or
Yeah.
if he meets the right person who he loves and trusts, they could encourage him to like be a little bit better.
Yeah. It can all go horribly, horribly wrong as well. With my overboss Lorelei, well, she didn't really romance anybody, but she's close to McCready. But yeah, the bad side of McCready came out,
Yeah.
which is quite
Okay.
interesting to explore. Difficult. Right.
So I
Are we?
actually not my main overboss because again I have like 50 OCs. My side overboss. I actually had a huge issue because like I couldn't justify McCready having Duncan and taking care of Duncan and also being a raider. And so I'm like, I can't have them together, but I want them together.
Oh, yeah. I
Also,
chose the sad option, I'm afraid, on that one. I chose the sad option for the reason why he stuck around with the Raiders, because he had no reason to be otherwise.
Red, thank you so much for being on top of taking care of bots in chat. We appreciate you.
Fantastic.
Fun.
Okie dokie.
Uh, I also love Nuka World. Like it's one of those things where my
Yeah.
friends brought up Nuka World and literally my username is Nuka World Nora. So of course I respond with I like Nuka World a normal amount.
Yep. It is a lot of fun.
There's a lot you can do with it.
Yeah, I like Far Harbor too, but I think between the two of them, I kind of like Nuka World more, because although Far Harbor
I
is beautiful, it's kind of depressing.
I
So
have
Mm.
go ahead.
No, go on.
Okay. I to actually have a mod that takes the weather from Far Harbor because I think it's gorgeous and beautiful and lovely and puts it in the rest of the game. And so I can
It
have the weather of Far Harbor in Nuka World.
Yeah, it is. It is stunningly beautiful, but I can stay more happily in Nuka World for longer than I can in Far Harbor. But I just love all of Fallout 4 basically. I just think the art that went into it, the
Oh,
design work, because that's my area. The design work is just
mhm.
beautiful.
So
Oh, the Demon Memory Quest with the
unpopular
little
unpopular
the,
opinion, but I love that quest. I adore doing those puzzles. I think
the
they're fun.
it was cute to start with. It was like, oh, look at this. It's kind of Tron with Mirelurk spawn. What's going on
No,
here?
it reminds me of Minecraft. I have
Is
fucking
it?
fun with it.
Oh, it is a bit, yeah.
And it's a fun puzzle that I haven't seen in any other game. It's
Yeah.
just fun. No. See, you need somebody else who can do it because it's in the game, so that way you know how to do it. You don't have to think about it yourself. Someone can provide a walkthrough for you.
Mm. Yeah, I'm facing that because I need to for the very last chapter of Vincent Undefined, it's the Far Harbor chapter, so I need to play through that again to just refresh my memory, and I've got to tackle that puzzle again. I think the first time, one of the problems for me was that it threw me out, and suddenly it looked like I was in a different game. And to my neurodivergent brain, that was a bit of a whoa, I've taken the train off the tracks suddenly.
Well,
Oh,
I
where am
mean,
I?
they do kind of set you up to see the thing is I wish they had either done it more or didn't do it at all. They're like it's a mini game that didn't have enough substance to it, so you couldn't like learn about it beforehand with something easier and then do it. Like I wish it had either been a lot less in that none or it had been more and like had more explanation to it so people
Yeah.
could get better at it.
I'm not looking forward to doing that in survival mode, I tell you, but that's a long way off yet.
That
I'm not
is
touching the DLC.
well, at least those ones like if you oh yes, 5 more minutes with Blossom.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes, we're happy to take any questions. But the good thing about that is because the like the flying things aren't targeting you, they're targeting like other things. So you're not in risk of dying there.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
have to like oh, what's your favorite New Vegas DLC?
I can't answer that because I haven't played Fallout New Vegas.
For the record, my favorite is Old World Blues because how do you feel about No Bark Noonan? Which is also, I don't think you've played it, but
No.
Oh.
No, I don't get that question. Anything else? Fallout 4 or 76 based, please.
Yeah, unfortunately, Blossom has only played those ones. We're working on the others. We're working on it. Oh, do we have a lore back?
I am in fact back. I made record time. I had 2 minutes left.
Hey, well done. Favorite Nuka Cola? Nuka Cherry. Nuka Cherry, please, all the way.
I'm basic. I like Quantum. It glows.
With the recipes.
I can't say I actually like it, as in I would actually
I haven't played
actually
Nuka World
drink
yet.
it. But I think the one where it's like there's Med-X in it, that one's my favorite.
Oh,
hey,
Jesus.
Chaos!
I can't think of the name of it yet. So
Chaos! Hi,
Hello,
Chaos!
Chaos! Hello!
hello. Okie dokie. Well,
alrighty then, so we got that going on.
shall I say my goodbyes then?
Indeed, I do believe, Blossom, if you want to wrap up, plug your Let's Plays if you would like, or anything else you would like to
Cool.
put up there to promote. Feel free. It's all
Thank
you.
you very much. Brilliant. Thank you ever so much, Laura, for having me. It's been a lot of fun, and I really look forward to joining in with more sketches. So whenever you need an extra doodler, just let me know.
Indeed, we will be happy to have you.
Yeah, I love it's good fun to do. Yeah, you can find The Art of Blossoming, no gaps in there, on loads of platforms. So Tumblr, YouTube as well. I do export my Twitch videos to YouTube. Archive of Our Own, which is where fan fiction is stored, and I've written a lot if you want some good reading. My 2 main ones are Vincent Redefined and Skylar's Blue Sky Beneath. I also have a Ko-fi. If you'd like to drop me a few caps, that would be awesome. And what I'm doing on Ko-fi is actually, I've got a goal to meet for about £100. When I get there, I will commission a Fallout artist to do something for me. Yeah, because I love doing that.
I do want to put a little PSA out that our FAQ pages are still in progress, but once those are up, one of those FAQ pages will be a list of our volunteers with all of their links for donations on, say, Ko-fi or Patreon, where you can find them on other websites, all of that. So we will have a directory up soon. I'm sorry it wasn't up before the stream happened. We meant to, but things kind of snuck up fast.
Yeah,
awesome.
we tried
Thank
our
you.
best.
I'll just say one more thing, is that you can find me on Twitch again tomorrow, UK time, 9:30. So if some of you across the ocean are still awake very, very late at night, you might catch me, or you can always catch the recording. So that's on Twitch, and that's The Art of Blossoming. And you'll see my survival playthrough. So guys, thank you very much for all your questions and all the support, because that's really making me carry on with creating, and you're really inspiring me to just carry on writing and drawing. Cool. Thanks, Laura, for having me. Thanks, Nora.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye for now.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you
Bye
for
bye,
joining us.
Blossom. See you next time.
Bye. Bye.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that is our first 2 hours down, and means it is time to bring on our next guest. I know a lot of people are very excited for this one. It is Fallout Lubegus on Tumblr. The artist behind It Keeps Right On Hurtin', the amazing comic centered around their courier Agnes Sands. Lou, is Lou ready to come on?
I'm tagging. Oh, there we go. You beat me to it. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to ping you extra.
All right. Do we have a Lou?
Yeah, you do. Hi.
Oh my gosh, we have a Lou.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Say hello to the lovely people.
Hi. Hello. It's always very funny to me because it's just really funny to me because the name of the actual blog, Fallout Lubegus, obviously it comes from German mambo musician Lubega. And my husband thought of the name because back when I was first just like playing Fallout New Vegas.
I'm sorry, you glitched out just a little bit there.
back when I was playing Fallout New Vegas, like a year ago, right before I started the blog, he and I just like talk about it, and he just made a pun of Fallout New Vegas one time, and it just stuck. And I thought it was funny. I made it the name of my like shit posting blog, and now all of a sudden I have like multiple thousands of people who just call me Blue, and this name has become totally removed from the real, actual German mambo musician Lou Bega. So it's like, I'm sorry. So I just every time I come into a voice chat and everything, and I'm like, "Hi, it's me, Lou Vegas." I imagine someone's like, "Wow, you sound a lot different than you did on Mambo Number 5."
It's fucking beautiful. I love it. I love it. And no, it's like my own.
Here, hi.
My own name ended up being like an evolved nickname, so I know how that goes.
God, and like it is really funny. Like I've met like friends who just like call me Blue in real life now, and it's very endearing and cute. So it's just another one of my names that I have.
It's awesome. It's awesome. I picked up my nickname back in middle school. It's from a book a friend was reading who he recommended it to me, and I still think of that friend as basically like a little brother to me because we grew up together. And he started calling me Lore, who was a character in the story who was a very angry warrior woman who solved all of her problems with violence, so it fit. I was a bit of a rowdy one as a kiddo, and it just stuck because it also worked as a shortened version of what is now my dead name, and it's like when I discovered myself as non-binary and fully embraced that identity, it ended up like Lore is just who I am. It's who I've been for 13 years, and I respond to that name more than the name I was born with. So yeah, it's mine now. Please, thanks.
Fuck yeah.
One of the things I love about being trans is I've just collected names because the process of finding my name has been difficult. So I have like 3 or 4 names that are not dead names that still count but aren't the name I go by currently.
All right, and one of our mods is recommending that we do reintroductions because we are another hour in and we've up to 30 people now, so we might want to go through and say hello. So I already hyped up Lou.
Hi, I'm Lou.
I am Lore. I'm
Lou of FalloutLouVegas.tumblr.com. That's it.
Yeah, and I'm Lore. I am the artist behind Sketchy Saturday, who's been doing this for almost a year, and now we're evolving it into Artists of the Apocalypse, and it's becoming a collaborative venture, which is extremely exciting because we have more volunteers, which means during Sketchy weekends we'll be able to fulfill more requests and widen our audience, and just spread the joy of fandom to more people who might need that, especially with the hard years we've been having lately. And Nora, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Nora, of Nuka World Nora on Tumblr. I am theoretically a writer. I haven't in a while, but I plan to eventually. And yeah, I kind of am helping with the admin stuff here. I said, oh yeah, I have a day to help, and I ended up getting really invested. So yeah, that's who I am.
I mean, that kind of happened to everyone. Apparently, I poked everyone with the magic inspiration dust or something. I don't know. Because it seems like just everyone's here for it.
I've said as much as Maine. You just have that wonderful effect on people.
I am honored that people feel that way. I never know what to say whenever someone tells me that. Like, it's just like, oh God, but it's awesome. It's amazing. It's great. I just don't want to get a big ego about it. But no, it's wonderful. I am amazed how many people are here for the project. Like back when we did Sketchy Secret Santa, I didn't even think I would get 2 volunteers for that, and then we ended up with like 10. And then in here, I was thinking like maybe one person would want a mod, and maybe I'd get 2 people on to do voice. Like when I approached Lou, I didn't even know if she'd even want to be onto this or even wanted her voice on the internet. Like, no idea. Just shooting in the dark. Like, hey, I'm doing this thing. Friends?
like I try not to be like the super like cryptic or mysterious person. It's just like just like the the persona, if you will, of Lou is just something I tend to like keep very compartmentalized.
Oh yeah, and I like to be enigmatic too. It's fun.
Yeah, it's like super fun. The downside is that people when they get to know me tend to say that like, oh, I was like so intimidated by you or something, and then it's like I like make shit posts about like Benny throwing a kickball at you. What is there to be intimidated by?
I know, right? It's like I've heard similar, and I'm like, have y'all heard the audio post where I sang the song from that comic? Like, I am a massive dork.
It's the following numbers. People are intimidated because they're like, oh, you know, you must be so great and so nice to, or you know, so good and so great and be worth.
I am a massive dork.
But yeah, no, we're all just dorks here. Like literally, we're all in the Fallout fandom. We are all nerds. We
Yeah,
just
it's
are.
like it's like we're all in the clown car. It doesn't matter who's driving.
Exactly.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. All right, and I did not have Lily in my reference folder yet. That is a crime. All right, Lily, Fallout 4. Not Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas. Wow, Brain. Good morning, Brain.
So speaking of names, Lily is actually one of my former names. Up until like fall of last year, I was going by Lily. And so it's so weird to hear her name. It's so weird. And it's no one's fault, and it's nothing wrong with it. It's just me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and do we have a request selected from the chat yet?
Wait, for
Oh,
drawing?
Indeed.
What was the other thing? Because we had a person.
We wanted to go into New Vegas, and I suggested Lily because I haven't drawn Lily yet, and I personally feel that is a travesty. So I asked Hulk to hype up the chat in that direction. And...
No, that's fine. But like, what's the other thing? What's the other thing we're grabbing from the chat?
Honestly, I don't know. I kind of let Hulk run with it.
Oh, let's assign Lily a faction. Which faction do you think Lily would be in?
I would. I think like Legionnaire Lily would be really funny for the incongruousness of it.
Oh God, no.
Like
the only way I'm putting Lily in anything Legion is if like there's blood on it that makes it evident she murdered someone to get it.
Like I said, it's the incongruousness of it.
We're also getting a suggestion for the followers, which honestly we could put her as part of the Artists of the Apocalypse. That's an option.
That is, I could dress her up in quote unquote faction clothes.
What if you dressed her up as a king? Like King Elvis.
Oh my God.
The Kings. Oh my God.
Okay, I'm down. I need a picture, an appropriate picture of Elvis.
What does the chat feel? Lily as part of the Kings?
It seems like yes, King's Lily. Lily has become Elvis. King's Lily with the hair and everything. King's Lily, yes. Oh God, even my husband is here. Drunk Blaze is my hubby, by the way, in the chat.
Oh, I didn't realize. I can
He is not currently drunk. He's actually cut alcohol from his diet currently because he's trying to lose weight, and I am so proud of him.
Oh, that is the easiest way to lose weight is because there's so many calories in alcohol.
I have a singular husband red. Count them. 1.
I have one husband and I'm polyamorous, so I have one husband and potentially other partners.
All right. So, can someone like dig up an appropriate reference of the King's stuff for me real quick? Just because searching for stuff is how I lose like the majority of my time on Sketchy Saturdays, is I'll go and Google something and then fall down a rabbit hole for 20 minutes.
Yeah, people are saying that we definitely got to include the pompadour. The pompadour.
Of course. Duh. That's required. All right, and it looks like Paint is ready to join the chat whenever we are ready for them.
Yep. Absolutely.
All right, excuse me, I had a bubble in my throat. Oof. Oh, thank you, Tarberry. All right. Yes, I know where it's taking me. Discord's like, are you sure you want to go here? It's a picture Discord. Calm down. Alrighty then, and I'll add that to my reference folder too. Just handy to have around. This folder's gotten way too big. I was talking about this earlier. I have a external hard drive on which I keep all of the Sketchy Saturday assets. That's everything I've ever made for the event, all the resulting artwork, all the references, all the notes I keep, because God, do I keep notes. And there's over 1,000 files in there. So that's
a
cool.
lot of files.
I know. All right.
I just want to say, Hulk, thank you so much for being an amazing mod, keeping
Yes,
things running
oh my
on the back
God.
end. You are amazing. Thank you so much.
Indeed, I'm surrounded by superheroes. Everyone has worked so hard to get this all prepared, get this ready, get like the bugs worked out as we find them, and all the little hiccups.
I know there are still more bugs. We are working on it. We are working on it.
All right.
It's okay. We're screaming about Bethesda anyways.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right. So our next topic of conversation was to talk about technology and comics and kind of complaining about new technology.
Lou and I have a suite of things to bitch about because we're old.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, we're all kind of in that boat, I think.
I say old, like, spiritually. I recently just turned 26, but like...
Oh God, you're 4 years younger than me.
Yeah, I
No,
turned
right?
30
People
in
You're a
March.
baby.
People tend to think I'm like a lot older than I am just because, one, I just like know a lot about like the 70s and stuff, but that was just the area of research for a long period of my like academic life, and then two, I just complain about technology a lot, like because what were we complaining about that we hated so much?
I was
Microsoft
pissed
Word
off
or
about new
something.
Windows.
Yes, I hate Windows 10.
Indeed, it's like my first computer that I had access to was okay. So my dad works automations. He is an engineer, but he is specifically on the user interface side. So he teaches computers how to talk to boiler rooms. And brain. Okay, I'm gonna tell the story and then I'm gonna sketch. I just totally lost my place. I'm sorry. So my first computer was a bunch of just stuff he had collected from his job over the years. So, you know, a computer tower there and a monitor here and this, that, and the other thing. And it's this old patchwork machine running Windows 95 and it's not connected to the internet, but my parents let me have it because I took an interest in writing and they figured a computer in my room was okay so long as it wasn't online. And they were mostly correct about that, except for once I discovered how much I loved writing, I was awake till 4 a.m. every night, so fuck.
Yeah. Like, if you ask me, the absolute peak of computer systems design is whatever inventory management system video rental stores were using circa 1994.
That remember you forever.
Yeah, just like we peaked there in terms of usability, design, function, aesthetic.
This is gonna be hard. I've never actually done close up on a super mutant's face before. This is gonna be fun.
Well, practice.
Super mutants are basically just big Shreks. It's not too hard.
I've never drawn Shrek either.
I would love to see you just try to like speed run a Shrek from memory right
now.
No,
it'd be terrible.
So one of the things I want to say about how like we're perceived, whether we're perceived as older or younger, one of the things is you're just also a mature voice in the fandom, and so like people are like, oh, you must be old to, you know, and more set in your ways and more mature. That's also a huge factor.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I will say I've been around the block a few times. I'm aged in experience, if you will.
Yeah. See, you say that Lou is old as fuck, but both Laura and I turned 30 in, you know, Laura turns 30 next month. I turned 30 in March.
Yeah, my birthday is August 28th.
So, you say that Lou is old. That's...
Yeah, no, and and one of
My
the
heart.
reasons I'm trying to take the whole month of August off, like we're trying to get guest artists to fill in the whole month of August, and Lou is actually already part of that. She is taking over the very first weekend, so that's very exciting.
Yes.
Oh, that is
I
also
will be drawing. I will be drawing pencil sketches for everyone who wants one on Sketchy Saturday on August 7th and that whole weekend.
that's very exciting. Though
Indeed.
the Loradian has a very good point that 30 is absolutely not old. We are not actually
Oh,
old.
I know I'm not actually old. I'm making fun of myself.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
so
but-
excited to be 30.
Honestly, like at 30, you just don't give a fuck anymore.
I stopped
like,
giving a fuck at 25.
That's true. Plus, I can actually afford things that teenager me like couldn't. Like I can afford to get my hair professionally dyed, bright jewel tones, and I can just do that.
I've been rocking the half and half look for a while, and I love it.
I've thought about that, but I don't think it'll look good with my undercut.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Mhm.
I'm just letting my hair grow out again and seeing how far I can let it get, basically. Okay, this is gonna be fun. Pompadours, oh boy. I don't
Speaking of
actually know
hair,
how the pompadour works, so I'm not like sure how to draw it because I don't know physically how it functions.
It's a lot of air in there. It's a lot of air in there.
Good to know. It's just basically an extended curl.
Basically. Are you familiar with victory curls? They're very
No.
similar.
I am not. I don't know anything about hair.
Okay, fair enough.
This already looks so
Yeah.
silly. Oh god, you guys have made me do the one thing I never do.
Man, it'd be so scary if pompadours were real.
Like Europe. Europe isn't real. That's a joke. That's a subreddit. That's a joke.
Oh my goodness, no, but my mother is probably the most butch person you will ever meet who still identifies as feminine. Um, and that has its own reasons. I can't even begin to speculate. She's a whole nother person. I'm not going to go there. But I grew up with a very, very masculine example, essentially, of what I thought I should be, and was, as a teenager, in active rejection of everything I perceived about myself to be feminine, and that included hair care. I would basically spitefully not bathe because it made me feel girly. That is how insecure I used to be.
Yeah, that's
To be fair, I was 12.
no, like that wasn't a judgment on you. It's a judgment on like misogyny and how it affects people in like really, really weird ways.
Indeed, but no, it's like I look back at my own childhood and it is amazing to realize how much toxic masculinity I actually internalized.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still gonna put the goggles on her because I'm not sure how to like even begin with her eyes.
I've always wondered about the super mutants just because I've never really actually gotten a good look at their faces. What do they have, like some kind of harness that keeps their mouths open? Like that?
When I was playing New Vegas and we got to Jacobstown, hubby asked the same question and I went hunting on like Google and Wikipedia and could not find a single substantive source about why. It was just people speculating.
Yeah,
Like,
it could be
like
just
it
the
looks
design.
like it looks like straps or something, but like
Indeed. And some
why?
people suggested that perhaps some
maybe
part
it is just for
of
the drip.
well, some people have suggested that like some part of the transformation may, like in the bulking up of major muscle groups, possibly weaken minor muscle groups like the ones that control the face. And if your
Oh,
lips are constantly in the way, you're just going to chew them off. So
That's fair.
that is
Interesting.
speculation I saw that I'm like, okay, I don't know how reasonable it is, but it hits the seems legit button, so that's usable in fan
Yeah.
fiction because no one will question it.
Yeah.
Oh god, I
Oh,
got rid of my
that's a good-
guidelines and got lost.
that's a good point. We were just talking about survival mode in Fallout 4, just before Blossom was heading out. And we thought it might be a cool idea to talk about maybe survival and modding in New Vegas, just to tie that all together.
Indeed, and I also wanted to ask about New Vegas mods in general.
Oh, sure. Here's the thing about Fallout New Vegas mods. I have very specific taste in mods, if that makes sense. Like I go out of my way to
everyone
create a
does.
very, very I go out of my way to create a very particular kind of gameplay experience. And also again, this ties into the fact that I'm old and I hate technology. I don't know what people use to like mod their video games anymore. Ever since I first started playing Fallout New Vegas, I've just used the Fallout Mod Manager (FOMM) as my tool for it. And to this day, I still use it, even though I know it's old and busted and sucks. Just because switching to something else would be so much trouble. So whenever I tell people how to mod things, I'm like, don't make my mistake. You need to do something other than what I have trapped myself in.
But it's like, that's part of what keeps me out of modding, is I'm just so intimidated, because like learning any new interface in computers is super hard for me. Like that's what's kept me out of playing the older Fallouts, is I keep bouncing off the UI. And nobody posts like directions with everything in it. They always leave something out. There's always some bit of assumed knowledge that they didn't say that ends up with me being frustrated for an hour, and it sucks.
Like my favorite mods that I like to go for are ones that aren't so much immersion in terms of like realism, because I don't necessarily want something that's super realistic in the way that like Red Dead Redemption 2 is realistic, for example, where it's like you're going to go skin an animal and it's going to take like 5 minutes, and you have to eat very specifically. There's a lot of very, very granular realistic mods where you have to monitor not just hardcore needs like hunger, but nutrition and things like that.
Honestly, if I wanted an experience like that, I'd play Pathologic.
Exactly. Like, and from a systems perspective, I think it's actually very impressive the kind of work people could put into that. But for me, installing a lot of mods that like make hardcore needs matter more, or make limb damage matter more, make it harder to heal.
I do like limb damage mattering more, because like trying to go somewhere with a broken leg, that's fucking stupid.
Exactly. What I go for with these mods is not something necessarily where it's like I want to create a realistic experience. It's I want to create an experience that's going to give me, while I'm playing it, a lot of emergent moment-to-moment goals. The best example I can think of is if I'm just literally trying to get from point A to point B, and I get in a fight in the middle, and I take a lot of damage. If I have fast travel disabled, then I can't just like travel back to Doc Mitchell's and get healed. If caps are very hard to come by and stim packs are very, very expensive, I can use the stim packs I have to heal right now.
But you might need them later.
Right, and I might need them later, and it's an actual urgency. So I could just try to tough it out and just limp to where I need to go on the bet that it's going to be safe. But if I get ambushed again, then it's going to be really difficult. If I need food, then it's like, okay, how close is the nearest food source? Or should I heal now so I can travel and get food later? If I'm taking radiation or something, it's like, how much can I take? Because Rad-X and Radaway are going to be hard to find. Just once you add scarcity, basically, once you add scarcity, the inability, scarcity.
It's all good.
Once you had scarcity and very low carry capacity is another thing I usually do. The combination of scarcity and very low carry capacity will force you to strategize basically every single moment and every single decision you make in the game in a way that is very rewarding to me personally. And in my in-game file with Agnes Sands, she just sucks. She's no fucking skills. She cannot talk to people. But what she can do is pick locks and get into places she's not supposed to. And so what I do is I usually travel with a companion who does all the fighting for me, and it creates this very, very, very satisfying gameplay loop, because my companion's health and ammo do not regenerate. So now it's like my companion's job is to protect me and fight for me, whereas it's my job to get my companion health and ammo. And
it feels more like a cohesive group.
Yeah, it's very cohesive, very satisfying to me. So that's the kind of experience I really go for when modding Fallout New Vegas. Other people, when they mod Fallout New Vegas, want to like punch a legionary and he like flies 30 feet in the air.
Yeah, that's not my
And then they're like
experience.
driving a car down the highway, like, and that's totally fine. I just love
I would like
these really more
motorcycles. I think
grounded
motorcycles should be in New
experiences.
Vegas.
There is a
I-
motorcycle mod, I think, but it's really, really old and buggy
Oh, and
as
I'm sure
hell.
it's jank.
The problem
yeah.
with vehicles in the Bethesda engine is that you can't, you have to have that be a model. Like the railroad or the
Oh, I
subway
know
car
about
you're
I know
in,
about the
in
subway.
3. Yeah, it's just your head. That's your head is the
Mhm.
subway car, and you're inside your own head. It's
Beautiful.
terrible.
Mhm. And like
Psychonauts.
it's a can of worms, so it's like not worth getting into anything else about it. But like the fact that the developers of Fallout: The Frontier actually did manage to make vehicles work in the
Mhm.
Bethesda engine is like a Herculean feat
Oh yeah.
of development.
Oh yeah.
I think there's mods that take those vehicles and add them standalone to the Mojave. But the problem is that just the actual world map of the Mojave is not designed to accommodate those vehicles. So if you
Yeah.
try driving it down a road, like
It's
you're just gonna
yikes.
eat shit.
Yeah.
Though horses exist in the Bethesda
Yeah, like
engine
I've seen
because
some
of
great
Elder Scrolls.
concepts of like irradiated horses, and I want them
Yes.
in my
Mhm.
life.
And that's something I've always wondered. It can't be that hard because it's the same engine. It can't be copy
Well-
paste horses from Oblivion to Fallout, right?
It depends on what kind of specific changes they've made for the game,
Mhm.
because each game requires certain alterations to the base engine, and depending on what they've done, because games are hard. Most games, even AAA games, possibly, especially AAA games, are freaking messes under the hood.
Mhm.
They are horrifying, and
Yeah.
like it may seem like, oh, they're the same engine, just copy paste the horse, but maybe the
Yeah.
horse in Skyrim is using architecture from some other system that doesn't exist, and now you got to build that system, and
Yeah.
maybe that causes some load issues or some crashing issues. It's like even making a tiny change can cascade into 1,000 bugs, and it is
Yep.
scary.
That is absolutely true, and I
Mhm.
wasn't saying that it should be a copy paste. I was just saying that I know they can
sorry,
do it.
sorry. No,
It's just that they have the ability.
I've been so immersed on the industry side for years and years, because extra credits way back in the day got me really interested in like the industry side of games, and I started paying attention to news and articles and so on
Yeah.
on that side of gaming, and just I'm the first person to be like, guys, every time you say just do this in a game engine, you're talking about possibly hundreds of man hours to make your
Oh,
gaming
yeah.
experience 0.2% better. Consider
Mhm.
the idea of diminishing returns, please.
Yeah, and
If I were a game developer, I would simply develop the game without bugs or errors.
I don't know about you, but
Either.
I'm different.
Yeah, I'm
Good to you,
different.
but I'm different.
God, that fucking meme. Like
Good
every time someone like posts that genuinely, I'm just like, you realize it's supposed to be sarcastic, right?
Like, rip to you, but I'm different.
Drives me nuts. Like, nothing against people who don't always catch sarcasm, because I don't always catch sarcasm. It's like it flies over my head all the time, but sometimes I worry about people just a little bit. But that's my inner mom. Every space I've ever been in, I've always adapt into eventually a fandom parent, and despite embracing myself as non-binary, that is one gendered term I still hold on to, because I think it's true, is that I do a lot of mothering, in that I do a lot of caring for people.
I found it freeing as a non-binary person to pick and choose which gendered language I want and I don't.
Mhm.
Like, I don't mind being called a mom, but there's other gendered languages that or gendered words that I don't want, and that's really neat, is that I can pick and choose which ones I want to use for myself.
Indeed, and
Yeah.
I have a friend right now who they are non-binary, and they gave birth to their first child a couple of years ago, and they're pregnant again, and so happy for them, so excited, and they're raising their children non-binary, so they are not assigning any gendered language to the kids until they're old enough to say which they prefer.
Right.
Mhm.
I do appreciate that. I
Indeed.
really do.
And their first kid is so freaking cute. I can't even. So much hair, so curly. 2-year-olds should not have that much hair. I think that kid has more hair than I do. Oh my god, teeth. Teeth. I think I'm doing okay on the mouth though. Like, I was worried this would look really weird, but I think it's coming out okay.
But somebody brought up hair mods. I collect hair mods. I have ever like for Fallout 4, I have every single hair mod that is on the Nexus, plus a bunch that aren't.
I love a lot of like character customization enhancers, especially like
Mhm.
hairstyle mods, just because
Mhm.
like who doesn't want more options?
Mhm.
But I have a personal strong dislike of like a lot of hair mods that are just like
Barbie hair.
yeah, like for lack of a better term, like Barbie anime,
But
like
you know,
Bratz doll hair.
but someone out there finds that incredibly empowering. That, oh hey, the thing I really like is
Like it's just
represented. So
mhm,
Um, so I actually have those mods, and I use them for characters for whom like they would go out of their way in the
mhm,
wasteland to make sure that their hair looks nice.
mhm,
The like it's one of those things where it's a character thing where like,
Indeed.
oh, their hair looks nice. They had to put effort into doing that.
Mhm.
mhm. I do wish that like there was like in like Fallout New Vegas especially, I do wish there was just like, hairstyles in general because there's really not a lot, and especially when it comes to like fancy and formal hairstyles, because the class divide between the Strip and the rest of the Mojave is like such an explicit theme
Mhm.
Oh
of
yeah.
the game, and I do just kind of wish that was like more represented visually, especially in a lot of character design.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I do wish more clothes on the strip had been clean. I really
Mhm.
do. They
Mhm.
kept the same dirty clothes, and I wish they had been clean and maybe even stylistically different to show
Mhm.
that they're made currently and like very high quality
Yeah.
compared to old
Meanwhile, the
clothes.
people out in
Mhm.
Freeside still scavenging. If they're stuck in different styles, it suggests that, oh, style moved on, and these people are still stuck in hand-me-downs.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
I think the face is turning out alright.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
It's a little big, but I need to practice big more often anyway.
God, I just realized I don't think I've ever drawn a super mutant at all yet. Because
Exactly.
like
This is
it's
I
not yeah, it's not like any have come up in it's not like any have come up in Akroa, so I just haven't had a reason.
Indeed. I've done a super mutant once, and it was for Sketchy Saturday. Someone requested strong for the very first quote prompt we did with the quote not funny. I had him with a one of those big cement rebar hammers, smashing it down, just being really pissed off about something. No idea what, but
It makes me very happy that like someone just remembered strong.
Indeed,
Yes.
and I want to draw him more often. It's just it's I barely ever have time to do anything that's outside of Sketchy Saturday because of the
Mhm,
necessary rest time after every event. So it's
mhm,
we have the Thursday beforehand, so I'm worrying about the prompt all darn day. So I'm not doing anything besides that on that day, and then you get to the actual event itself, and then for the 2 days after that, I am not a person. I am the
mhm.
equivalent of Jello. And if we watch that one guy who keeps making vintage recipes, Jello's just a bad time.
God, I'm going to make a Fallout 4 OC who's just an even bigger super mutant, and his name is Stronger.
Oh god.
Love it.
Okay, I think that counts as a pompadour. Like,
I do
Yeah,
agree
it's
that
good.
Strong was given the short end of the stick in
oh
the
yeah,
game, but
he
in
did not
Fallout
get
4,
nearly as much character as he deserved.
so
I
many
do have
characters in 4 just got the short end of the stick, but
Indeed, and that makes me sad, but that's what fan fiction is for. That means we get to have more fun on our side of it.
exactly.
I do have a limited knowledge of Fallout 4, but Strong is for all intents and purposes. He's basically just like, what if the Incredible Hulk was your companion, right?
Basically,
Uh,
basically.
yeah.
And that's like not bad. That's not a bad shtick.
Oh
But
god.
like, they
I
should
No,
know
it's not that.
if I were writing Fallout 4, it'd be more like, what if Heavy Weapons Guy Team Fortress 2 was your companion?
Yes.
That's a super mutant I would like to see.
Yes.
I'd
Like
be
I
into that.
like I like the milk of human kindness thing where like he misunderstands Shakespeare, but I do kind of wish that was more like the Heavy from Team Fortress 2. You are
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Because like Heavy Weapons Guy Team Fortress 2, he has a degree in Russian literature canonically.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I would love to see Strong like with a Russian accent. That'd be amazing. For
I'd
no
be
reason,
into it.
mind.
Though, except my brain goes straight to Zangief from Wreck-It Ralph.
I mean, that would also be great.
You are a bad guy, but this does not mean you are a bad guy.
Fox from Fallout 3 is also very cool, and a
Mhm.
behemoth companion that sounds like that would be the stronger. That sounds like that would be stronger as a behemoth.
The Behemoth companion, like that'd be super cool. Like I'm just imagining an in-game mechanic where it's like he has to wait outside of every building you go in because he just literally is not going to.
And then you come back and there's like a 1 in 3 chance that someone has happened by, depending on how densely populated it is, and you have to talk them down from attacking your companion because he's just huge and they're scared.
Yeah.
We do.
Like, that would actually make a lot of charisma builds super viable, because then you would have the
shit,
ability
yeah.
to reliably travel around with a seriously overpowered companion, probably because you're underpowered.
Oh my god, it's like there's this Frankenstein movie from the 1970s where Clancy Brown plays Frankenstein's monster actually, and he joins the traveling circus with like this short guy who he does a trapeze act with, and I'm just imagining like this is the sole survivor and their behemoth companion. It's Frankenstein's monster, and I think his name was like
This
I'm
is
not gonna try to
terrible,
remember
I
this.
feel
Never
bad
mind.
about
This
this.
is such a niche reference. I'm not going to try to remember the name of a character from a 1970s Frankenstein movie for you.
Oh god, I feel terrible about this, but it's happening.
We did get a comment on Behemoth Lily. Giant grandma will smother you with love.
Indeed.
Aw.
And also Behemoth being called strongest instead of stronger. So they're strong, a slightly bigger super mutant named Stronger, and then a behemoth named Strongest.
I love it. Love you, nerds. Alright, and then... So
Big
the
sneaky.
hair is accented.
That's a good point, because
Kinda.
Lily is a nightkin, not
Indeed,
a
yeah,
proper
she-
super mutant.
She's stealthy.
So behemoth, but stealthy.
Dude,
Laura, is this how
I'm
you
all
like
into it.
color your stuff? Do you just color it in this way and erase it around the edges?
Sometimes this is kind of my quick and dirty way of doing it. I have a cleaner way if I'm going to like get into backgrounding and stuff, but I'm just keeping this one simple.
Gotcha. I've
Yeah.
been doing more experiments where I basically scan in my pencils and then just color under my pencils, like that's the line art, and I just do something similar, which is why I was like, oh shit, cool, neat.
Indeed. The
Quick and
main-
dirty, definitely the way to describe.
Indeed, yeah. The main method these days that usually happens is I will do the line art over the really, really rough sketch. And rough sketch, that's like the 10-second gesture drawing type thing. And then after that, I will use the kind of magic wand tool at maybe 32% resistance to create a white backing to the sketch. And then I'll work on top of that so that I can have a separate background without interfering with any overlay, multiply, or any other shortcuts I'm taking.
I'm just loving this right now because now it just looks like Lily takes really good care of her teeth.
I know, right? Just give me a second. Just getting a few basic things in there. Alright. Make that a little bigger.
But like, I do wish they would do more with super mutants besides making them just like dumb and like, because they were dumb in the original game.
They
besides
don't
a
need to be
handful.
orcs. They don't need to be orcs.
Yeah, and I get that they were dumb in the original games, but I wish they like did more with them because like in Fallout 3, someone pointed out that or not Fallout 3 in. No, I guess it would be Fallout 3. They're having their own No, I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm getting my games mixed up. In Fallout 1, they're having their own Fallout 3 moment where someone has to go out into the wasteland and like fix their shit.
And oh shit, we have to
it's
cooperate with
very
people.
Yes, I
it's
think
very interesting that they're their own society.
we might be thinking of the same thing. I think it was an essay, like a video essay by many a true nerd about Fallout 3 being better.
Yeah.
And you think that was about how the
Fallout
super
3 Better Than You Think was the response to the, well, many people cited as a response to H-Bomber Guy's Fallout 3 is garbage, which is still a good video. I know he chose a really clickbaity title, but it is a good video. It has valid points. I disagree with him on some things, but that video is what got me interested enough in the various older Fallouts to actually stick around in the universe and make a blog. So y'all can complain about H-Bomb all you want, but he's part of the reason I'm here, so...
For better or worse, that was how I got into Fallout New Vegas as well. And that video does have one really good, unimpeachable point to me, which is the point about the compass. But Fallout New Vegas also has a compass, which is why every single fucking Bethesda game I ever install, the very first mod is something to remove the fucking compass waypoints.
Indeed. And like, to me, it's an accessibility thing. I feel the compass should be available for people who need it, because I am one of those people who bounces right off UI and sometimes needs some hand-holding. And if it's something I could turn off piece by piece, that is something I would love as an accessibility thing. Like, you can turn the compass on or off, or you can turn quest markers on and off, that you can do that piecemeal. That would be a great accessibility tool without forcing everyone to play on this same lower level, and therefore basically discouraging further mental investment, so that it's worthwhile putting all those little details in environment, because you need to design for a player to be paying attention if you're going to include that stuff.
Exactly.
And so to me, it's an accessibility thing.
And I fully agree. And I really do wish that a lot of HUD was configurable in general. Like, there's another mod I have that, one, disables automatic reloading between weapons, either when you run out of ammo or switch weapons. And two, if you try to fire your gun without ammo in it, it makes a dry click sound, which is very satisfying.
Oh, that does sound satisfying.
If I'm really in the mood to like give myself a heart attack and like do my best like Dirty Harry roleplay, basically, I turn off the part of the HUD that shows me how much ammo I have. So I just have to. So if I have like a submachine gun or something, it's like, okay, I have 30 bullets in here. I need to know how much that is, because there's nothing worse than like you start firing at like a ghoul charging at you or something, and you get maybe 4 bullets out, and then it's just
and then click. Yep.
And
that is
like
horror.
Obviously, so horrifying. It's so good. I live for that. The adrenaline is incomparable. But I'm sorry to like go back, but the reason I brought up that video is because I think we were thinking about the same thing.
Absolutely.
Where in the Fallout 3 video, Many a True Nerd, he talks about how the super mutants in Fallout 3, they have the same exact problem that you, the player character, had in Fallout 1, which is you need to find the thing to keep your society going.
And it recognizes that we all kind of run into the same problems. Like, every single group has to worry about the same things eventually, you know? How are you going to eat? How are you going to get potable water? How are you going to find a place to live where people will leave you alone?
Exactly. And like, super mutants deserve to be left alone just like anyone else does.
Oh yeah, exactly. They are sentient beings. They deserve their right to determination.
Yeah. And like, I understand why, especially as the games moved into being first-person shooters, why they made the like ghouls are zombies and super are orcs decision. It's just, and I talk about this a lot usually when I talk about the powder gangers or the fiends in Fallout New Vegas, which is that from a game design perspective, if this is a game with combat, you need to populate the world with enemies.
See, and I actually disagree. Like, I understand, like, that's general game design knowledge, but I disagree. I feel you only need to have, like, a designated mob race, essentially, if you want to design a game to be played endlessly in a single save. You only need endless enemies if you are designing a game to be inexhaustible. But I would argue that
right. I'm agreeing with you there. When I say that like this is the when I say like this is the like from a game design perspective, I mean like that's like the industry dogma or what
okay,
what they
okay,
were
okay.
going for
Okay,
basically.
I see. Okay, I get you. Sorry.
Because like with the powder gangers, it's like I've written before about how it's kind of not great that like the laborers are the like cartoonish bad guys of the first act of the game.
I know, right?
But
Like, what the fuck?
they want there to be something for you to shoot at on your way to Prim, and they want there to be, and they want you to get to Nipton and see these bad guys strung up on crucifixes, and then you're like, oh shit, here's the real bad guys. And it's the same thing with the fiends, who are like, just hey, here's some people who are addicted to drugs and are invariably hostile shoot on sight and are absolute like almost subhuman monsters in terms of the way the game treats them.
Ick.
And the reason that they exist mechanically is so that you can't enter Vegas from the west at the beginning of the game.
Indeed, it's like I feel that could be also accomplished by things that don't scream in English or in human language at all.
I think so often about this one line Corporal Betsy has where she's like, you see through your scope some like pretty little blonde junkie so drugged out she doesn't even know what she's doing, and you almost feel a pang of regret. Almost. And it's a very good character line from Betsy, so revealing of like the NCR and her, and it's one of those moments that you just wish would like explode into so many more moments throughout the game. Like at the very least, like if you're going to make the fiends this like just pseudo faction, like you should have been able to like do like quests and stuff with them or something, as opposed to them just being this mob that you shoot.
Well, and also to me, it like with the powder gangers as well, it's they give you that first early choice so that Goodsprings is essentially a microcosm of the entire game. Is you have a conflict and then you have two sides and they both have things they want, and you can gather as many resources as you can to make that fight easier or harder, and that is very much what is happening with the dam in the larger plot of the game, and so it's a great microcosm, but it feels like a false choice because if you try and side with the powder gangers, there's no good reason to other than I wanted to be a dick.
I think that what they should have done was they should have made the town of Goodsprings
more suspicious.
Somehow. I think they should have made the town of Goodsprings somehow complicit or like possibly some kind of trading partner with the NCRCF.
I feel like a lot of could have been accomplished also. Like that's one angle, but another way is if Goodsprings hadn't been quite so friendly. If maybe they were a little sus of you.
Yeah, because it's like, why would you join these guys to kill everyone in Goodsprings, like, unless you are just cartoonishly evil for no reason?
All right, we have a Lily dressed as a king, and it looks very silly. Here we are.
It does.
I'm so glad for her.
Yes, so proud of her.
I don't usually do silly drawings.
Do you think Lily knows who Elvis is? Like the real Elvis?
Depending on whether or not she's had her meds that day.
Because the Raddest Cowboy has a really funny comic about how.
Oh yeah, no, I love it. I love it. Just him sitting there.
No one's gonna tell him.
Nobody's gonna tell him. Oh my god, I fucking love it. Okay, and then we bring that down. So I got my little signature on there. Yay! I can put that on the other corner. I don't need to put that on top of her. I can put that over there. Boop. Beautiful. Okay, we have another request finished. That's 3.
Yes.
And it's not a postage stamp this time.
So, while you are taking your next break, maybe this might be a good opportunity for Lou to talk about the comic a little bit.
Indeed, and actually this break specifically is my lunch break. I am going to be gone for a bit longer this time, so Lou, you have the floor until I am back.
Oh, sick. Sure. I guess I can just do Q&A about my comic, I guess, if you want to just know anything about it. I don't really have anything prepared to like explain. But for those who are unfamiliar, just in case, I am the artist and writer of a Fallout New Vegas called It Keeps Right On a Hurtin', which is about my Courier 6, Agnes Sands, who's an older trans woman who just sucks shit, blows chunks, has no skills, can't do things, bad at stuff. Um, and I love her for all of this, because it's very much about the way that someone who is so not quite like the protagonist mold, very much not like the video game RPG protagonist, just about how that kind of person can get embroiled in such a large stakes plot nonetheless. And that is currently at 16 issues. It has been on hiatus since May 15th because I've been writing volume 3, one which I finished the script for, and I've been working with guest artists for the next several issues and making sure they have enough time to get those done. And it keeps turning on a hurtin'. We'll be coming back soon, TM, in the near future. It is back in production. I just can't give you an exact date when the next new issue is coming out. But it is like getting drawn. It is getting drawn. There was just like stuff that came up that delayed it, but it's coming. Thank you all for your patience and for enjoying my fun comic. And thank you all for just like yelling in approval for Agnes in the comments and stuff. You all make my day. I'm really glad people like Agnes. I never in my life when I created her or started this comic expected people to love her so much, because I really did make it just for myself.
No, one of the things I really appreciate about Agnes is that it's very like a realistic form of transitioning, and not only transitioning, but transitioning in the wasteland where you don't have any of these modern conveniences. I love that. And I know that's one of your points of view, is that like that's what you value in trans representation. And I just think that's really neat because not a lot of people do that, especially like myself as a trans person. I prefer the power fantasy of, oh, I just get to be what I am in my head. And I appreciate that we have a representation of someone who is doing their best with what they have instead.
Thank you. I really genuinely appreciate that. And I talk about this a lot, and every time I have to disclaimer it and say that if someone does enjoy more of an escapist or utopian or power fantasy of very easy, accessible, ideal transition in a work of fiction or in a character, that's their prerogative, and they can get that if they want. I'm not going to slap it out of your hands or anything. I literally can't do that.
There's
but
also,
for me, go ahead.
There's also plenty of media where that already exists.
Right. It's for me, like I made Agnes as the kind of representation that I wanted and the kind of character that I wanted, because of a more, like it is a more limited and restrictive form of transition in this fiction, because that is the form of transition that I have access to. The most popular issue of the comic, and the one that means the most to me personally, is the Searchlight issue, in which Agnes runs into the irradiated town of Searchlight, because before it got bombed, that was where she picked up her hormone prescriptions. And due to, in my theory of the canon, hormones can be very inefficiently synthesized from autodocs, from biosamples. Like you take someone's blood, you can strain out estrogen or testosterone from it.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you real fast? Hulk, thank you so much for joining us. I know you have to head out. Thank you so much for being an amazing mod. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Hulk. I love you.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that while they were leaving, and so we got a chance to say goodbye to them. All right, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Hi, Hulk. No worries. But yeah, the Searchlight issue, Agnes runs into it because in my canon, hormones are synthesized very inefficiently through autodocs, so they tend to have to be rationed or offered in small. Agnes runs into Searchlight, risking her life in radiation and ghouls, because if she can find hormones in there, she is set. And for the first time, she will have a stable, large supply of hormones and won't have to worry about it again. And very coincidentally, when I was writing that issue and later when I was collaborating with the guest artist on that issue, both of those times, months apart, I was temporarily off of hormones because my pharmacy fucked it up and couldn't get them to me in time. And so
Oh, I see what Laura's doing.
Yeah, I gotcha. And so when I wrote that issue, and every time I think about it, every time I go through some bullshit trans medical bureaucracy, I think to myself, if I could possibly secure hormones for basically the rest of my life and running into the town of Searchlight with a submachine gun in a duffel bag, would I take that risk? And it's a very meaningful question to me. And the fact that it has resonated with so many other people, that sense of desperation and need, and what exactly you would do to secure this treatment for yourself when it's so hard otherwise, the fact that it has actually resonated that much with other people has meant a lot to me emotionally as a trans artist making art about trans people.
Oh no, that makes complete sense. And that's actually the point of view that I go with my characters. Like, I was talking about the hair mods earlier. What would that person do to be able to maintain that hair? And if it means going into something like a wholly irradiated town and fighting ghouls, that might be their, like, they might have to do that. And I find that so fascinating, whether a character is trans or not, is what motivates them to do drastic things.
Exactly. And like, I understand that, like, in the setting of Fallout, like, you can like there is like the big MT, or there are auto docs, and people can argue that, like, well, an auto doc can just perform like any surgery. It can trans your gender, it can rearrange your face, it can do anything. And like, I mean, like, even in Dead Money, which is my favorite DLC, auto docs have the ability to just restructure your entire vocal cords so you sound exactly like Vera Keys. But like, but I think I'm allowed to be selective as a fan artist about what I want Autodoc to do. And I think in general, I take a more low-tech approach to the Fallout setting. Like the Brotherhood of Steel, for example, has very barely been mentioned in It Keeps Her Down a Hurtin', because the idea of power armor and energy weapons in general, that is still something that's almost like reverent in my idea of the Wasteland. That is the idea where, like, if you see some energy weapons, that's like seeing something really rare and powerful.
No, and that makes complete sense. And of course, as like the artist, as the writer, you're allowed to pick and choose what you want in your story, what fits your narrative, what fits your themes. And that's what's amazing about writing and amazing about fanfic.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the reason that you can't, like, just trans your gender immediately from an autodoc and It Keeps Her Down a Hurtin' is because, as the writer, I don't want that to happen, and that's basically as deep as it goes.
No, and that's fair. My point of view of the autodocs is that, like, yeah, it can do the surgery, but like, there's complications with surgery, just like there's complications with surgery now.
Yeah, like, I literally got surgery last week. I got a tracheal shave. They cut open my throat and shaved down the cartilage on my Adam's apple. And like, that's a very, very simple surgery, but like, it's not the kind of thing where it's just like totally without complications. Like, I've been on and off painkillers and stuff. I've had to take a lot of antibiotics.
How are you talking right now? I feel so bad.
I didn't get like Christine Royst or some shit. I mean, I kind of wanted to. That scar would have been sick. It's just it wasn't at all like a strain on my voice. Although first few days it was a much deeper affect. It was kind of hard. I was a little scratchy, but I'm fine now. Don't worry.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Because I know surgery is terrible. Because one of the things we were talking about a little while ago when we were talking, because like half of us are participating are trans, like a good half of us are trans. And so like we were making jokes about like, oh, uterus and chest or breast like donations. Where I'll take your chest. I'm good. I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that would be amazing, but like it's not functional and not reasonable.
Right.
Also, yes, we absolutely should get Veronica and Christine back together, and it is a lost lost opportunity that they didn't make that happen. Sorry. Someone brought it up in chat, and I was like, no, you were right, and you should say it. No
worries. Someone asked me a while ago, very facetiously in chat, why I tag things IKYMI for in case you missed it, and it's because I can't spell. That's it.
Yeah, I've been writing for 20 years and I still can't spell.
I just hate how like it looks regularly. Like I see YMI, I hate it. It doesn't look right to me. Does chat have any other like just questions or comments about the comic? Because like it's really just like open platform. I can just like try to talk about it openly, but it's anything.
Yeah, it's hard to know what to talk about because you're like, I'm so ingrained in it. Like, what's not obvious? What's obvious? I don't know. What do people even want to hear about it?
I can say just like some fun facts about it because I fairly recently completed the entire outline of the series that keeps it on a curtain.
Nice.
This comic will be exactly 100 issues, which makes me very happy because that's a cool round number. And it will total 8. It will span across 8 volumes, and of course, we're only on issue 16 in volume 2. So hopefully, I can get this done before like the heat death of the universe. But it's something I'm very excited for. There's probably going to be an art style shift. There's definitely an art style shift for volume 3, which is the Dead Money arc, because I've been doing it look like Sierra Madre. And then I think from volume 4 onwards, I might skip inking and just do my like pencil scratchy style. I'm very excited to see how that goes, just because mostly because the pencil style is faster, and I want to get this done before the heat death of the universe.
So we do have a question from chat.
Yes.
How did you come up with Agnes? Like, how did you come up with the ideas, and especially the pink hair?
Yes. Okay. So this goes back to when I first started. I keep saying first started. This goes back to when I re-entered my interest in Fallout New Vegas in about a year ago. So that, God, I'm just trying to figure out timetables because it was when I was working on my thesis and I was playing Fallout New Vegas at the time because I was distracted. And I just wanted to play it. I made a character who was basically just a self-insert. It looked like me, built it sort of just like act like me, stealth sniper build, because that's just like the thing that's like most fun to me, as it is most of the time. But I got about to Novak in that playthrough, and then I realized, well, I just want to like, without some character, I'm lacking like role play, and role play like guides my gameplay. So I was just getting listless. So I downloaded this mod that let me do a full respec. I go back to Doc Mitchell's house, I activate the Vidomatic, and I just rebuild my character from the ground up. And this is where Agnes was created, because I basically reverse engineered her from the playstyle that I particularly wanted to have. My favorite skill in the game is medicine, because I have a mod called the MedTech Trauma Kit. That requires a high medicine skill to use. And again, crippled limbs being a really big deal is very important to me, just for really fun gameplay. So I was like, all right, she has to be a surgeon. And then I also like picking locks and being kind of sneaky. So I'm like, all right, she has to have some kind of history picking locks. Somehow she learned how to do that. I have to for why she'd be really good at picking locks, sneaking around places. I didn't want her to be good at speech, just because like I'd already done like a super high speech build. I didn't want to just do that kind of game again.
Well, that's also the easiest way to break New Vegas is to
exactly.
High speech.
And I wanted, what else did I want her to be? And then I just wanted her to be very average at most other things, and not very, I wanted her to be very good at medicine and lockpick, very average at other things, below average at combat, and just shithouse at people skills. And so I created this idea of like, all right, here is this person who has surgical knowledge, who was a trauma surgeon and field surgeon with the NCR for a very brief enlistment period, as alluded to in the issue with Ranger Ghost. And has some kind of sketchy criminal history, as alluded to in the issue where she's talking to a guy in Novak about the singer Bruce Isaac, where she's talking to Bruce Isaac. She worked with the Bishops in New Reno for a while, and and then of course, in order for her to have these really shitty people skills, I was like, I think I want to make someone who is just not conventionally attractive. And I actually didn't intend for her to be trans at first, and then I just made her trans because fuck it, why wouldn't I? And the combination of that made me decide I want to make a trans woman who doesn't pass, because that was a character that's just a character I never fucking see goddamn anywhere in anything.
And I think that's amazing. Like, passing should not be the standard. Like, I understand that it is a concept that is important to have.
Right.
But
It's a
that
very
shouldn't be the gold
important
standard.
concept. Yes. And passing isn't something I do with like a moral judgment. Passing can be very, very important to people for literally just basic safety. And again, the
Precisely.
whole risk that Agnes is put at for not passing is part of her character and the way she navigates through the world.
So Darling Leach said that they headcanon her as a trans lesbian. How do you feel about that?
I personally, it's just a weird question to ask because, like, I mean, that's really lovely. I just personally don't, but I don't want to say that like I'm like no-anding you or shaking it down. I'm just very picky and discerning. I'm very picky and discerning about my own, like, this character is trans or this character is not or whatever.
It's like you'll come up with that if it comes up in story, and if it doesn't come up in story, you're just not gonna like make that a canon part of her character.
Yeah, and also, like, again, this is something that kind of also ties into her like not passing being part of how she navigates through the world. There's very few other trans characters that Agnes like interacts with, because her being lonely as a trans person is also, again, just part of her just sort of navigation through the world, and it's very sad.
I misread and misunderstood. They were talking about Ranger Ghost being a trans lesbian. My mistake. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, that's what I interpreted. Ranger Ghost.
Gotcha.
That's what I said. You are entitled to think that. I think she's.
No. Yeah, I just misread and misunderstood.
Yes.
I'm sorry. My bad.
No worries. But yeah, I write Agnes as not knowing or not encountering very many other trans people because it reminds me of very early in my own transition when I lacked a lot of that social network, and it's just me putting all that sadness into this character, as we're all want to do with our sad little fictional guys.
What I think is really fun about any character who has like colored hair, brightly colored hair, my courier actually makes hair dye. Like, that's one of the things. Like, she makes cosmetics, she makes makeup, she makes hair dye. And so every character, like every courier I see that has colored hair, I'm like, ha, you got that from my character. Even though they didn't really.
And I'm so sorry I got distracted. I was going to answer Red Menace on how I came up with the pink hair, because it's the funniest, simplest thing ever. In that original self-insert file, I have boy pink because I like it. And while designing Agnes, while I had my original self-insert file, I had a mod that just makes the Pip-Boy pink, and I look just because I like it. And while designing Agnes, I'm like, I think it would be very aesthetically pleasing if the hair and the Pip-Boy matched, and I was right. Like, that's literally it. And then I came up with, she just has like this atomic strength pre-war hair dye at home that she uses.
Yeah, I wanted a character who did stuff with science, and I just thought it'd be fun if it was makeup, because it's science, but it's also like completely superfluous. But also, the strip is going to pay bank caps for access to these cosmetics.
Yeah, absolutely. I imagine makeup as like a status signifier would be absolutely huge in the strip, especially again.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I wish there was more like aesthetic design in that class divide between strip and Mojave. God, what else was it about Agnes? Oh yeah, the facial scars is another aspect of her. They're very specific, and I later came up with that she got them from a childhood incident where, as a child, she lockpicked into a pre-war bunker, and there was there that sliced her face open, and you can read about how that happened in my fanfic Scar Tissue, which is on AO3 as Sans Woman. It is in my pinned post on my Tumblr. But that particular scar pattern that she has, it literally is just one-to-one a facial scar that is part of a mod that adds facial scars to characters. Like,
that's fair.
Agnes literally looks almost one-to-one exactly how she looks in the in-game file, because so much of her character is just reverse engineered from that, instead of me writing a character and then making her in-game.
That is one of my favorite ways to build characters, is like, oh, what do they look like? Now, why do they look like that?
Mm-hmm.
That is a fun way to make characters.
Yeah, and it was a really, really fun experiment in the character creator, like stretching out all of those like facial sliders to like basically, because obviously every game is going to have the male body model and the female body model. So seeing just how far I can stretch that like jaw slider or something to get something that looks like me basically is a fun challenge every time.
It really is. That's why I love stuff like looks menu, where I can just save a preset. I do it once and then I save it. So I can reuse it later.
Yeah. Anything else? We're still waiting for Laura to get back.
Yeah, Laura's at lunch. Is there any more questions about Agnes or the comic while we are still waiting for Laura to come back?
Because I can hang out for like, yeah, I'm here for like another like 50 minutes still.
Yeah, we're still waiting for but blah 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 words. I'm sorry, I'm still waking up, even though I've been up since like 6 a.m. my time.
No, it's all right. I woke up at 4 hours ago because I went out with some friends last night and we got like stranded downtown for like 40 minutes at 3 a.m. because all the 24-hour buses that I thought ran 24 hours don't run 24 hours anymore. They changed that during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Oh no.
So it was hell.
Oh no, that sounds awful.
Yeah, it sucked. It was miserable, but I'm all right now. You should read my comics, Leech. I think you'll like them. I'm sorry. I don't mean for that to sound like I'm like bullying you. I'm just like actually just like joking. Like, I think you'd like them.
Especially if you like, trans characters like this. It's really, really interesting. And I do think it is a shame that a lot of people like are so violently against the idea of having to deal with like the realities of being trans in fiction, that they're like so willing to like send hate about it. Oh, we got a Laura in the chat.
Hey, Laura. But yeah, I agree with you fully. I remember after the Searchlight issue came out, some people brought some things to my attention that people were calling it, people were criticizing my work as a, quote, trans suffering narrative. And as I mentioned earlier, really off my own hormones at the time of making that comic, because the pharmacy kept fucking me around. So the idea of like criticizing and saying it's a bad thing for me to depict this as quote unquote trans suffering was so violently insulting to me personally, because it's like just like fuck you, unless you're gonna like unfuck the pharmacy for me. I don't want you to tell me what I can and can't make fucking comics about, basically.
Like so what if it's trans suffering? We suffer. Suffer.
Yeah, and also my favorite thing about Agnes is like she is indeed a suffering trans, but like her being trans is like not even a top 5 thing that she's suffering for. She has a lot of other problems.
Yeah, like are we not allowed to put our characters through bad things? Like what's the criticism here? What is the criticism? Or
I just love making up guys and giving them problems. This is just how I roll.
And I'm really glad that we have representations of not passing, because like part of the stigma is that in media we only see passing trans people. We only see especially in like movies and stuff, like Laverne Cox is amazing. She's awesome.
Yeah.
But she is passing. And I would love to see more non-passing trans people in media.
I saw a tweet one time that I think about all of the time. That says the tweet is like, it's incredible how in the span of like exactly 18 months at some point in the 2010s, we went from every single trans woman being played by a man in a dress to being played by a literal supermodel.
Yeah. And like, and I wish there was both.
Right. And it's why I'm really excited for stuff like there's this book that I read. I got an early access copy of it. Ooh, it's so good. It's called Manhunt by Gretchen Felker Martin.
Ooh.
And it is about, and learning about this book at the process it was being written was an immense inspiration for It Keeps Her Down a Hurtin'. And Manhunt is one of those gender apocalypse novels where like, oh no, all the men died, now it's only women. But it's written by a trans woman, and the plot basically is that there is a plague to where if your body possesses a testosterone, you become receptible to this virus that turns you into this monstrous, feral, murderous monster thing. And so the landscape is now inherited by these monsters that were formerly men, as well as trans women who are basically scavenging unprocessed estrogen from the bodies of these men by hunting them. And scavenging the estrogen from their bodies. And then there's these pockets of cis men. There are trans men in this setting and trans masculine people who have had to deal with the fallout of no longer being able to take testosterone. And the trans masculine characters are written so well in this book, but the book is also very much about how there's this like roving of TERFs trying to track down the last of the trans women because they're liabilities. And reading this book is so excellent and cathartic.
I'm gonna have to write down this title because that sounds like
it is a it is a very violent, graphic, gruesome horror novel. I do not recommend it lightly if you're someone of delicate constitution or triggered very easily by graphic depictions of things. But I very greatly enjoyed it. But the reason that I bring, I was just going to say the reason I bring it up is because the two main characters in it, or the two main trans women characters, are named Fran and Beth. And Fran is a very beautiful trans woman, and Beth is non-passing. And in this particular apocalypse, it's like both of them are at risk, both of them are in danger. Fran, who passes, has much different problems than Beth, who does not pass. And Gretchen Felker Martin has this incredible way of just connecting people's appearances to the actual way they live in the world. And that, again, is such a huge inspiration on the way that I wrote It Keeps Her Down a Hurtin'.
And that is a good point where, like, regardless of whether or not we're trans, how we appear really does affect how we live in the world. It really does.
Exactly.
And
go ahead.
So examining that through the lens of a trans person through fiction is a great way to show it because it's an easy way to show it.
Exactly. I have a post that went like super viral where someone asked me like, do you have any advice on character design? And I just told them to watch The Sopranos. And then I like elaborated on it, and I just wrote this post about like, here's why it's really important to learn how to draw and design regular guys and regular people and just normal looking people, because if your story is entirely populated by people who look like supermodels, or if just everyone in your world is just pretty, it to me it just feels alienating and like unreal, and of just any kind of media in which people just have really important appearances.
No, that is completely true.
And I'm like cautious about the Sopranos prequel, Faye Fox, like, because I read because they have James Gandolfini's son playing young Tony Soprano, and I read that James Gandolfini's son had literally never even seen The Sopranos when they cast him, so he like watched all of it after they cast him, which I think is so funny.
I'm surprised that the actor's own son hasn't seen it. Well, I guess that could be jarring, seeing a parent like acting in a wholly different role. I can see how that, especially for a younger child, that could almost be like almost traumatic. So that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, that was me just like endorsing. Again, the book is called Manhunt by Gretchen Felker Martin, and it is due out in February 2022. Again, very heavy, graphic, violent horror novel. So use your own discretion if you look into it, but I greatly enjoyed it.
This is entirely a joke, but it's like, oh, we should have an Artists of the Apocalypse book club. I don't know if we have time for that.
Yeah. Anything else that's just like on the trans agenda?
Yeah,
Basically.
anything else on the trans agenda?
Lou, I have something to confess
Oh,
to you,
shit, who's
actually.
here?
That's Red.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Hi.
I have something to confess to you.
Hi. What's up?
I am the Pine Nuts Anon.
Oh my fuck. Are you for real?
I just really like pine nuts, okay?
I mean, well, I'm glad you like pine nuts. I don't. Thank you for confessing.
I just needed to get that off my chest.
I appreciate your honesty. You know what? I'll go out later when I go grocery shopping. I'll buy some pine. See how
You'll
I
buy-
like them. It's been a while.
Appreciate it.
Of course, I'll
Did
do
you
this
just-
for you.
Did you just find out who Pine Nuts
Yeah,
was?
I just found out who Pine Nuts Anon is. My husband
Damn.
just asked me, "Did you just find out who Pine Nuts Anon is?"
Congratulations. The mystery is solved.
God. To answer Darling Leach's question about what Agnes's favorite color is, her favorite color is in fact the pink of her hair. As some from Agnes's perspective, as someone who isn't very pretty and doesn't pass and generally has a hard time embodying femininity in a confident way, the pink of her pit boy and her hair is something that she takes a lot of actual genuine comfort and euphoria in. Just a little something to insulate her. And I really do mean that sincerely. Like, I think about my own appearance sometimes and the random bullshit that like I take a lot of comfort in. Like every time I wear a turtleneck sweater, I'm just like, this is peak femininity to me. It is just, for some reason, turtlenecks really just empower me that way.
That's funny. Because Steve Jobs is known for his turtleneck, so
Wow.
Trans icon, Steve Jobs. I'm entirely joking. I'm entirely joking.
God.
But that's really interesting how you can use something like color to make a trans person feel pretty and to do a lot towards helping stuff like what's the word? I know the word, dysphoria.
Yeah. God, I'll never forget. I'll never forget. I got this one message one time from someone who said, "Hey, I finally got around to reading your comic. I really, really loved it. I'll admit, when I first saw your character, my first thought was, ugh, another generic pink-haired courier." And I was like, what? There's like other ones?
There's a lot. There's
what?
a lot. There's
I put so much thought. I put so much thought into why Agnes's hair is pink, and it just turns out there's like so many pink-haired couriers. It caught me totally off guard.
My ex has a pink-haired courier, and I'm not going to say anything about it because it's a good character. But it's very much entirely like, oh, this is just kind of an afterthought. Oh, this is a very good question.
Leach is a very good question. Okay, here's the thing. There's no one single right, all-encompassing answer to this kind of question, because I think...
Do you mind if I read out the questions real fast?
Yes, go ahead. My apologies.
So the question says, speaking on transness, how can a cis person make a trans OC without unintentionally being transphobic?
It's a very complicated question because it's not like there's some secret formula you can follow or some secret just checklist of how to do it good that you need to follow. Like, for example, someone mentioned this earlier. Someone sent me an ask a while ago accusing me of making Agnes like a very trans misogynistic caricature, just ugly, very bad representation, mannish fucking thing. And I remember I tore that because I was having a bad day that day, and it was really fun to just go off on a screed. But the thing is, if a cis person made Agnes the exact same way that I wrote Agnes, I think a lot of people would be a lot less charitable towards it. and with good reason. They would view the limited access to hormones as suspicious. They would view the more masculine appearance as suspicious because it would be coming from a cis person. But it would still be the same character. So I think it's not so much about trying to follow this golden list of what's going to make good representation as it is about being very educated on what the realities of a trans person goes through, very cognizant of being very cognizant of not just how their transness affects their life, but how their life affects their transness, in terms of like their material access, their appearance, how far along in transition they are or not.
Maybe how much support they have.
Exactly, and it just requires a lot of compassion and attention for the character, because I absolutely am not someone who thinks that like only trans people should write trans characters, because not only is that just like not going to lead to a lot of good trans characters getting written, but I just absolutely believe cis people can write good trans characters. It just takes compassion and care more than any kind of specific checklist or bullet list.
So my suggestion is to, yes, treat the character with care and compassion. That is absolutely the point of view you should be coming from. I highly recommend getting a sensitivity reader. Talk to a couple of different trans people, describe the character, maybe send them some interpretations of what you're actually writing, and understand if they say like, hey, this is a little bit problematic, then, you know, take that into account. Talk to actual trans people and see what they think. That's super important.
Yeah, I would also recommend sensitivity readers plural, because like a sensitivity reader is just one guy, and it's good to have them, but something I've noticed sometimes is people will say like, oh, I got a sensitivity reader for this, and whether for good or bad, like they're just using the sensitivity reader as like basically if they get praise, they're like, ah, yes, I wrote the character good, but if they get criticism, then they're like, but I had a sensitivity reader. So it's more about again ensuring that again, it's just to reiterate, there's no one answer about how to do it. And I think that you just have to be aware that like not everything is going to be unimpeachable, but that doesn't mean it's bad, if that makes sense.
And Faye Fox also brought up an interesting question about what if they're in the closet?
This is a interesting question, because I think there's a lot of media getting written right now where people are trying to figure out how to write about trans people before they are out as trans, but when you as the reader know that they are trans. For example, there's a book that came out recently called Detransition Baby by Tori Peters, which is about, and one of the characters is a man named Ames, who was previously a trans woman named Amy, who then detransitioned. And the book takes place in the present day where he's living as a man, Ames, but there are flashbacks to when he is living as Amy. And apparently Detransition Baby has been optioned for a television show or a movie. And I've been sitting here thinking, how the hell are they going to handle this casting?
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone wants to say cast trans actors as trans characters, but this character is a literal detransitioner who's going to be playing a man half the time and a trans woman the other half of the time.
Yeah.
And Tori Peters, the author of the book, has alluded that they might literally be doing some kind of animated portions and action flashback. So it really is a question that has very difficult answers, and I think it depends on the story you're trying to tell and what exactly the perspective you're writing from is. Like whether it's an in the moment perspective of like, I am writing this, I am in the closet right now, or if it's like I'm in past tense, I was in the closet back here.
Yeah. And so I know the person who asked the question, like, because I have talked to them personally, you know, are dealing with their own gender stuff. But I think as a cis person, that is especially important to talk to as many trans people as you can.
And that's another reason why I will never ever say like cis people shouldn't try to write trans characters, because a not insignificant number of times, a cis person who's trying really, really, really hard to write a trans character really well is kind of going through some gender shit and may not be a cis person for much longer.
Exactly.
So being able to give them that rope is really necessary, that length, that credit.
No, and I think that's absolutely important.
Something, are you asking about specifically Faye Fox? Are you asking about specifically, like, if you're writing about someone who's in the closet or in a flashback, like, how to handle using, like, outdated pronouns or, like, their dead name or something?
I think that is an excellent to bring up, even if it wasn't intended. I think that is an amazing thing to talk about.
Yeah, because I think, like, I went home to visit my family a few weeks ago, and, like, I got dead named a few times. Not even in malice. It's usually just like, oh, you know, back when you were going by this name. And so I think it just depends per work or per author. Sometimes out of respect for the principle of the dead name, so to speak, they will literally censor out the dead name when people say it, or they will just say like redacted, or they will say, hey, dead name, and just say the readers don't need to know this information. But other times, if you're trying to just be more naturalistic in dialogue, then like I think it's okay to say it, because it's like, this is the words that the characters are saying in dialogue.
Right.
If that's the artistic choice you want to make, I think that you are entitled to do that. And that's my personal opinion, not something I think is a rule.
I do think that there is a problem in mass-produced media of revealing a character is trans by revealing their dead name.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
absolutely.
hate that.
It's such
I
shit.
hate that.
God, you ever try to like watch like a comedy movie from like the 90s?
Sometimes,
it's really hard sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So what's funny is the other day or last week I was watching the Eurovision like Will Ferrell movie, and it is amazing to me how much the comedy has like not necessarily evolved, because it's still like lowbrow comedy, but like there's a significantly bigger woman and there is not a single fat joke, not a single one. And I like that. I'm glad that humor is evolving.
Yeah. That's another thing, by the way, about Manhunt coming February 2022. There is a very fat woman character in it named Indy, and Gretchen Felker Martin is a fat woman. And if you are someone who wants to read a book about a fat woman and just have that character be treated so genuinely and written so well, please read this book. It is so excellent. Thank you, Gretchen, for writing so well.
So if you don't actually like have an idea for what their dead name is for a trans OC, you don't have to have one. Like,
oh yeah,
that's perfectly fine. Like, if I could pretend that my dead name doesn't exist and like blink it out of existence, I would. I totally would.
Yeah. Like, I have an entire character Bible written for Agnes that lists out literally her entire fucking life's history. I don't have the dead name in there just because it's never needed to come up.
Oh yeah, there's it's possible to have previous names that aren't dead names. I've gone through like 3 or 4 different names since figuring out that I am trans, and Nora is just the most recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly though, I still respond to my like previous names and stuff, and it's not, they're not dead names. I just like I have new name now.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
New name just dropped.
Yeah, I have my dead name, and for like a good like almost 12 years I went by Lily online. Okay. And then last year I was like, nope, that's not the right name. Oh, hi Lore. We have a Lore.
Hello everyone. How are we?
We're good. Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh, sorry that took a hot second.
No worries. We've been talking about like trans shit, basically.
Oh yeah. No. I've been listening to all the gay shit. It's great.
All right. So
thank you, everybody.
While we are still talking, I would like to at least figure out what the next prompt is, so we can start getting suggestions in the chat while we're still talking.
Okay. Well, obviously, I'll need a character, and Lou, since you're kind of the special guest for this, do you want to decide what the second half of the prompt is?
Sure. What do you need from me as far as what the second half is?
Yeah, so it's
So-
like, usually I'll put up 2-part prompts. It's a character and a color, or a character and an object, or.
Okay.
So
We did a food object, we've done a location, and we've done a faction.
Okay. Let's do.
improv, we love it.
Oh, yay.
I am so good at improvisation. I don't want to do like smooch or kiss because I'm not going to inflict upon you the task of drawing like 2 characters interacting physically because
Why
it's
the
so
hell
hard
not?
to draw.
Why the hell not?
All right, sure. The prompt is like, yeah, make the prompt gay shit. The crowd wants it.
Yep,
Make it
yep.
Okay, so
We
everybody
need 2
recommend
characters for some gay shit.
Yes, recommend characters in the chat, and we will pick our favorite. And you know what?
Currently getting Veronica and Christine.
Yes, that is the obvious one, of course.
Which is terrifies me because I don't know either of them very well, so I don't quite know how to emote them. Because I haven't played any of the DLC, and Veronica, while I'm very interested in her, she always comes and says hi to me right after I've picked up Boone, and I don't like dismissing a companion until I'm done with them, so...
I love Boone. I love running around with Boone. Like, I know he's NCR, but still.
I know. I don't know. He is, God, what's... Brain. The paranoid guy from frickin' King of the Hill.
Oh, not
Dale?
Boone.
Dale!
Dale.
He does remind me of Dale. Dare you?
Sorry, I just ate really fast, so I'm all phlegmed up. I'm so sorry to the chat for the sound of me being phlegmy. I'm trying to clear it up.
I am so sorry. I will be back in just a moment.
No worries.
Alrighty then. So while we are waiting for kind of a suggestion to be chosen from the chat, oh God, and there's all sorts of fun stuff going on here. Do we want to do kind of a Q&A thing, or?
God, like here's the thing. Like I know people are suggesting like Veronica and Christine like kissing in chat because like that's the new Vegas one. It's a popular one. We have so much art. We have so much art of Veronica and Christine kissing. I really like X688 and Preston kissing. I would love to see that.
Yes. I love it. I love those two. Then again, just X6 in my opinion just needs more love in general.
When?
Oh God, everyone is so excited.
Also, my husband is like so in love with Preston Garvey, so he's gonna like this one.
Oh yes. Okay.
What?
Okay. I think it's decided. We're doing
draw
X.
Preston. They're gonna draw
We're
your
doing
video
X6
game
and
man.
Preston.
Oh, yeah.
Precious
Excellent.
babies. All right. Let me get my references up.
Yeah, you mentioned doing like a Q&A. Here's my for lunch.
All right, sorry, what? You glitched out there for a tick.
Wait, hang on. I was just curious. What did you have for lunch?
Oh, so hubby and I do the Blue Apron thing. We have a meal service that delivers to us. That it's the ingredients and the recipes, and he is very good at following directions. So he is cooking today, and the recipe he did today was a chicken thing with sautéed veggies and mashed potato. It was delicious. There was a garlic sauce. It was spicy. It was good.
Ooh.
I added a little bit of honey to it because I like my spice with just a little sweet.
Nice.
Indeed. And then Preston.
Oh, is that what we decided on? Is X6 and Preston?
Yep.
I love it.
Yep.
I love it.
These guys need
It's
more
what they
love.
deserve.
Oh God, I need a good view of the other side of Preston's face, because, or is it this side of the face that has the scar and I just have a really bad view of it? Yeah, I think it's actually on this side of his face, but I keep forgetting about it because this is just not the best view to see it.
God, every time I see him, I always forget how handsome he is,
I
and then I
know,
see him
right?
again.
He breaks
Okay,
my heart
so-
because specifically in my game, even though I've already said no thank you, I just like to be friends, he keeps asking Paige.
better view of the scar, and here is the other side of the face.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Got it.
Let me grab those.
There's this one meme on Twitter that's like the Don Cheadle word of the day, and it's just this picture of Don Cheadle smiling, and it's like Don Cheadle word of the day, pain. Don Cheadle word of the day, agony. And someone made it with Preston Garvey, and it makes me lose my shit every time I remember it, because it's just this poor man.
Indeed.
Someone hug him, please.
I open up my Preston reference and add these images so I have them for future.
Yes.
Oh god, it means I gotta update the Dropbox again. Ah!
You can update it after the stream.
I
promise.
know. It's just the housekeeping. It's the thing that like drives me the most nuts about Sketchy Saturday is all the back end work is just so much.
Grumpy goth with a literal ray of sunshine. I love it.
Pastel goth is one of my favorite dynamics, man. It's why Persephone and Hades keeps being a great story. Oh god, do any of you read Punderworld?
I do not.
Okay, so
I've never heard of it.
there is an artist who I think their online handle is Seagull, I think is how it's said. And they do a bunch of different comics. Their husband is also in comics, so they've collaborated on a bunch of projects together. I really like their art style. They do a couple different stories. Another one is called Bloodstain, and it's like a horror rom-com, and I love it. But they're also doing their take on the Persephone and Hades myth, and in their own signature style, and it's just being a ton of fun. It's called Punderworld, and Hades is just this love-struck dork, and Persephone is like trying to get out from under her over-controlling mom, and them running away together is pretty much an accident of a runaway chariot, and Zeus being a enabler in the worst possible way.
So okay,
oh yeah, it's all canon.
I'm a Greco-Roman pagan, so I'm like, okay, so that tracks. That tracks.
So is the author. They have Greek roots and have made multiple visits back to the homeland for research. Like they know their shit.
I want to go to Greece so badly.
Indeed, and it's a load of fun. It's really pretty.
I'm sorry.
I have a question that doesn't have much to do with anything. Does anyone know why Preston's hat is like that?
I have no idea.
Like, does flipping the brim up like that have like a point or a purpose?
Style points?
Because I think Sniper TF2 has like a hat with the folded up like that.
I'm sure there's a reason, because like cowboy hats have him curved up at the side. So I'm wondering
maybe
if it's like
for clarity down a rifle sight. Is
maybe
allowing light to get to the eye so that you can actually see down your sight, or possibly to specifically block the eye you aim with and not the other eye.
Let me Google this right now. Why do cowboy hats have brims?
That's just me theorizing. I have no idea. I'm spitballing.
Laura, your own husband is saying it's for sighting, correct?
Oh, cool.
Interesting.
I'm about to say he's the military one. He actually has had marksman training. He knows things. Okay, now I've got a better Preston reference. Hello, Mr. Garvey. Stop being so pretty.
I know, right?
I can't handle it.
The smolder.
Oh, okay. All right. According to someone answering it on Quora, the origins of holding up the hat brim like that are the intention of turning up the right side of the hat was to ensure it would not be caught during the drill movement of shoulder arms from order arms while handling your gun.
Yeah, because they used to do all sorts of moves with the rifles, didn't they?
Yeah, and it's mostly associated with Australian military uniform.
Interesting.
That's neat.
And it would call back to the original Minutemen. That's probably why they gave it to him.
Yeah. Yeah, and he does do rifle stuff.
That's cool stuff.
Yeah, that's his base thing, is the laser musket.
Now I gotta think about pose.
Yeah, and because now I'm just thinking of every single time I've tried to draw a character wearing a wide-brimmed hat, holding a gun on their side, over their shoulder, and it's the whole time I'm drawing it, I'm like, fuck, how do I draw this without the rifle overlapping with the hat brim? Motherfucker, that's why they fold the hat brim. Duh,
That-
it makes sense now.
Yes.
Imagine
Uh,
Preston with a New Zealand accent.
That would be
I don't know
amazing.
accents.
Or in Vegas.
It's like Australian but different. That's the only way I can describe it without like having an example.
Okay, I might have to take off my headphones for a second and think here. I'm trying to think of poses. I will be somewhat present.
Okay, Flight of the Conchords is my only, like, I don't want to say it's my only because I've obviously seen other like New Zealand accents, but like that's my introduction to New Zealand is through Flight of the Conchords, which is an amazing group and series. Oh. But yes, all of the trans stuff and all of the gay stuff, we love it here.
Yeah. Do we have like anything else on the trans agenda?
Anything else on the trans agenda? I
Okay,
mean,
now that I've finally gotten a starting point, I'm alive now. I just realized that like we've had multiple guests and we keep opening up the floor for like the chat to ask them questions. I never asked the chat if anyone wanted to ask me questions. Shit.
Yeah, shit.
yes.
What's up? Yeah, ask
Leech,
questions.
You can ask questions, and yes, Leech, currently we do have links on. Please don't abuse it. If you guys link stuff that's not great, we have to turn it off, but for now we have it on.
Indeed. It is a privilege,
Laura.
not a right. Alright, what's up?
Yeah, Laura, I actually do have a question.
Yism?
So, you're someone who draws like a lot of different characters.
Indeed.
Is there one like is there like a particular like thing that's like harder to draw than anything else? Because like a lot of people hate drawing hats, for example, while we're on the subject of Preston Garvey's hat. So is there anything that like that you've gotten really, really good at drawing by having to draw it over and over and over
Noses.
through noses?
It is okay. So I'm gonna like derail things for 2 seconds to show something. So way back in the day, my first character that I made was my character Lore. You may notice we are synonymous with each other in names. She was a self-insert character. She kind of grew into her own thing because we have vastly different circumstances. Surprise.
Who would have thought?
I know, right? But thus her face imitates my face, and I have a interesting bridge of my nose. It has like a barely there bump, and figuring out how to draw that forced me to figure out noses and move past like the anime triangle. And like,
yes.
Let me go into my freaking art folders here. Where are you, Laura? Let's get a good view of that funky ass nose of yours.
I get a lot of people who like tell me that like Agnes's nose is very good, and to this I say yes, it is very good. I agree. Thank you for noticing.
Old art is old, but this is an example of lore. This and it's like again, you've got that you've got this nose thing here that's like you got that little bump in the bridge there, but also like you've also kind of almost got this upturned thing because I've got kind of this cute thing going off my nose, but I also picked up this weird lump from Dad's side of the family. I don't even know. And then bonus points, I've got cheekbones for days and my eyes are really deep set, so I've got this really sharp silhouette to my face that looks cartoonish no matter what style I draw it in. So
thank you very much, Hillspira Stepple.
Oh, indeed.
But yeah, I fully agree with you, Laura. Like, just learning how to like draw a nose and to draw different shapes of noses it goes such a long way towards like creating really distinct character designs. Well, it's so important.
And I feel it's also key for learning how to draw other features, because it's like I grew up in a almost entirely white community. I never learned how to draw other people because I didn't see other people. Because the northern Midwest is like that.
Yeah, it
Wait,
really
northern
is.
Midwest?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Wait, where are you from? Oh shit, I'm in Chicago.
Oh shit! But yeah, no, I don't know if you've ever gone up to Minnesota. Like, you've ever been up to the cities?
I've been up to the Twin Cities once for friends there.
Indeed. So on the way up to the cities, you may have passed through Anoka, And before you pass through Anoka, you may have passed through Elk River. And before you pass through Elk River, you may have passed through the town of Zimmerman. And before that town, you may have passed through Princeton. That is the town I grew up in.
Fascinating.
It did. Technically, I grew up in Baldwin Township, which is outside of Princeton, but, you know, we're lumped under the same postal code. But yes, my parents own 11 acres out in Baldwin Township. The mom calls it Purple Range. She's actually on Google Maps because she sells tomato seedlings during the summer.
Oh, that's neat.
Indeed. And so far she's only gotten good reviews, so that's cool.
That is very good.
Nice. Excellent tomatoes.
And she's got the gardens. She's got a small herd of goats. She's got chickens and therefore eggs. So many eggs.
I want goats so badly.
Yeah, they're pygmies. So they're they stay tiny forever.
I love goats. I love goats.
They're precious. I love them too. Even if Shortcake's a little asshole. No, so Mom, the last time I visited home, Mom had 3 goats, and they are all about the same size, but they all have different sized horns. And Shortcake has the tiniest horns, and then you've got Benny.
His name is Shortcake.
Her name is Shortcake.
Oh my God.
And then you have another one. Her name is Benny, and Benny has the biggest horns. And you would think that Benny would be, you know, ruling the coop. You think Benny would be ruling the coop, and Shortcake would be the shy one, but no, Benny is stupid shy, doesn't want to go near anybody, and Shortcake's a little bully. She's a little bitch.
So talking about towns that are very, very white, Portland was founded by the KKK.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm not even joking. We didn't learn that until after we moved here.
Jesus.
So yeah, Portland is very white.
Yeah, no, I had, I think, a grand total of 2 classmates of color in my entire high school. Not just my year, my entire high school.
Man.
Yeah.
Like, it's something I'm really glad people put a lot of like effort into, like basically going out of their way to ensure that they can draw like more diverse people, both in terms of like nose shapes and as well as other races. And I also think it's applicable to trying to like be able to draw like trans people.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, look trans as well.
It's breaking the face down into shapes.
Yeah. There's just so many. It's just so much that is good from learning how to draw a lot of different kinds of features.
So, Blossom, it depends on where you are in the country. Where I lived in Washington, D.C. was very, very mixed and very diverse. But there's a lot of places that are very white. There is the white majority, though, currently speaking. We're coming up on minorities collectively outnumbering white people, which is neither good nor bad, just a thing.
Yeah, it's just, but there's a word for it, demographic shift. It's just something that happens over time.
And, like, it's one of those things where white supremacy and, like, banning, like...
I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole today. Can we not?
No, that's fair, that's fair.
Like, I'm aware of it. I've spent time in those corners of the internet, and I just don't want to mentally be there right now.
No, I'm saying that it's with those being lifted, it makes sense that there would be more, like, people of color.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That was my entire point, was that there would just be more people of color.
Indeed. And more freely living their lives.
Exactly.
I think that's why, you know, a lot of post-apocalyptic fandom seems to contain people in a lot of minority groups, is when society breaks down, the people who were being oppressed by that society basically have a chance to grab at something, even if there's not much to grab. And don't we all wish we had something that made us feel like we had control of our lives, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like, not to get heavy, like, I was just trying to stay away from getting heavy, but oof.
No, yeah. That's the thing, is when you talk about these things, it's really hard to avoid like the heavier subjects.
Oh
It
yeah,
really
no,
is.
no. And it's like I'm always open to the length and breadth of human experience. I'm never going to tell someone not to talk about something that, is important to them or has an impact on them, even if it is depressing or heavy, because those things are important. They're the most important things to talk about. You don't sweep that shit under the rug, of course not. But it's like you also have to be ready for whether or not people have the emotional bandwidth for that at any given moment. It's
Just so we know, or just so everybody is aware, 5 minutes until 1, where we do the guest swap again. Unless
Oh.
you would like to stay on, Lou. You are of course welcome.
Oh,
to,
yeah, of
to
course.
Stay on. But if you would like to go, you absolutely can.
I can stay for a little bit longer. It's not so much like I have to like go like right at 1 or anything. It's just like I have like I want to spend time with my husband today.
Indeed, yeah, no,
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 that's
no. I'm always in
completely
full
fair.
support of that. About to say, military spouse
Yeah.
over here. I always understand wanting to spend time with the lovely.
Yeah, I can probably stick around until I'll probably stick around until we finish this drawing. Honestly, I want to see them smooch.
Oh.
That's fair.
It is a sleepy smooch. I have it kind of like X6 dozed off on him or something.
Oh.
Which I think just makes it more adorable.
Yeah.
Unguarded moment.
Also, who's smooching and who's getting smooched?
So
I
we-
wasn't paying attention.
So we've got Preston up front who is awake and being leaned upon, but X6 is going to be like sleepily like smooching his cheek because he's not thinking about it because he's groggy.
I'm sorry, just a mention. Thank you so much, Red, for joining us and helping out with
Oh,
the stream. We
Red's
so
heading on?
much appreciate you. Yeah.
All
Or
right.
Red has to dip out.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Red. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for spending your time with us and helping out throughout.
Bye.
Thank you. See you next time.
And once Paint rejoins us, I imagine a reintroduction is probably a good
Oh yeah.
idea.
Oh yeah. Indeed. I agree. All right. And then this bloody hat. Well, I want it like kind of tipped up, but like I don't want to make it look like his head is misshapen.
God, I remember every time. Oh, who joined?
It
That's
just
Paint.
heard my name.
Oh goodness. What's happened? What
Paint
happened?
is joining us. It is 1. Paint has joined us.
Hello,
Hello.
Paint.
I'm sorry, you were saying something, Lou?
I would. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say every time I draw Cass and it keeps you on a hurting, like this hat changes shape every fucking issue. It's a circle with like triangles on it. All of my art is just a bunch of fucking triangles.
Mood. It's like-
Anyway, hi Paint.
Hello.
Hello.
I was watching the stream and I heard my name and I'm like, well, it's about 2 minutes early, but I can't resist a good,
Speak of the devil and he's in your hat moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just sticking around until we finish this sketch.
Indeed. We need to see the cuties.
Yeah, I want to see.
All right. And
Which is fair.
then we're gonna just scooch him up. I personally support snack-sized X6. Like that's a headcanon that I love.
That's great.
Snack size, so like he's like just short.
Yeah, I like the idea that if the Institute is going to make force of living soldiers, they'd probably want to, do that most as efficiently as possible, and you don't need to have a massive package to have muscle mass.
Just like our very efficient army of short kings, just like rolling out to the
Standing there in like in T pose going, we are asserting our dominance.
Oh god.
God, it's like, oh god, I'm trying to find this picture. Please, won't you be able to find it? Yes, it's like that.
Oh, God.
It's like that scene from. It's like that scene from like of Hal from Malcolm in the Middle, like power walking with just this army of like bodybuilders and like speedos behind him. That's the Institute trotting out all this like 5'8" muscle bound sin.
Well, then again,
let me-
I'm also the proponent that most Vaulties are kind of giants because they have better nutrition than most Wastelanders and also didn't spend 200 years scraping by on minimal resources.
Oh yeah,
Me.
absolutely. I see a pretty common theory that people in the Wasteland are definitely just going to be shorter on average.
Lou, Dracula Voice put the picture of Hal leading the bodybuilders in the chat.
Oh shit.
Let's see. Oh.
I will peek after the
Why
composition
are they
is done.
only dressed in Speedos?
Because they can.
I have not seen Malcolm in the Middle recently enough to provide any context for this image.
I couldn't tell you. That's just how the show was.
We forgot to introduce me. Somebody doesn't know who I am.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we should do introductions. Actually, Paint, would you like to lead us off since you are the most recent addition?
Sure. My name is Paint. I run Squirt the Rad Spooter. You know, everyone's favorite giant mutated jumping spider.
Unless you're arachnophobic, like Nora.
And unless you're arachnophobic. Yep, I am Squirt. I am the artist mun behind that one. I forgot what else comes in an introduction.
Where else can they find you?
Oh yes, Paint Splatter at Tumblr. They can also find me on Ko-fi under Paint Bladder with an E at the end.
And you have a store.
I do have a store. I have a sticker store. At Geek Plushie at Etsy for Pokemon stickers.
I intended to have a sticker store up by now, but I got lost in the shuffle with organizing the stream.
Oh yeah, no, dude.
I love the fact that as soon as I mentioned Squirt, everybody was like, "Oh, yay, it's Squirt!
The baby is here."
The baby.
If anybody has questions about Squirt, feel free to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love questions about Squirt.
And Paint has thought a lot about Squirt.
I do. I have the whole history of the species, Squirt herself. Oh, yes, go ahead, darling.
Darling Leech?
Well, okay. So, how did I come up with Squirt? That's actually pretty fun. I was anticipating this question, actually. So, when I was thinking about making a Fallout blog, I thought to myself, well, I don't want a human because I'm the kind of weirdo that goes, humans are boring.
Mood.
As like a character option, I just don't like playing humans because I'm human. That's boring. So I thought to myself, well, there aren't a whole lot of sentient species in Fallout, other than those of ghouls, super mutants, humans, and those afflicted with the FEV virus. And I thought to myself, okay, well, logically speaking, I don't think I could be any of those because the normal person would be scared of them. But then I also thought to myself, you know what we don't see a whole lot of in the Wasteland at all, anywhere? Spiders.
Yep.
We don't see...
play Fallout, actually.
The only arachnid that we ever see is the Radmites in 76, and those aren't actually true arachnids because they don't have enough legs.
Same thing for cave crickets. They're vaguely based on spiders, but aren't actually because they don't. The physiology is different.
Yes. So I also thought to myself, well, what's a spider that everybody kind of looks at and goes, "Aww," even though it's a spider? And then I thought to myself, jumping spiders. People love jumping spiders.
They're adorable.
They are adorable. Everybody sees those big round eyes and they go, "Aww." And then it kind of grew from how does a spider mutate? How does it become sentient? And how does it get involved into the wasteland at large?
So my brain goes, get bitten by an irradiated human.
And I mean, in a way that is actually what happened.
Oh god.
Sort of. So the vault that Squirt's progenitors came from was one that was testing the effects of long-term sustained radiation on a number of animals ranging from frogs to the common fruit fly, jumping spiders, guinea pigs, mice, humans. The last one was unintentional because Vault-Tec. And all the humans turned into feral ghouls, unfortunately. And the only thing that was left that it was even semi-sentient, if not extremely intelligent, were the jumping spiders, who had basically turned all the other animals in the vault into their personal food stock.
They domesticated them.
Yeah.
Well, everyone's got to eat.
And that is actually how the Enclave found them. Just, chilling in their vault, just doing their thing. So these Enclave peeps show up and they're like, well, after the terrifying experiment that was the Death Claws with, FEV, why don't we try
Something smaller.
something smaller and a little less likely to kill, a little less likely to kill us. And so they saw the spiders and they're like, you know what, fuck it. And then the spiders got smart. And they're like, these guys made us smart, and they made us smart for a reason. Why?
They made them too smart. They gained self-awareness. Self-awareness.
You fucked up a perfectly good spider. Look, it has anxiety now.
Yeah, basically. So what they did as a survival mechanism is that whenever the Enclave weren't watching, or were watching, they just fucking played dumb. So the Enclave are eventually like, fuck. Well, we failed this one. Better just lock them up in this bunker underneath the used bookstore.
This old library. Near Good
No,
Neighbor. Sorry, the bookstore, yeah.
It is the bookstore. It's in Good Neighbor.
Near Good Neighbor.
And they basically bricked they bricked the bunker over with concrete. And they would have stayed like that, away and hidden and perfectly fine on their own, except mole rats broke into the bunker.
Regular mole rats can bite through concrete. It's so interesting. Sorry.
Oh no, that's fine. The spiders were at first like, oh hey, new meat. And then they turned basically the mole rats into puppies, and then they were like, oh hey, we can go out now.
Indeed, and turn their teeth into tools.
Yeah, the silk leapers, which is what Squirt is technically, keep domesticated-ish mole rats that they detooth at puberty, for their teeth, that they can use for tools, and such that they can't otherwise make.
No,
and then,
sorry.
Pardon? No, go right ahead.
Darling Leech, no, that is just a thing that they can do. Mole rats, not even irradiated mole rats can dig through concrete. That is just a thing they can do.
Rodents will fuck up any goddamn given infrastructure.
They really will. That is the deepest stretch.
If they've got the motivation to do it, they are just like, you know what? Fuck this one place in particular. It's got food, it's got shelter, it's got enough space that I can hide and, have my babies.
In relative safety.
Looks like home to me.
It's the same way domesticated cats.
I hate to interrupt, but I do have to go because my roommate made a pie and is serving it.
Oh, you go enjoy. That is a perfectly valid reason.
Go get the pie.
Really quickly before I go, I did have a question about Squirt, which is how did you come up with the name? Because it reminds me of the animal buddy from Donkey Kong Country, Squitter the spider.
Okay,
actually,
so that's
this was my fault.
This was Lore's fault, because the culture that Silk Leapers have is that a young Silk Leaper does not have an actual name until they hit adulthood and are named by their community for their deeds primarily. So when Squirt first came out of the bunker and was exploring, she didn't have a name. but she came upon Paige, who's like, "Hey, Squirt, what you doing?" And she's like, "Name.
We're friends now.
We're friends now." And they happen to do this in complete darkness.
Indeed.
So-
Basically, Paige fell down a sinkhole and Squirt guided her out, so Paige didn't see her until way further into the conversation, so all she could really perceive is this person was small.
Yes. What do y'all think of the flavor is of the perfectly preserved pie?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let me pull that up.
I'm gonna head out, and thank you for answering my question about Squirt's name. I was
Oh,
very
by the way,
sure.
Alright, thank you for joining us, Lou. You enjoy your pie.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. I had a wonderful time. Everyone, please read my super cool comic. It keeps her down a hurt, and it'd be very nice of you to do that. Very trans
Yeah.
rights of you to do that.
Woo!
Or at the very
So,
least, go reblog a bunch of Art of Agnes.
For the record, this is. Oh, what are you doing?
Alright,
What are
thank
you
you,
doing?
Lou. We'll see
Have
you
a good
next
day.
time.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So, what does the perfectly preserved pie look like, Nora? Because I do not remember. I remember it's like red.
I dropped in chat what it
Okay.
looks like from the wiki.
It looks like a moose pie,
It does. It
Or
looks
kind
like
of
it's like
cheesecake.
a
like
form
a
of
like a
almost cheese.
cheesecake. Yeah, it's definitely some form of cheesecake or vanilla mousse, with probably what is a strawberry or cherry drizzle on top, and that's gotta be a caramel whipped cream.
Yeah, that looks like.
Mm.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I'm a stoner. You're speaking my language.
I mean, it's also probably packed full of preservatives, artificial
yeah.
sugars.
Yeah.
All the
hence,
all
things
that-
Lore can't eat, but
Preserved.
you know, I can pretend.
Okay,
I can pretend it's quality food.
I actually have to go get lunch myself, so I will be
Indeed.
back probably in
Awesome.
about a half hour.
Gotcha, it's
Alright.
just Lore and Paint for now. Unless someone else is in the
Yeah.
chat that I don't know
Sorry.
about.
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
Or not right now. All right, I will be back as soon as I can.
Sweet.
Okie dokie.
Alrighty then. And that means,
did-
Paint, you are my eyes on the chat, because I am not eyes on the chat.
I've got it. Banana cheesecake and raspberry sauce. That actually
Mm.
sounds really good.
I would eat the crap out of that.
Bethany Esda totally missed out. They could have made it a weapon. I don't see how a pie could be a weapon.
Anything can be a weapon if you're creative enough.
Faye Fox says, beat a bitch to death with stale ass cake slice. Or maybe make it thrown like a grenade. Yeah, that could be a very good way to,
Oh, God.
you know.
Sorry, I just remembered a D&D story. Oh god.
Oh no.
No, I don't know if there's enough interest in the chat to hear this story, so like I'll leave that up to the chat on whether that they want to hear of this misadventure that happened with my D&D group.
All right, chat, let us know. Do
Dude,
you want to hear? Okay, we got yes, yes,
is it story time with Lore? Is it story time with Lore?
yes. We're getting yeses across the board,
Okay,
so
okay.
I think so.
Okay, to story time with Lore. Okay, so when I was living in Guam, I joined a D&D group because I was fucking lonely, basically. And thankfully, like, everyone was cool. No one was like, you know, the gatekeepy kind of jerk nerd, thank God. And we actually had a kid in the group who was way into it. Like, he was in a D&D club at his school, so he's 14, but he's
Aw.
been doing it for a while. So he understands how the game works and how it's adaptable. And so early on in our game, every place we stop, his character keeps asking for table scraps. He basically wants everything any establishment would throw out. Food, actual person waste, like all the gross
Ew.
stuff. Like, yeah, exactly. We're all like, what the heck is this guy doing? And then again, he's the barbarian, so maybe he's got something weird going on. I don't know. And you know, this keeps going on, and eventually we get to like level 10 in this campaign, and we find out that at this point in the game, our main villain is a warlock. and most of their spells have verbal components. And it turns out the player of our barbarian suspected a warlock early on, and that's when he started doing this, because his idea was once we faced him, and this is what happened, he would uncork the water skin that he'd been keeping all this gross stuff in and throw it directly at the man's face.
No. Oh.
Which was... the DM was not expecting it. The DM was not expecting it, but he allowed it, and our barbarian nat 20'd on the throw, and the warlock nat 1'd on his constitution save. So
so the warlock's just standing there puking.
Knocked prone, took like 20 points of damage. Like, I think we called it a different concept because we called it rancid damage. And then he was stunned for a turn, so we just rushed up and tied him up with a rope we bought earlier. And this boss fight that our DM had been planning for multiple sessions is just done in 10 seconds flat because the barbarian planned ahead.
Now, that's not quite on the Henderson scale of plot derailment, but I imagine the DM was like,
No, George rolled with it pretty well. Sorry, George and I, my DM, we're buddies. Mm-hmm. He actually lived in my home for a while, so I don't think he's going to mind me name checking. He's online in a bunch of different places all over, so I think he'll I'm pretty sure he'll be cool about that. I wouldn't be surprised if he watches the playback later. I know he keeps tabs on me. Ever since I moved off of the island. Well, actually, small world, he doesn't live that far from me. His family recently moved off the island, and he actually lives about a 2-hour drive from where I am now, and his family is now retired, and he is finishing up school, so he's going to be with them for like another 4 years or so, and another member of our D&D club actually has a home right across the bay that they're trying to get back to on their next tour. It's like, Jesus, we're going to get the whole gang back together on accident.
That's always awesome. So, I did promise Lore yesterday that I would not tell the Ballad of Edgardo because it takes about 30 minutes to tell. But if anybody wants to hear the Ballad of Edgardo, that is on offer.
I mean, I think we're up for a longer story right now because I gotta concentrate.
Okay. Anybody else want to hear the Ballad of Edgardo? You got a what's that? Which is awesome because I love that particular turn of phrase. So, the Ballad of Edgardo. Just gotta pull it up. Alright, we got a yes, a go for it, a what's that? I do believe that means that it is time for the Ballad of Edgardo.
I do believe you have the go ahead.
So, a little... thank you, Blossom. That's very nice of you to say. I have to pull this tab out just a touch because otherwise I can't keep an eye on the chat. Alright. So, this is the Ballad of Edgardo, and a little backstory. It is a freeform RP that was played on an RP server, a couple forums, a forum, and it is also known as the tale of what happens when you do not read the manual combined with do read the manual combined with toxic people.
Oh boy. This is gonna get fun, I can tell already.
Alright. Now, the story of this was also originally posted to /TG, which is on 4chan. It is their tabletop gaming side of the forum, so there will be, of course, foul language. But it is otherwise pretty tame. It is not the sack of writhing crazy that is what people usually think of.
Indeed.
Alright. The Ballad of Edgardo. Hey TG, you guys up for some story time? Of course you are. This is my experience with a freeform RP a while back, and I think it's about time I share it. It's been a long time, so sorry if some of the details are a bit hazy, but I remember the important bits. Behold, the Ballad of Edgardo. Get a hankering for some RP, cruise a couple forums, and something catches my eye. Some kind of weird combination of stuff from Dragon Ball Z, Gurren Lagann, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and a few other themes from different shows. Basically, anime the game. Honestly, it's kind of a cool setting after reading through it. Superpowered dudes wander around doing their own thing, having adventures, and trying to stop evil shadows from consuming the world. Looks cool, sign up and start making a character. Characters had attributes, strength, speed, the usual shit, traits and powers chosen from a big list, and spirit, which you've used for doing cool shit. Had a certain number of points to spend on attributes, maxed strength, and put some into speed, endurance, and a couple in charm. Wanted to try a brawler type guy. I'll get into why that idea was a bad one later. Look at the spirit rules before picking powers, because I want to do as much cool shit as possible. Spend spirit to activate powers. Different powers modified how spirit worked and gave it an elemental alignment, which modified damage and other crap. Basically, you spend 1 point of spirit to get 5 points of fire damage. Neat! There was also raw spirit, which had no modifier, but also no elemental alignment, and couldn't be resisted. Less bang for your buck, but could be useful. Oh, Devil, I'm reading the Ballad of Edgardo. You just popped in right at the start. Don't worry.
Indeed, Paint is telling a story, and I am just quietly listening while I do line work.
All right. Raw spirit could also be used to raise a stat temporarily, but the higher the stat, the more spirit you had to spend. Spirit had a cap, depending upon your attributes. At lower levels, it was pretty low, like 10 or 20 if you got lucky. With my stat layout, I had 5. Awesome. Look through the powers list to see if I can unscrew my character. Browse through the list. Pretty basic stuff. Throw fire, control shadows, frost breath, whatever. Also mundane, quote-unquote, powers, like sword fighting and free running. Choose unarmed combat right off the bat because I want to punch people. Still a bad idea. Keep looking, see something interesting tucked away in the list. Overflowing spirit. Pretty expensive point-wise for a simple power, but my eyes lit up at what it did. Removes the spirit cap. Plus some other crap I glanced over at the time, but more on that in a bit. Oh fuck, now that's pretty abusable. Figure everyone else takes it, so I take it too. Take Battle Cry for a spirit buff and to blow the last of my power points. Character pretty much done. Name him Edgardo because this sounded cool at the time. Ready to go, Edgardo the Brawler sets out on his quest to do whatever. Start off in the central town where everyone else hangs out. I introduce myself. I describe him as hot-blooded, hot-tempered, courageous, and always itching for adventure. Honestly, pretty flat character, but whatever, I thought he was okay. I promptly get laughed at for making such a naive and lowbrow character. Apparently, everyone else has made brooding anti-heroes who sit in dark corners and don't really do much of anything.
Oh boy.
I swear the tavern had to be some kind of 8th dimensional shape because everyone was in their own fucking corner away from everyone else. But the last straw came from some asshole drinking his wine at the bar. Edgardo is such a stupid name anyway. Motherfucker! Edgardo did not walk in here to be mocked by a bunch of trench coat wearing pricks that are trying to be edgier than a goddamn razor blade factory. Take a swing and quickly discover that I am well and truly bumfucked. Apparently, unarmed combat was hosed from the start, as fists don't do shit against even the lightest armor and don't get damage multipliers. Fantastic. Blow a spirit point just to get past his armor and do single digit damage. Fucker laughs and stands up. Care to try that again, you pathetic wretch? I use battle cry and I can't think of anything, so I go with Banzai and use the rest of my spirit points. Nothing. He draws his sword, gives an eye-rolling disappear before he blasts me out of the tavern with sword, lightning, whatever the fuck. He spent 1 spirit for that, and I nearly get 1 shot, even with a good amount of endurance. What in the hell? So while I'm bleeding out on the side of the road, I take the time to browse some other characters. First up is Sword Lightning Asshole. Basically, he's the same level as me, but better in every way. Powers are better, higher spirit, good stats. Though those are all mostly my fault because I fucked up in character creation. But I browse more characters and I notice something. No one has overflowing spirit. Not a one. And I ask why. Turns out that if you make a decent character, you have more than enough spirit to do whatever the fuck you want. Even the highest level characters only have about 100 cap, and it's rare to get halfway down in a normal fight. And then there was the part I skipped over.
Mm-hmm.
Overflowing spirit prevented you from taking elemental powers. You were basically stuck using raw spirit, which was shit. Elemental spirit had damage modifiers so high that even if you resisted it, you still took a good amount of damage. Nito Burrito.
Tasty.
Edgardo was basically useless against everything. Since I was screwed, I PM'd a mod to see if I could make a new character that wasn't crippled beyond belief. Lol, deal with it. You made it, you play it. So,
Douche.
to recap, everyone's a pretentious fuckwad, mods don't give a shit, and Edgardo is beyond worthless. Great start. Pick myself up out of the dirt and limp away to get healed. Nope. I was broke, so I couldn't get shit. I'd have to sit my ass down and wait to heal naturally, which would take days. Fuck that, I'm already tired of this shit, so I make an attempt to steal a potion. No. Enter Militant Zero. Now, keep in mind that the name Zero is spelled X-E-R and then the number 0.
Okay.
Yes, that was his name. I cringed too.
Okay.
Omnipotent character 4782 could do anything he wanted because he had been with the RP the longest. I also suspect that he sucked the admin's dick, but whatever. Teleports to me instantly. I can't do shit because I'm basically dead on my feet. Oh no, I didn't write this. This is a recap from somebody else.
Yeah, this is a Reddit thing. This is Paint telling a story. I didn't realize how long it was gonna be. Shit.
I did say it was gonna be 30 minutes.
I didn't realize. Jesus Christ, this is like excruciating detail.
Wait, who's Jack Walter? Who's cute? Sorry, so somebody said somebody else's. Oh, the picture.
Oh yes.
You know, if we want, I can skip to the good part.
Indeed, I think that would be good. Trim a little.
Okay, so basically, Edgardo ends up, basically he pisses off that Zero guy, and Zero's just like, nope, you don't deserve to live anymore. Blasts him off to the distant wilderness, and the whole story can basically summed up with, I found a friend, nobody likes us because we aren't edgy assholes, and like the biggest douchebag of them all really wants to kill us because we offend him by merely existing.
Sounds like the plot of an isekai.
Pretty much. And then they find like the one thing that can help them, which is there's a specific place in the setting that has an overflowing spirit well, so it'll restore your spirit up to a cap. But
With
Edgardo doesn't.
Spirit, you can skip that shit.
You don't have a cap. So after basically months of role playing on this, they finally find their strategy. They work it as best they can, and then they get to the point where they finally get to punch out Zero in the face, and Zero never responds, pitches the biggest shit fit, and then here's the kicker. He complains so much that the mods went, fuck it, this isn't worth it, and deleted that whole section of their forums.
Damn.
Due to public opinion. And the end of it is basically the person who is telling the story is like, I like to imagine that Edgardo is still stuck there, frozen in time, with a smile on his face, punching Zero's face out.
Beautiful. Frozen in time forever, beating the crap out of an entitled dick.
Yep, basically. And I know of it's one of those stories where you feel good in the end because everybody is an asshole victim and it feels like the little guy wins for once. Let's see. What was our supposed topic supposed to be? Let me check.
You have to check the schedule. I am not operating that right now.
Oh no, it's fine. That was just me preambling to. I'm going to check.
Gotcha.
Right. RPG mechanics and why we keep coming back. ADHD/autistic spectrum and being creative. Character and creature design.
Indeed. Well, we already did a little bit of character and creature design and you talking about Squirt.
Yes. So for those of you who don't know, which might be most of you, I am autistic. I also have ADHD, and I have a chronic illness that basically puts me on the floor every day until I, get my medicine in me.
Mm-hmm.
And that can make being a creative type person a little on the difficult side. Because there are days when I wake up and I go, oh my god. Days I just roll over and I grab my Switch and I go, I'm just gonna play Pokemon today. Fuck it.
I think we've all had the fuck it days, like, goodness knows I have too.
Yeah. And, it is especially hard because, I can plan the night before that I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that and I'm gonna enjoy this thing. And then I wake up and I go, well, those plans are out the window.
Yeah, there goes all that energy.
Yeah. It was especially notable this past week because I got my COVID vaccination, the second dosage of it.
Mm-hmm.
And as everybody has said, the second dosage is the hardest.
Oh, yeah.
So for me, I was knocked on my ass pretty damn hard.
Mm-hmm. So was I when I got mine. Like, Jesus age.
I'm pretty sure that I was not coherent on that first day afterward, or the second, and I only just barely recovered yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel a lot better today, but there's still a slight rasp in my voice.
Mm-hmm. It's all good.
Somebody has asked, what would the ship name be for Preston and X688?
I don't know. I am not a ship name person like that is. I don't come up with that stuff.
Presto? Presto 88.
I have no idea. That is up to people who think about those things.
Oh, people like Presto.
Presto? Magic!
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, and then we'll add a little bit of framing.
So, here's a question I have for our dearest Lore.
Oh, yes.
How did you come up with Paige?
Oh god. You know this story, don't you?
Vaguely.
Okay, so...
But for those of us in the audience who don't...
Indeed. Let me just get my brain together. 2 seconds.
Wait, no, this was that was supposed to be a question aimed for another time then, huh?
Oh, no, it's not that long of a story. It's just like getting my head together for 2 ticks here. Cuz Paige is very, very old. I turned 30 this year, and I made Paige when I was 14. So I've had her on for a long while. And
she's just been sitting in the background going, "Yeah."
This Carrie's a kid, man. But no, basically I had an original story I was working on that was kind of post-apocalypse before post-apocalypse was part of my vocabulary. And
in the time of the world been fucked up, man.
Indeed. and she was part of that story, and I don't know what bee was in my goddamn bonnet, but it was a fucking depressing story because every character was a different take on how humans deal with grief, basically. And Paige was specifically destructive independence and also substance abuse. Her 2 big things in her character arc were learning to deal with relationship dynamics that don't have her as a parent because she lost a child, and feeling as a failed mother is a thing that took over her life and drove her to alcoholism. And then she wants everyone to depend on her, but she refuses to depend on everyone else because she thinks of everyone like children, like the kid she lost. So she needs to protect everyone, but nobody's allowed to protect her. And honey, that's not how you live. And
she kind of migrated.
Indeed,
through the years.
Is she just been sitting in the background for years and years and years? And then I think the first time I brought her back was when I was playing Mass Effect for the first time, and I was looking for a different character. And most of my other characters I make for RPGs, they're all fantasy archetypes. They're all from a completely different work that we're not getting into today. I'm not going down that road today. I will be here for hours. But so Paige was the only like more military type I had. So how old is she like in her story? Like in her story I have her like late 20s, early 30s in my brain meets.
Does that also track with her Fallout incarnation?
Indeed. I have Paige in my head at like 31 as someone who was a little late to having children, so like losing Sean to her is as big as a blow as losing Anne was in her actual story, because she was not in a position to try again. The world was falling apart.
Crazy.
Indeed, and she ported to Fallout like extremely well as I got to playing Fallout 4 again in a healthier context, because the first time I played it was not healthy, and we're not getting into that today either.
Mental illness is a thing, but we're not talking about it today.
Indeed, but no, I came back, and the character I made when I came back was Paige, and I knew about the opening, which is why I made her. I knew that, you know, there was a lost child involved, so I'm like, okay, that already puts Paige as like good synergy for this role in this story. And then the rest just, well, fuck, man, it just works.
And then Sean turned out to be some kind of like eugenicist.
Well, we're not talking about that part of the game yet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this piece is done, so I'm going to save this, and yes, we are going to have another prompt. Just give me a second here. I know for this particular block, I wanted to focus on non-humans.
Ooh.
Indeed. Well, I figured, you know, in honor of Squirt, you know, because you're kind of the special guest right now.
I feel special and well included. Thank you.
Very good.
Oh, we've got somebody saying Kellogg immediately.
Leech, come on. He still looks human.
Yeah, he kind of looks human. We're gonna. For some reason, I have a feeling that somebody has a favorite.
Oh, we know.
So once the prompt goes up, then we'll start taking suggestions.
Well, no. That's like I've just been doing it verbally all day. So just give me 2 seconds here. I am uploading the latest work to Artist of the Apocalypse. So because I've been doing that with each piece as I finish it. And add the tags. Alright, Fallout 4. Yeah. Part of why you're here is to prevent dead air.
Oh, sorry, I was just like waiting for the moment. I am so sorry.
No,
I'm
it's
bad
all
at
good.
this. I'm
Sweetie,
really bad.
Sweetie, it's okay. We're both new. It's all good.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't know who Kent is, Leech. I don't know who that is.
Kent. Oh god. Yeah, that's true. Dead air happens.
Well, if we're going for inhuman people...
I believe Kent is the name that has
Silver Shroud dude.
Well...
The cinnamon roll.
He's the Vault Tech guy who got ghoulified.
Ah, baby man.
Indeed. Sweetheart who deserved better.
No. The Vault Tech... Oh no, the Vault Tech guy is not.
Oh no?
The
okay.
same.
I was misunderstood. Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure that the Vault Tech guy was like an asshole.
Oh, I personally feel he deserved better.
Yeah. So I guess the theme is currently ghoul?
Alright. See, and I've never actually found the guy who runs the Silver Shroud quest line. I keep ending up at the Silver Shroud place without ever finding the quest, and it borks my game every time.
Oh, apparently that's because he lives in the memory den.
What? Okay, my game's just super borked then. This is content I've never interacted with, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, ghouls.
I do love me some ghouls.
We could always do something with Hancock.
Hancock, Sharon, they're all great. I know it's Sharon, I always put a harder C on it. Sorry, it's habit.
Oh, people like Hancock and Sharon. Or Karen. Hancock, the man himself.
I mean, let's face it.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh god.
Leech,
Guys,
Leech has suggested...
I just did a couples piece. Come on.
Hancock and Sharon. People are focusing on that. Well, you don't have to make it lovey-dovey.
Well,
you could have them.
Well, if it's lovey-dovey, Paige is going to appear somewhere in there because it's an OT3 of mine.
Oh, Hancock meeting Sharon.
Let's see here. No, I'm not doing.
Fight.
Oh my god.
Fight. Kiss.
Give me 2 seconds to read. Here. Alright. Art of Blossoming is popping out.
Okay.
Alright, let me we are getting some love for Ham, and Ham does not get enough love, so I'm thinking I might go for Ham.
Ham and Charon.
No, just one, please.
Okay, so only one, guys. Only one. We are getting offers for Billy the Kid in the Fridge.
Oh, I think I want to love on Ham.
Okay, Ham it is.
Indeed. That is the joy of the chat, as I get to pick. Alright.
Faye is like, ick. I don't know what that means. Oh my god. Leech, no, only one. We can't have Hamcock.
No comment.
Oh, that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. Hamcock.
Alrighty then, we're gonna go ahead and post that, and then reblog it to the other blog. Boop. Oh, that's not the right blog. Shit! Wrong one! Fuck!
Oh my god!
Listen,
I've been there though.
Sketchy days are long and exhausting, and we're only like 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah, you've got like about an hour and 15 minutes left with me.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes to, well, Nora / myself.
Indeed, yeah. So you're hanging on, but then it's you and Nora, and that will be for the finale. So I'll have some extra backup for whatever we finish off with. Alrighty then.
No, Leech. We're not doing Fisto.
Oh god. I mean that does count as non-human. That does count.
It does count as non-human.
I just, I'm not drawing him in action.
Yeah. Not to mention, and this is something I have found across all artists, most artists have a creature wheelhouse. Human shape, animal shape, or robot shape.
I mean, I do a bit of each.
And for some reason, for most, there is no overlap between those three particular categories. You can do maybe one or two, but not the third. But, like, to have somebody that can do all three is probably somebody who's pretty popular.
I mean, I can do a little bit of each. I can't say proficiently, but I'm practicing.
Now, I'm going to remind you, you are happening to be fairly popular today.
Shh, I'm still not mentally prepared to accept that about myself.
Yeah, that's a mood. We've also got Cursed Gay, Swan and Strong.
I've already decided I'm doing Ham.
Okay, no more people. No more people. Though I will admit, Oswald the Outrageous is pretty cool.
I still haven't met him.
Oh, he's a Nuka World.
I know where he's from. I just haven't done any of the DLCs yet. I'm so behind. And people are all like, Lore, why haven't you played this? And I'm like, guys, do you not realize how busy I always am putting on these events? It's like, I don't have time.
This is basically Lore's full-time job, guys.
This is my entire existence.
This is all she does. We only get to play games like once every 2 weeks.
Dude, at max. Okay, alright, on to here, so I can go grab Ham, because for some reason, Ham isn't in my references, even though I've drawn him before. Why the hell isn't he in my references?
He might be before you had references.
No, I drew him recently. I should have saved him.
Clinical error?
Probably. I was just tired. It was near the end of the weekend. I might have neglected to actually save the reference file.
Yeah. I am going to remind peeps, if anybody does have questions about Squirt, I am willing to answer them.
Oh yeah, we've got an open FAQ with Squirt the Radspooter here.
Hello!
Indeed. And also, like, any questions people wanted to ask towards me, like, yeah, I'm still answering questions. It will slow me down a little bit, but that's okay. We're here to talk to you guys as well as doing the art, so it's okay if there's not as many pictures that come out of today. It's more about interacting with you guys.
Yeah. So a Squirt just in Fallout 4. Technically, that is where her home base is. Squirt primarily hangs out around in Goodneighbor.
Where Hancock can be a terrible influence on her.
Yes. But she does get around and, like, skitter-squatter her way wherever the heck the setting happens to be for roleplay. Because, Squirt is an anthropologist. She likes humans.
She
especially likes human history, especially pre-war history. We have a question from Magoobaloo. Can you draw Dima? He's my favorite character. I
may try to give Dima a go later, but right now we are lining up to do Ham. I'm definitely willing to try Dima. Sadly, I don't know him, so there may not be a super dynamic pose, but I will give him a try just to see how I do.
So there you go. Yes, but not right now.
Indeed. I think Dima will be next. Like, we'll do Ham, and then we'll do Dima.
Yeah. Yay, thank you. Okay, so a continuation of that previous question. Did she come from the Capital Wasteland like in Fallout 3, or actually no? The Silk Leaper species actually comes from the New Vegas Wasteland. Their vault that they happen to take place in was in the New Vegas area, not the
Commonwealth.
Or
the Capital.
Thank you.
Or the Capital Waste. Not the East Coast.
Yeah, she didn't come from the East Coast. What basically happened with them is the Enclave found them
and then transported them elsewhere.
And then transported them elsewhere for the sheer sake of everyone kind of wants to kill us for the events of Fallout 1 and 2 and a couple other things, and we're kind of like Voltec 2.0, but with some
We're kind of in trouble.
Racisms and such. So basically what they did is they had a whole separate team basically hide out in the in the Commonwealth, and had the further experiments take place there after the most of them went, well, can't exactly hang out over on the West Coast anymore because people will kill these things immediately if they happen to, discover them.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why the Silk Leaper community is in the Commonwealth.
Hello, I am back from getting the lunches.
Excellent. Your
Welcome
timing
back.
is perfect because it's time for another stretch break for me, so Paint won't be left all alone.
Awesome.
Yay! We were actually just going over some of Squirt's species origins. If you had any questions about that. We have Nora coming back.
Yes, hello, I am Nora. I don't know if we've done reintroductions in a while, but I am Nora, also known as Nuka World Nora. I'm a writer and one of the admin people for the stream. I had to get up and get lunch.
Yes. As a reintroduction, we've got Nora, who is, as she just said, Nuka World Nora, and I am Paint, also called Squirt the Radspooter. People want to know what you had for lunch.
I had Taco Bell, and in fact, still kind of finishing it.
Delicious.
Mm-hmm. I am obsessed with the cheesy roll-ups to the point where I just start making them at home because they're just too expensive. Like, they're only $1, but like I can make it for a lot less.
Yeah. Somebody has replied with "Fuck yeah, Taco Bell."
Yeah, fuck yeah, Taco Bell.
I wonder if Taco Bell exists in Fallout. I imagine that it probably wouldn't, at least not under the name Taco Bell. I imagine that a Mexican place like it would be existent, but probably very 1950s-ified.
Yeah, something like Del Taco absolutely makes sense.
Yeah.
There'd be something like Taco Bell for certain.
Taco Casa. Isn't that from South Park there?
I couldn't tell you.
Taco Casa, that sounds familiar.
I used to love South Park, like maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, but like I completely lost my taste for it.
Give Kaisar a Baca
Blast.
A Baba.
I mean,
Taco Casa was the real taco chain. Give him brain freeze. You gave me brain freeze is what happened. Look at what you've done.
Kill Kaisar via Baja Blast. That is acceptable.
Yeah. That does bring up the question that is now the new meme. Would a Sour Patch Kid immediately kill any common wastelander? He did have a brain tumor.
Oh, here's a question. If a Sour Patch Kid and a Cabbage Patch Kid met each other, what would happen?
Then you get a Lettuce Patch Kid.
Also, yes, Caesar does have a brain tumor in game.
And I believe that that's actually something that you can, like, force Arcade into fixing.
You can force him into fixing it. Also, if you have a high enough medicine skill, you can fix it. And if you have a low enough medicine skill, and a high enough speech skill, you can convince them to let you fix it and kill him with it.
Yep. How much FEV is needed to bring a Sour Patch Kid to life? Well, you see, FEV only works on something that already had life.
Implying that
so
do not make bad jokes.
Well, let's see. FEV, which for those who don't know, FEV stands for Forced Evolutionary Virus.
Yes.
And that's what turns humans into super mutants. And in, I believe, the first Fallout, the main issue with it was it also made the resultant super mutants completely infertile.
Mhm.
And that's actually what they do with the body bags. They are taking those humans to be turned into new super mutants. Where's the Big Caesar? Oh, Little Caesar's Pizza. Where's the Big Caesar?
Yep.
Italy.
I have seen the Mojave Express joke where it's under the toga.
Well, boy, it's only the Pillsbury Doughboy mutated.
Yeah, maybe.
I
I
mean,
see the argument. I see the argument.
I see it, but I also disagree because, like, the Pillsbury Doughboy is very clearly made of dough.
I don't know.
And the
It looks like he's made of marshmallow.
Yeah, he does. Have this headcanon that since the Fallout 4 mutants don't have the turning vats, they seem to in Fallout 3, they use blood and stuff to turn others into mutants.
I suppose that's possible. Their blood would be tainted with FEV. It would be a lot less.
I can, like when you look in a body bag, you mostly just see meat and chunks.
That is a good point. Dough has yeast in it, which is a living thing. Therefore, it can be affected by FEV.
That is true. That is true. Yes, this is also true, Faye. The Institute does have their own turning vats, and they are actually probably the source of the FEV virus in the Commonwealth.
Well, yes, but we do know that the super mutants do try to turn people.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know
that's
how
like an instinct thing.
Yeah, I don't know how effective they are at it in 4 because they don't have the bats. So it's entirely possible that they can't create new ones. New ones come from the Institute.
They have the instinctive drive, but they also do not know how the process works. Considering the amount we mow through, I think they do that too sometimes. I do not.
The amount of super mutants we mow through, they probably do propagate somehow themselves outside of the Institute.
It could be that the Institute super mutants are not infertile.
It could also be that super mutants driven out of the Capital Wasteland area moved in
down
or moved out. You know that Boston is north of DC, right?
Actually, that's news to me.
Boston is way north of DC by like 8 hours.
Not bad.
Way north. We also have not ever seen any female super mutants, or that we can tell as different from the male ones.
The only notably confirmed female is Lily, if I remember.
Yeah, correctly. That is the only one that we can definitely be confirmed as female.
If someone was already infertile, could the FEV do a reverse Uno where they are now fertile? I mean, that's technically possible.
That sounds like the basis for an OC, just saying.
Yeah. Well, this is true that... Oh. I think it's confirmed in lore that it just makes their junk fall off, so I think mutants are all just unigender.
I'm not sure, but they certainly do. The sexual dimorphism is much less than in like humans.
Yes. Not to mention, it could also be a case like the whiptail lizard, if you are familiar with them.
That's a good point. Lily could have just said, "Oh, hey, I'm a lady," and just because she says that she is a woman, she is a woman.
Yeah, that's true.
That is very true.
So, for those who do not know, the whiptail lizard is a actual 100% real species of reptile that is only female. And this is because when they reproduce, they actually have a method of mixing up their own chromosomes to be, not totally identical to each other, basically. And then they have to perform sexual behaviors with another female to actually lay the eggs, because that stimulates the whole process. But they are all female. There are no male whiptail lizards. Let's see. The
Like
death
that
claw comes from a yes, the death claw does come from an average chameleon. I
the
believe it's
Jackson chameleon.
Jackson chameleon.
Hmm. I just remember that off the top of my head. Don't ask me why. I just do.
No, it's gosh, it's hot today. It's cooking
is
my brain.
It is 80 degrees out, and like that's not too hot, but for Portland, that's hot.
It's 97 for me right now, and I'm in Utah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Speaking of which, sorry, I don't mean to derail, but I love Evermore. Every time you bring up Utah, I'm like, yes, I want to go to Evermore.
Yes, Evermore is something people really like around here.
Sorry, not to interrupt you. Sorry.
No, it gives me the opportunity to actually explain what it is. Evermore, for those who are not aware, is it is sort of like a little theme park, except instead of rides and stuff like that, you have the Renaissance Festival thrown in. So you go there, and everybody that is part of the cast pretends that they are from another world, and they're just kind of stuck here in their own town that is like dimensionally anchored in Utah.
Yep. It's if anyone is familiar with live action role play,
It's that.
that. It's a theme park of that.
And people who come as guests are treated with lots of respect and offers to, hey, why don't you go help the pirates? Or, hey, why don't you go join the knights? Or, hey, you want to try the magic guild? And, stuff like that. And they encourage you to go and participate in the storyline of the season. And it changes every season.
Mm-hmm. Next year, my husband and I want to go for all 3 seasons.
Nice.
We're going to do it this year, but the finances just didn't work out. We preferred to go for the financial situation where I don't have to work, which is great.
That's awesome. I don't work, but that's just because, I'm
disability.
I'm a little on the broken side.
No, yeah, if I could qualify for disability, we probably would be in a different place. But I don't. And that's just what it is.
Yeah. So I might not be able to go for the full second segment that I promised, by the way. I apparently am not as recovered from that vaccination as I thought. So, but I am going to go as long as possible. Yes, disabled does not equal broken, but that is my own interpretation of my own status.
Yeah,
typist. It's something that I'm okay saying because I am disabled.
Yeah, I imagine that was not supposed to be everybody who is disabled is broken. It was supposed to be this is how I describe my own experiences. That's what I gathered from it.
Yes, Leech, I see you there in the back.
No, that's totally fair, typist. We absolutely do not want to put a label on somebody who does not want that label. That is unfair to that person and isn't okay. So we totally get it.
We definitely get it. I got a number of problems wrong with me.
Same. I think. Well, like. I feel like a lot of us get into stuff like fandom because there's not so great stuff in our personal lives or in our with our health or our mental health or whatever it is. There's something that's not great. And so we go to fandom because we want to feel better and we want to escape from it a little bit. And that's okay.
We have a new question come in, and it is, which companion has the fattest ass?
Okay, so you said companion. Dance is absolutely correct because the Brotherhood of Steel mod or the clothing,
pure
the
of heart,
model.
Pure of heart, thick of ass.
Yes. gives him a better butt. If you want to see a good butt, though, look at Knight Reese. He has a fat ass. I promise. It's
Well,
the
I've never. I would have to disagree. I would say Kiri before she becomes a synth. That girl is all ass. It's just round.
I don't know if that counts as
Biggest.
well. I don't think that counts because then you have to say Codsworth because he never changes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. The handies do have an ass. They have all ass. All it is stalks on a body, and that body is just round. They have asses, damn it.
That does not make it an ass, though. An ass implies that it serves a purpose of sitting on, and handies do not sit.
I mean, they have to rest at some point. They can't just float around forever. They have to refuel. And
No, they-
refueling while it's going is like a bad idea. I'm
That's
here for the robot fuckers, damn it. Flat ass or no, I would smooch. Pretty much. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, that wasn't a comment on, whether or not we would romance the character or whatever. Just commenting on their ass.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm one of those kinds of people that preferred Curie as a little happy robot, not gonna lie.
I don't like that they gave her the born sexy yesterday trope, but that's
Yeah.
besides the point.
Yeah, that's
Besides that, I really like her character, but that's the only part that
she
have a
is an
problem with.
absolute sweetie. Not a companion, but Kellogg ate too mean frosty flakes. Hey, thick. Icky, Kiki. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Can I just call you Kiki? Okay. Kiki points out, you are just too young, lady. Get a handle on your body. And I'm like, yes, it's really weird that you can romance her that way. It's just weird.
It is totally weird. I totally agree.
Oh, Laura, you're supposed to be in the voice chat.
Well, I get stretching, taking time to stretch.
Hancock is the embodiment of Flat Friday, and nobody can tell me any different.
Hancock is a beanpole. He is absolutely a stick, and he has no body fat, basically.
Well, I'm pretty sure the ghoulification process is just like, no, you cannot, you can't. Body fat is just something that you don't get to have anymore.
Well, it makes sense that that's one of the things that your body will eat up with the radiation and stuff is the
It probably eats away at their fat reserves.
Yes. Sorry, I got distracted by the where the whole Hancock is short. I got distracted by that. That's my brain being silly.
The Hancock is short thing probably comes from the fact that he is physically shorter than a couple other characters. In terms of character model, because the ghouls tend to be they kind of constantly slump a little. Not to mention, in terms of like what radiation does to the body, they may also be suffering from some loss of bone density, if not brittle bones.
Yeah.
Because, well, radiation is a hell of a drug and it does shit to people that isn't kind.
I also think it is up to like interpretation where, certain people just think like shorter characters or shorter men, and that's fine. I also like the juxtaposition between like big tall Dance and like tiny squirrely stick Hancock, and just having them be rivals, not enemies, not hurting each other, just sniping back and forth a little bit.
Edward is thick.
Edward is
Edward.
thick. Edward is Edward Deegan, the bodyguard for the cabin.
The bald guy.
Yeah, well, he's the bodyguard for the Cabots during the Cabot quest.
Oh, that guy.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought you said Deacon.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I misspoke. I I meant Deegan.
Yeah.
See, I actually have
That's the auditory processing disorder
Yeah.
there coming
No.
through.
We also love Deacon in this household, but I was talking about Edward Deacon. I actually
Okay.
have a soulmate AU with Edward Deacon that totally josses canon, but one of these days I have to write it. It's so cute.
Excuse me.
It's one of those ones where you can feel your soulmate, like feel their heartbeat or whatever. And since she goes into cryostasis, he assumes that she's dead because it slows down so much that it's
Every
like
now and again
basically
he gets like a phantom thump.
Yeah, and he just assumes like, oh, that's just like, stuff acting up, whatever. And then he starts feeling the heartbeat again, and he's like, I must be going nuts. I must be going nuts. What the fuck? So he just ignores it. And then he runs into her, and he's like, oh. And so it's fun. I just got to actually write it one of these days.
Yeah. Let's see here. Sorry, my brain just went sideways, and
Same.
I do not remember what the hell I was gonna say.
Oh, the Ghoul Raider. Sinjin. That's the Ghoul Raider who fucks with Goodneighbor and Kent. His name is Sinjin. Sing. Yeah, Jin.
I feel like he read that name in a comic book and then just went, "That's cool."
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Oh my goodness, we are back. So I wiggle my way back into my chair here. Listen, wiggles are an important part of my day every day.
That's your best factor. Your wiggles. Oh wait, no, that's not how that meme goes.
His best.
Bobby No Nose is a butch lesbian. You are absolutely correct. You cannot look at that hairstyle and not think that's a whole ass lesbian.
I try not to judge people by their hair.
I am also making jokes that I am making jokes. I am just joking. I am just joking.
I'm sorry, no, I'm not laughing at that. I just looked over at Penny's tank and he's mooshed his face against the glass.
Oh no!
He's struggling.
Okay. So people who would like to know, Penny is Paint's snack. They are a little hoggy. They're adorable. And if you want to send a picture of Penny to the chat, I can put it up on my drawing surface for people to see, so long as nobody is phobic of snakes.
Penny is my sweet little boy. His name is short for Sir Penne. Yes, I'm clever. It used to be longer. It used to be Sir Pentious. Like the Has-Been Hotel character, but
Fun fact.
But then I was like, I'm just gonna change that because that doesn't fit him. He's doofy and sweet, and the picture is up in the.
Oh, yep. I'll grab that real quick. My goodness, he's being adorbs.
Fun fact, I don't want to talk about any of the controversy around it, but the artist behind Has-Been Hotel was my best friend when we were 12.
Oh, wow. Didn't know that.
Vivian,
I didn't know there was any controversy around it to begin with, to be honest.
I don't know. I haven't paid attention to it because that's my friend and I don't want to think about it. And
that's a bit big.
Yep, I'm just slowly zooming it down.
Yeah, so Vivian, or Vivsy Pop, is we went to the same middle school and high school, and we were actually pretty close friends when we were 12.
Oh, nice.
I'm just gonna let Penny hang out on my drawing surface over here because he's adorable.
So this is Penny. He is a snake called a Western hognose. He is a specific kind of coloration. When you're referring to a snake's coloration, it's kind of like it's like saying, oh, I have a chocolate lab, or oh, I have a chihuahua, or an orange tabby. This is called a morph. A snake is called a snake's coloration is called a morph, and Penny's in particular is a morph called albino anaconda. Hognoses in the wild have a very flashy, very spotted pattern on their scales. And what the anaconda gene does is it takes those spots and it makes them bigger and reduces the amount. So that's why he's all spotty like that. The albino gene is why he's pink and orange.
So if you don't mind me asking, what is the like secondary thing to this sketch? I know it's
we wanted to focus on non-humans because Paint is the special guest right now, so that's, you know, Squirt the Rad Spooter. Perfect. So, you know, non-humans, ghouls, you know, things that are other shapes. And
perfect.
Indeed. And there were all sorts of suggestions, and once I'm done with Ham here, and Dima is up next, so we can get some android representation up in here.
Fair enough.
Part of me is like, give Ham a snake to hold.
Well, I know.
I have plans. Y'all don't know where I'm going with this yet. Like, while I was out stretching, I had an idea.
Oh,
alrighty. Good. Excellent.
But if anybody is curious, Penny is just a little over a year old. He turned 1 back in May, so he's a sweet boy. He is also now about as long as my forearm, which is about 1.5 feet. And his favorite things in the whole wide world are hands and digging. Because hognoses are a species that likes to burrow and dig.
Are you going to talk about the game he plays with Ashwinder?
Oh yes, Ashwinder is my cat. And I'm surprised she hasn't made an appearance yet, because usually when I'm on voice chat, she likes to come over and demand affection, but I think she's sleeping or something, so she's not made herself an appearance. Yet. But, oh shoot. What he and Ashwinder do is they play peekaboo. Ashwinder loves Penny, and what she'll do is she will walk around the cage, the tank, and look at him and go meow, 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 like she does, because she's a cat. And he will chase after her. Because he sees her and he goes, friend, giant friend, we're gonna play. And so he starts to slither around the tank, and they basically chase each other back and forth. And it is one of the cutest things to actually behold, and I wish I could get it on camera, but I'm trying to discourage her from doing what she normally does with the game, which is I'm going to stand on top of the tank on the screen. And she is 7 pounds 11 ounces.
Oof.
So I don't want her breaking the screen.
Which is fair. You don't want cats and reptiles to touch. So
indeed,
yeah. They could hurt. They can hurt each other pretty bad.
And like not even on not even on purpose. If like there's just too much bacteria that will get each other
hurt
sick.
Each other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They interact best with a piece of glass between them.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hello. Yes, somebody called my name.
Oh, yeah. What?
Yep.
Paint. I am Paint. What you need, Leech? Have I seen the Arcana?
Isn't that a dating sim?
I've played it.
I have not. I've never heard of it.
I did not get very far into it, though.
I've heard of it, but I haven't played it.
I've never heard of it, actually. So no, I've never seen the Arcana.
From what I understand, it is a dating sim. I don't know what kind, but
it is a type of dating sim game that also has kind of a mystery story intertwined into it, and there's a lot of magic stuff. And
is it like a visual novel type?
Yeah,
game?
Visual novel type game, and it does have microtransactions in that you can, you know, pay for their special currency, which you can then trade in for specific storylines. Oh. But you can still progress through the story without paying. So like there is a free option.
I'm not really one for the visual novel style of games.
Oh yeah, everyone's got their own thing with it, you know.
But Pate, this is the character that's being referred to. That's called Faust, and why it reminds them of your snake.
Oh, they're adorable. Is that
Yes.
one romanceable? I'll romance the snake.
Is Faust romanceable?
Can Faust consent?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. First, can Snakey consent?
Can the
No,
snake pass the Harkness
unfortunately.
test?
No, the snake doesn't pass the Harkness test, apparently.
Damn.
That's
Oh, well.
where fan fiction comes in.
But yeah, so Penny and Ashwinder are my pets, and Penny has decided that he's going to stop being an idiot.
For how long?
So I don't know. You see, his skull is not very big, which means his brain is also not very big. But this does result in something I like to call him noodling. Which is where I will have him in my hands or just, on my chest, and he'll try to dig through my shirt.
Oh, that's adorable.
And I'm like, buddy, fabric don't work that way.
But he really
You're not
wants it to.
Hey, you're not gonna go anywhere. And he's like, I will get there eventually. But here's another sweet fact about hognoses. Some people might not think so, but they are in fact venomous.
Really?
They are. The thing is, their fangs are not up front like you would think with cobras or a whole bunch of other snakes like pythons and such. Their fangs are situated in the back, and they do not have venom glands in the traditional sense. Their fangs are not hypodermic. Instead, they have a groove that runs along the tooth that acts through capillary action.
Gotcha.
So this is great because their normal prey animal in the wild is amphibians like frogs and toads. So while the prey is struggling in its mouth, that is how it gets injected with the poison. So they basically chew on their prey animal until they give up.
That's scary.
Here's the kicker, though. Their fangs are also so small that if you want to be bit by a hognose, you basically have to force it.
Right now.
You have to basically what you have to do is you have to confuse the snake into thinking you're food. That doesn't really happen often for me because
I imagine not.
Because Penny's a sweet boy. But in humans, the venom is actually not very bad at all. It's equivalent to a bee sting, at most. Okay. But they are also very timid, and that to bite is not in their defense mechanism. Because that's how they feed. It's not how they defend themselves. What they do to defend themselves is the funny thing. See,
They're dramatic.
Hognoses are also called the drama queens of snake keeping. Because what they do as a defense mechanism, and this is actually much more common in eastern hognoses than western, but what both species will do is they will attempt to do something called musking first, which is basically make a smelly smell that's like, please stay away from me, I'm smelly, ew, don't eat me. If that doesn't work, they will open their mouth, hiss dramatic. They do not shit. It is not poop.
Indeed.
It is something completely different. But it does come from the cloaca. What they will do is they will open their mouth wide, make a dramatic hiss noise, and then roll over on their back. Stick their tongues out with an open mouth and try to look like they are the most dead thing in the world.
They play dead.
They play dead.
And if you roll them over, they'll roll back over.
I love that.
Just to insist that they are in fact dead.
They will stick their tongues out even further. As if to say, please, no, look, I'm super dead. Yeah.
Super dead.
Super dead.
And they even make a face that's like, bleh.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I would recommend the channel Snake Discovery if you are interested at all in hoggies in general, snakes in general. They talk about all sorts of snake breeds and their care, and they do feeding videos if you're interested in that sort of stuff, or they talk about handling and stuff like that. They just opened a kind of a conservatory sort of thing. They also
it's a zoo.
Yeah, it's a zoo, but they also take in surrenders, animals that people can't care for and help rehome them. So it's a little bit of a rescue mission as well, which I respect the hell out of them for.
And it is also a store where you can buy reptiles and
Indeed, and their
their
food.
care supplies. Wasn't Snake Discovery the one that took a... Yes, they did.
That sounds a little...
Okay, so here's the thing. The alligator in question is Rex, and Rex is a 4-foot-long alligator who has rubber jaw.
She was kept in a tiny box by someone else, and then was surrendered to Snake Discovery.
So basically, and I am from Florida, I am familiar with the type of facility that this person that Rex came from, called a gator farm. And what happens in gator farms is they are basically people that take turtle hatchlings, gator hatchlings from the wild of the Everglades and puts them in tiny boxes. And this is all for the purpose of selling gator leather and gator meat and their teeth and basically just
the souvenir trade and
the souvenir trade. And if the gator gets particularly big somehow, some way, they also have alligator wrestling. But here's the thing. With a gator that is kept in such a small enclosure, they develop something called rubber jaw, where their bones do not properly develop. So even though Rex has the teeth of a gator and the relative, mechanisms for biting and being dangerous, and you would not want to be bit by her bites are not very strong.
She'd never survive if they released her into the wild. So they're doing the best they can for her while she's alive. They're going to give her as happy a life as they can while she's is around in captivity.
She's basically hospice.
And part of the big push towards the zoo and everything was to give Rex an appropriate enclosure, because right now she's stuck in their basement, and that is not appropriate for a gator. They've given her as much space as they can without destroying their home. And the new enclosure they have planned for her, it has the appropriate amount of space. She's going to have a big old sunning rock. She's going to have a proper pool to go in and out of that isn't a kiddie pool that's been rewrapped and rewrapped and rewrapped.
They've done the best they can with Rex.
Indeed, and she's about to move into some much better digs.
And to be honest, I do agree that taking Rex into a pet store was unsafe. Because she is still a wild animal. She is tame, but she is not your common pet. And they reiterate that over and over and over again. Rex is not a pet.
Yeah, every time we see Rex.
Yeah.
And by all means, if that is a line for you, let it be a line for you. That is fine.
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Some people make that a line for themselves because that kind of husbandry behavior is not safe. And I do believe that it was stated later that they had contacted the store beforehand and had come after hours. Instead of risking her to the public because, alligator in a pet store.
Yeah, no, that's...
I know. That would make me panic.
Yeah. But they actually just did recently videos on turtles, such as turtle racing and why that's not exactly ethical or sustainable. They've also done a video on why you shouldn't pick up turtles and just, take them where you think they need to go.
Indeed.
Unless
moving a little old lady.
Unless you are moving them across the road for their own safety.
Yeah.
Yes. A lot of the video was interspersed with little skits of people that do certain things to turtles, like picking them up and turning them around and putting them back where they came from, with the analog of doing it to an old lady. Like you wouldn't pick up an old lady and turn her around and put her back where
you're a dick.
Yeah. And not to mention, it's not going to stop her from just turning right back around and just go back, you know, the way she came.
Right.
They have some little skits for that as well, and it involves Emily, the who is the expert. Actually, she is the one who has a lot of the knowledge. She is the reptile handler, dressed as an old lady.
I saw the thumbnail for that one. I haven't watched it yet, but I'll get there.
It is pretty funny.
It looks fun. It looks fun. So I'm doing Ham here with his bow tie undone.
Yes. I imagine Turtles in the Wasteland would look very much like Torterra in Pokemon, where it's like big and like there's stuff growing on the back because there's just so much earth there.
Step on a small island. Whoops, that's a turtle.
Yep. So that's my interpretation of that.
Dude, I would love like a Fallout thing where there is a culture that exists on the back of giant irradiated sea turtles that's just nomadic in the ocean.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
That would be cool as hell.
I would want to run that by actual Pacific Islanders and like run with it and like make it a thing.
There are a lot of animals that do not have representation that really should, such as birds.
Indeed, yeah, no, I would love to see so many more creatures, but they keep just like bringing back Deathclaws in places that I don't think it makes sense to have Deathclaws. I don't think of New England as a place where a lot of lizards live. I lived there for a while, and it just isn't a super hospitable place for them.
It is definitely not unless Deathclaws become red-blooded. They should not have the means to survive.
You mean warm-blooded?
What did I say?
Red-blooded.
Hot-blooded. I mean warm-blooded. Fuck.
It's all okay. Good. Just breathe. You're cool, honey.
I can't talk. If they were, unless they become warm-blooded and thus have the ability to produce their own warmth, they would have the actual means to survive.
Indeed, and I'm fully willing to believe that.
Like, it has only been recently discovered that if an alligator goes through a sudden cold snap, you know what it does?
It dies.
No. It should, but it doesn't. So, if an alligator senses that cold weather is approaching, what it will do is it will go into the water and it will stick its snout out of the water.
And so it can breathe, so it can freeze solid, basically.
And basically what it does is it goes into brumation and lets the ice freeze around its snout. Because alligators, what the hell are all these dangerous predatory megafauna doing around with no visible prey or vegetation for the prey? Come on, Todd.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah. Gator claws actually do have a reason for being where they are, though I still think that they shouldn't be able to survive because
they were active.
They were in the zoo.
Yes. I firmly believe that the scientist that died, I don't know how much you guys have played Nuka World, but there's a scientist in that DLC or in that area who was making them, who was actively working with the cloning machine, who died.
Yep.
I had canon that he actually took that DNA out of storage and out of their, like, the zoo's, like,
vault.
catalog. Yeah, and, like, made it himself out of Deathclaw DNA, old gators, that sort of thing. So he made the, like, McDermott, that's his name, McDermott. And so I actually had canon that he made them within the last 6 months.
So they should, okay, yeah. But that doesn't mean that they're gonna fucking survive.
No, they're not.
Especially not a nuclear winter.
Yeah, and especially not Boston's winters. They're just not. Also, yes, why are there no wild boars in Fallout? That pisses me off because
I know, boars are terrifying.
Pigs will turn into boars in half a generation.
No. If we ever do Fallout in the Midwest, give me irradiated buffalo. Please.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes.
I want reintroduced irradiated buffalo.
Yes,
You know-
absolutely.
Though the boar thing is actually very prominent as a problem.
Oh yeah.
Because what will happen is they turn into boars in less than a generation, and
They
they
do.
be. Now, most people think, oh, a pig is the size of a small
Oh no, they're huge.
dog.
They're fucking huge.
No, they are huge. There's a reason why wild boars were some of the most dangerous things to hunt back in
Infrequently
old-
Yeah.
the cause of death of many princes and kings.
We
Because-
also
hogs. Hogs have something that we have pretty much tried to keep out of food pigs. Tusks.
Mm-hmm.
They have tusks like warthogs, and they are not
Sorry.
shy about ramming them into your ribs.
Paint, I think Nora was trying to get in.
Darling Leach brought up snail Brahmin, which I interpret to mean snails the size of Brahmin, who maybe they're pack animals. That sounds neat.
Dude, no,
Yeah.
I contributed to a post that was talking to that possibility, and I was all about it. I do not like this hand. It's almost there, but not quite.
Very close though. What I want is what I super duper want is a Fallout Hawaii radioactive volcano.
Yes, that would be cool.
Oh,
I imagine those
that
like kind of.
would be. That would be kind of interesting.
Well,
A tropical
here's my
region.
thought though. It's like, okay, you say radioactive volcano, but when a volcano erupts, that's bringing material from deep within the earth. One of the few places that wouldn't get intensely irradiated, which means the new land on islands is probably the only unirradiated soil on the planet.
Which
Also-
means it's probably lush with vegetation that's actually,
If it's getting decent rain.
farmable.
And also,
Oh, well, yes, they also get very decent rain considering they are an island nation.
since Hawaii is its own island, like it's up to your own headcanon whether it was directly bombed or not. But there's a good chance it was just missed because there's enough
Yeah.
of like an Asian population there that I could see China not bombing it.
Yeah.
And so it could be that the only radiation that comes in are rains that come off of like deep ocean.
And even then, it is very hard for radiation to penetrate that deep into the water.
I'm just
But I
gonna
imagine
simplify this
there would
hand,
be a
Jesus.
risk. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just complaining because hands are evil. I usually simplify them, but of course I tried to do individual fingers and bleh.
I mean, it looked pretty good.
But yeah, there would still be like environmental risks, but I don't think it would be nearly as much as the rest of the continental United States. Also, yes, we were cheated by not getting the underwater vault nor the like big monstrous sea monsters. Like,
Which
Well,
is really
hey-
strange because the models exist for them.
Well, here's the thing though, is that it's sometimes it just can't make it, and if an idea made it that far, it's probably going to make it into the next iteration. It's like Bethesda has shown us it is all about the sequels. We're gonna get another Fallout. It's going to happen.
but
The thing I am interested in pointing out though is that with the current engine that they still use, it's the same one that they made Skyrim on. There is no ability for combat to take place in the water because of how the swimming mechanics work.
Well, maybe
The
it's
engine-
finally time for them to rebuild their engine. They've been using it for ages.
yeah.
Yes.
But that's just speculation, an industry speculation at that.
Yes. But basically what keeps happening is they keep using that same damn engine, so there's no water combat because the engine doesn't know how to handle it.
Actually, they had water combat in Oblivion, but like try firing a gun underwater.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, that don't
doesn't
work.
work so well. But that I feel could make water monsters just more terrifying because it should
They
be
have
possible to
free
fight them,
movement.
but it's going to be very different, and it's going to require thinking a bit outside the box, I think, from what Fallout has been doing lately. And I'm here for that. I am excited for possible innovation in the future. I hope they do.
Well, though my problem with the underwater vault is what idea can you do with it that BioShock has not done?
Yeah,
Who
pretty
cares?
much. And Leech has actually asked the same question.
Okay, my point of view on that is, if BioShock has already done the idea, why would I buy the DLC or why would I buy the game?
Because BioShock did it 10 years ago. There's 20,000 people who haven't touched it.
So, like, it's the sort of thing I would like to see a different take than just BioShock all over again.
I agree, but just because it happens to be underwater doesn't mean it's going to be BioShock. Just because it's underwater doesn't mean they have to do Ayn Rand.
No, that's absolutely true, but there's so many things that they pulled in to do in the underwater vault that, like, what can you do that isn't, like, basically have your fans who are mostly, you know, very overlapping with BioShock. How do you keep your fans from saying, oh, that's just BioShock again?
I don't think... If you're confident in your story, then there's no point in worrying about comparisons. People who actually are paying attention are going to be like, no, it's not the same thing because of this, this, and this. You tell your story.
I also don't trust...
that this would also be the only way we would get merfolk in the Fallout universe that aren't Mirelurks.
I also don't trust Bethesda to handle anything appropriately or with class.
Yeah.
I have to at least try to have hope about the future, because if I'm nihilistic about everything, I will just be sad forever.
Oh, I'm open to being pleasantly surprised, but, like, I don't get my hopes up for Bethesda.
And my point is I cannot function without hope.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I humanly cannot.
Fayefox says, Bethesda and competent usually don't go in the same sentence.
Yes.
Bethesda and fun usually go in the same sentence, which is why I keep playing.
Indeed, we keep coming back because it's still fun.
That is a good point. There's a lot of times where Fallout will choose the rule of cool over consistency.
But, like, Fallout's always been bonkers. I don't think they have to choose the rule of cool. I think they could just work within their own universe to do bonkers shit.
Well, like, the rule of cool is just, like, it's one of those RPG or tabletop terms.
Oh, yeah, no, I've done it.
You just bend the... And, like, I feel like there is enough room to do that. And I feel like there's a lot of criticisms that Bethesda gets that it's like they were just following the rule of cool. They did it this way because it is more fun to play this way. That's why they did it.
All right, and I think
Leech keeps mentioning the underwater pressure effect, and while I think that would result in some funky-looking creatures, I also think that they wouldn't be able to apply that kind of thing very well due to the limitations of an engine.
I think that would be a really cool like meter to take care of. Like you have to make sure that you have oxygen or that your thing is sealed, not necessarily because you're underwater or that because you know there's no air because you know it's an underwater vault. You have to deal with the pressure, like just the pressure.
Fallout by way of Subnautica.
Yeah. Also, I hate to interrupt, but apparently my body has decided that I'm done because my chest has started to compress pretty badly, and
it's
I'm
okay,
having a little trouble breathing.
It's all good. If you need to step away, it's all good. Let us know if you're able to come back, and if not, we wish you well.
I think this is the point where my body has forced me to call it quits, and I'm really sorry about that, guys.
No, it's all good, sweetie. You gotta do what you gotta do. You take care of yourself.
Yeah, no, my chest started going, yeah, we can't breathe, and I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, no, you go lay down.
Thank you. I will try to lurk and be as active as possible, but I think I'm gonna go pass out.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's all good, sweetie. You go take care.
Yeah, you take care of yourself.
Good luck with the stream, and I guess, Nora, this is your time to shine.
Yes. Well, I've been here all day. I've just been shining all day.
Bit of an early swap off, but I hope everybody had fun. I am Paint. You can find me on Tumblr at Squirt the Rad Spooter or Paint Splatter, which is spelled like paint splatter but with an extra E on the end. Come visit my Etsy over at Geek Plushie, which I sell Pokemon stickers. And I hope all of the rest of you have a wonderful day.
All right.
See ya.
See you next time.
Hello.
Yeah.
Or goodbye. What the hell is wrong? My brain is just gone today.
No, dude.
Okay.
This is part of Sketchy Saturday for me every week. Is by the end, but not even the end. It's like once I'm past noon, my brain is jello. There's nothing left.
Yeah. Like this is why I wasn't nervous for streaming. Is because I know that I'm gonna misspeak, and I just have to be like, "Oops, I misspoke. I meant that."
Yeah, no, it's the way it goes. And I have no idea what the chat reaction to my continuous sketching of Ham in not his full suit, but rather, you know, in a slight state of undress as
it.
Indeed, I was kind of going for like an After Hours at the Rail sort of thing, like maybe him and Magnolia and Whitechapel play poker or something.
I love it. I love it.
Well, they all talk like they're buddies, like.
Well, I imagine they are. They probably really are.
Mhm.
And you know what? I bet Ham has a really good poker face. I bet he sweeps.
Yep. Well, look at all the chips.
So I actually headcanon that Ham's full name is Hamilton,
that
and
makes sense.
he's a ghoul like Hancock, and he actually, like Hancock, chose that name. And so I actually headcanon that they're very old friends. So I don't see a reason why he wouldn't have a crush on Hancock. I think that's very a valid interpretation.
Indeed, like it's I haven't had my brain there, but if other people are like hell yeah, I'm all for it. Like
Yeah.
that's something I knew, like, the second I decided to do Sketchy Saturday, that everyone's gonna have their own things that they're gonna bring to the table, and I've just got to welcome everybody in, because that's what I'm doing here. It's just all the ships and all the characters and all the fun, because I'm not here to be anybody's fun police. I'm here to be the enabler.
And sometimes you get ideas that like you never would have thought of that are great.
Mm-hmm.
Like the second for one of the quote day or weekends
Mhm.
for Sketchy Saturday, I saw Cartman's, you know, screw you guys, I'm going home. And I read that and I thought Gage would fucking say that. And so I had to put in that request.
Oh, I remember that sketch. Oh, that was great.
No, St. John is totally like the heartbroken ex. He is the for lack of or figuratively speaking, the woman scorned.
Oof. Mm. Oh god, I can't wait to actually get back to writing my story, because like I'm still very much in the ideas phase with Paige's story, and it drives me nuts because I doing Sketchy Saturday, I watch everyone else's OCs develop week to week, but mine isn't, and I'm like, no, wait for me. And there just hasn't been any time. I've had the stream on my mind for 8 months, not even kidding. Like, this has been in the works for so long. And for as long as it's been there, like, there just hasn't been room in my brain for anything else.
That makes sense. I have been trying to, in my, you know, like my own personal stuff, get a project off the ground, and I haven't been able to do any of the back end work at all.
Mm-hmm.
I called it Project Overboss to start with, and I haven't been able to do any of the back end work to make it happen. Sorry.
And it's like we've got a whole bunch of other ideas, and with launching Artists of the Apocalypse, I'm hoping things are going to get easier in the near future for me specifically, that I'll be able to share some of this work with some other hands, you know, the volunteers and all that. People still seem to be super into it, so thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping that pressure gets to lessen on me a little bit, and I get to share the load a little bit.
Yeah. Though that's a good point. I'll make a note. We can actually put either something in the pins or on the blog about asking for volunteers. Hey, maybe you want to run a Sketchy Saturday.
Oh yeah, no, that is another FAQ I need to get up. Is essentially I want to have a cleaner way for people to say, hey, I'd like to help out, without, you know, us putting a specific APB out, where people can send into probably the tracker email we use for keeping track of the time-lapse requests. That's also going to be used for things like, hey, I'd like to volunteer, are there any opportunities right now, that kind of stuff.
Right. And yeah, the Artists of the Apocalypse has started off really well. Thank you, Faye.
Yes, so much.
We are really happy with how today's been going. It is amazing.
This is beyond anything I hoped for. Oh my goodness, today has gone so well. I was so scared that just nobody would show up.
Yeah.
Oh god, that is the wrong button.
And we're so happy that you guys are here. We really, really are. Because it's not a fandom. Like, one person does not a fandom make. It is a collaboration.
Mm. Oh gosh. It is collaborative. It requires a group. It requires enthusiasm. It's like people got to be here for it, and I am so excited that people are here for it. Just every now and then I still have to have a moment of disbelief, like, oh my god, this is a thing. And I keep telling my friends, I think I accidentally started a small business. I didn't mean to, but it happened.
It might have been an accident, but I'm glad that you found me, because business is one of my specialties.
Indeed.
And yes, Faye Fox, absolutely, all for one and one for all.
Damn right.
That's, I think, one of the reason why people like Hancock. Like, yes, he's a ghoul. We're all ghoul fuckers, yes.
Yes.
But also, like, he embodies a feeling that a lot of us want, is that we all want to work together and we want to support each other in general.
Hey, Nora, if
Yes.
for a lark, so on the Discord, I actually have a thing. It's a channel that only has one post in it, so we can go back to it every now and then. I labeled it the mod mission statement, and I think the viewers may be curious to know what I wrote in that, because it's essentially the mission statement of Artists of the Apocalypse. So if you would be so kind to read that to the viewers, I think they might be curious about that.
Certainly, I will absolutely read that out. So this is meant to be a place that we return to if we ever lose focus. The goal of the project remains the same as it was at the beginning when Sketchy Saturday was founded: to foster joy within the fandom community. That's how Sketchy Saturday started, and that remains the mission statement of Artists of the Apocalypse as well. To observe this central tenet, is important to keep the following in mind. We are here to encourage. Many creative people, particularly young folk, can be very shy but flourish quickly if encouraged by a positive community that is seeking to build them up. Older individuals, too, may have been creative when younger and scared off, maybe by a strict parent, community toxicity, or anything in between. We are here to encourage all creative productivity, regardless of age, years of practice, or technical proficiency. All acts of creation are a practice, and we're here to encourage that. We are here to share. We spread joy by making content of all flavors and boosting the content of others. Between events, we want to be boosting the work of less known community members and help them find more eyeballs, both for the joy of the creators and the people who find them. We are here to teach. The only secrets here are the events held in trust to build hype. If someone asks for tutorials, we should try our best to make one, or supply links to one we feel is well made, or both. We are here to grow. None of us are masters, which means we are always growing and learning too. We should own that and share with the community frequently what we have learned and how far we've come to show them that they too can grow. When lost or doubtful, please return here and read this again. And honestly, I think we should put this on the blog if we haven't.
Yeah, no, it should definitely go up on the blog. Like, oh my god, I'm having feels now.
I'm not familiar with Courtney Taylor. I will have to take a look and put this later. I
do not know Courtney Taylor. I don't know any names. I am not good at names.
I don't know why it's ironic that I sound like. Oh, I sound. Oh my gosh, I am. Oh, that is a huge compliment. Thank you.
Oh gosh, what happened?
Courtney Taylor is the voice actress for Nora in Game.
Oh, you know what? Fair enough.
The biggest compliment that I've gotten in a very long time, so thank you so much.
Oh heck, we went to Fieldstown. Fieldstown on a fast bus.
So I am non-binary. I did pick the name Nora. It is a family name, but part of the reason I picked it is because of the Fallout character. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I add a little bit of depth over here. Yeah, Ham appears to be raking in the chips.
I know that there was a handful of submissions. I do know that one of our internal artists, Oblitz, is working on one.
Yep.
And
but I still need to show those off.
Oh, awesome. You know, now that I think about what Oblitz is gonna do, I know what they're gonna do for the gore. Oh my god, because they asked like, "Oh, is it okay if it's a little gory?" And we're like, "Yeah, yeah." And now I know exactly what they're gonna do.
Oh yeah, no, I have a bet on where they're going.
I was too tired this morning to like put 2 and 2 together. I should have.
Blitz and I have known each other for a very, very long time, so I knew where they were going pretty early.
Gotcha. No, yeah, it didn't even occur to me like, oh, how do you feel? Like, I was just too tired to think.
No, it's all good. It happens. Alright, gentleman has a lovely stack of chips. We'll switch that into overlay, and then put it over normal, turn that down, turn this down. Okay, and then a little bit of just kind of a smoky bar effect.
Oh, I like that. And since, you know, we got derailed while I was reading the mod mission statement, I hadn't thought of Edward Deegan and Arthur Maxon. That is a thought I hadn't thought of before. But that is certainly a thought.
Is that a thought we needed?
I don't know if we needed it,
but we have it now.
We have it.
No, I'm just sassing. I'm just sassing.
Because I love throwing ships at the wall
and seeing what sticks.
Because even if it doesn't work, you'll sometimes find things that like you hadn't thought of. Like for a soulmate AU where I was doing a whole bunch in the same universe, I was rolling dice to kind of pair characters together, and McCready and Piper got paired together. And I was like, at first I was like, oh, that wouldn't work. Piper hates McCready. It wouldn't work. The more I thought about it, the more I think that actually would make a decent couple if they could like get over like themselves.
I mean, at the very least, it sounds like a funny anime plot.
But like all Piper has to learn is how much he loves his son and how much he's doing for his son. And she'll just be like, oh. And like, especially if he's like nice to Nat.
Yeah, no, that'd be like key, is if Piper first became aware of him through him being nice to Nat, then he might have a chance.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. And we've got another one, which means Dima's up next, oh boy.
Opinions on Dima, and they are not good opinions.
See, and I don't have any opinions because I haven't played any of the DLC. I've only seen images of Dima. That is all I am aware of.
They are strong opinions, and I know that I am kind of in the minority, and that's okay.
Yeah, and it's like I'm trying to avoid all I can because I still want to go into the DLC mostly blind, but I'm aware of the DLCs because like I draw everybody, and I've drawn Gage so many times that I've never even heard his voice.
He has a good voice. He has a southern twang. He's great.
Ooh, dangerous.
It's like think like light Georgia.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit northern than that, but very southern.
Indeed. Yeah, there is much I must still educate myself on, but I think that's also important, the fact that I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of the games, and I'm willing to own that even as I act within fandom culture, and people are willing to accept that about me, is just that, you know, I don't know everything, and sometimes I might need things explained to me, and sometimes I'm going to get things wrong, but I'm still here for it, and I'm still here to make, you know, fandom a positive place to be. So, you know, it's I have as much right to be here as anybody else.
Yeah, Sterling Leach, I see. I'll make sure that Lore has access to it. But Lore ends up getting the last decision on how it gets made. Just a recommended face for Dima. I'm leaving the.
Yeah. I don't mind. I've still got to, you know, take my next break here, so you're going to be stuck alone for about 15 minutes.
No, and because I know I can talk about it forever, so we're gonna be talking about ships while Laura's away, because I can actually like talk on that and give opinions. So feel free to like just give ships in chat, please.
Oh god, we're doing ship ratings.
Like, not ship ratings, just talking about them. I'm not going to say whether they're good or bad per se, but like, oh, I feel like I could write that, or I'd have trouble writing that one.
Just so long as like When I come back, I might have to gush about Paige and Hancock for a hot minute.
Fine. But yes, feel free to talk ships to me.
Talk shippy to me?
Yes. So if you need to take a break, by all means, I got this handled.
Indeed. I've just posted the latest work and reblogged it over, and now I've got to reblog the Hey We're Online thing, so that keeps circulating, and then I set my 15-minute timer to go stretch out my hands.
Alrighty.
Very important that. Alright, and we click that one, and we go boop. And now I disappear. See ya in 15, everybody.
All right, enjoy your break. Mm-hmm. All right, so the first one I see is Dima and Faraday. Okay, so yeah, the Venmo link is being weird. I've been messing with it all day. It hasn't been working. I am so sorry. You do need an account on Venmo, and it literally is just our username with no spaces, no numbers, no anything, just @. I am so sorry that is difficult. That is my fault. That was something that I was fixing while I was very tired yesterday. I am so sorry. So yeah, you do need an account, and yeah, the direct link is being very, very fucky. I am so sorry. But we were trying to avoid fees because Ko-Fi takes a fee and Venmo kind of doesn't. So we were hoping to avoid those. So it kind of prevents issues on both sides. Okay. So Dima and Faraday, I think this is an amazing ship. I think this has a lot of potential. I do think it is a little one-sided in that Dima cares less than Faraday does. Faraday is like all in, I am invested, and Dima is like, you all right. But that is just my opinion. I don't remember who Roy Phillips is. Do you mind? It's been not a very long time since I played 3, because I played 3 on and off. Does he? I didn't. So I personally do not like Dima, so I avoid him. If he calls him dearest, it's possible that I have that reading wrong, and that's the beauty of fandom, is that we all have our different interpretations. Sorry guys, give me a second. Let me see if I can mess with. How do I do this? I am sorry. Alrighty, there you go. Sorry about that. Trying to take care of bots while I'm in stream. Yeah, that's the thing, is OC ships are great. I have not seen the drawing of X6 and X6 and Dance. That sounds amazing. Oh yeah, Gage and Overboss Coulter absolutely had a thing, and Coulter absolutely abused Gage. Absolutely, like 100%. So I couldn't. Ooh, I'll have to write that down. Thank you so much for that recommendation. But as for crack ships, I'm sorry, I can't remember who Roy Phillips is. And Charon, I imagine there's some cuteness there. I'm sorry, I just can't comment on it. No, yeah, that's fair. My favorite crack ship, that's a good question. But yes, Charon and Boone. All right. I hadn't thought of that, but we're gonna think about that for a minute. Because I don't think Boone would be comfortable holding his contract. I think that would be a sticking point between the two of them. I don't think he'd be. But I honestly, I think there's potential there, because Boone is a very loyal person, and unfortunately, because of the contract, yeah, you can't hold your own contract. And because of the contract, Charon is a very loyal person, and I think he's reluctant to be loyal to any individual besides the contract. I think he is. Once he's emotionally invested, he, is very loyal. And so I can see those two working very well just because of that loyalty level. But I love these ideas of mixing characters from different games. I'm not familiar with Sally Face. I don't know if that's a different Benny and Yes Man. Okay, so listen, I've heard that one before, Benny and Yes Man. And like, it's not that I disagree by any means, but you know, there's a reason we had to go to get Fisto and couldn't just, you know, volunteer Yes Man. Damn Charlies. Okay, so I've been working with different art programs and like working with my Cricut and stuff, and the first thing I did was have it draw in the something about the shaking those Charlies for the Ben Man in that buffalo plaid pattern. Oh, and I do see shipping OCs with other like friends OCs. That is like the purest form of fun, in my opinion, is to just like put our dolls together and have fun. Oh, X6 and Ulysses. That is, and of course, yeah, X688 and Preston is of course one we've covered. Ulysses is such an interesting character. I think his character arc in New Vegas is so complete that I have a hard time imagining it ending any other way and allowing him to like move east and move on. But you know, that's just how I see it. I think like ignoring like canon and ignoring that character arc, I think that would be really cool. And I think Ulysses would be very much about freeing the synths. I think he would be very much about seeing the slavery aspect of it and thinking that that's not okay. Especially because of his past with the Legion. I think he would be part of the Railroad if he was in the Boston area. Oh yeah, self-insert OCs are fantastic. When I am playing my self-insert OC, I will romance MacCready. I will. Every single time. Every single time, and that is okay. Yeah, this is why we're talking about ships, because I can talk about ships all day. I really can. In between drinking water, of course, because water has been powering me today. I don't know what I'd be doing without copious amounts of water. James and that's an interesting idea. Imagine instead of James dying in 3, he and Madison Lee join up with the Institute. He might be a little bit younger than Sean, but that... Okay, how dare you put that idea in my head? Like, how dare you? Because now I want to work that into my canon. Preston is a very good first love. Preston is awesome. Preston is amazing. Oh, speaking of crack ships, I don't know if it counts as a crack ship, but I actually oh, Madison Lee and Kellogg is being oh, that is cute. I like that. I like that a lot. I feel like there's an interesting dynamic there, or could be an interesting dynamic there. But speaking of potentially crack ships, my favorite characters to kind of mush together are Preston and Kate, actually. Sturge, oh, you are correct. Sturgis is amazing, and he is he's too good. He's too good. I do think it's disappointing that they didn't make Sturgis having the synth component like a thing. Like, either I wish it wasn't there or they brought it up in story. I wish there wasn't like ooh, he's a synth, did you know? And have it be a secret. Like, I don't know. I wish bits and pieces about characters were actually like front and center and not off to the side, and like you have to dig into the game and know the meta to know this parts of the character. I don't like that. Strong and okay, so Coulter and Arthur Maxon. I feel like you'd have to go with like the worst interpretation of Maxon's character, but you know, that's possible. I think that there's room for potential there. So Strong and Tabitha, and then Strong and Beatrix. Do you mean Beatrix as in the character from New Vegas, the bodyguard character? But as for Strong and Tabitha, I think Tabitha would absolutely manipulate Strong, but in a way that makes Strong feel good and powerful. So I don't necessarily see it as abusive per se, but she would be a bad influence. As for Strong and Beatrix, I'm not sure. I think I also feel like it would be very much the himbo with the very smart, like, manipulative woman who is she's controlling him, but he doesn't mind. He's happy. And so, like, I feel like while there is potentially room for, like, kind of an abusive setup, like, it wouldn't be. Yeah, Buttercup and Jangles the Moon Monkey. Somehow I feel like that would be a thing within the Fallout universe. So, I'm really annoyed that with, like, the first, like, creation club thing they tried to put out, they put out horse armor, like, trying to laugh at themselves, but, like, all you did was remind us that you did it. Like, there wasn't a joke there. The power armor isn't even that great. Like, in my opinion, that was dumb. Oh, I did see that earlier, the Liam Bennett and Brendan Volker. I know, it's probably French. Benet and Volker. I'm assuming French. They are both, I know Liam Bennett is, Benet, whatever, is part of the Railroad Quest, right? If I'm not mistaken. And I do think there's, I mean, I'm sure there's pre-war people that shipped Jangles the Moon Monkey and Jangles and, are they two different characters? I thought Jangles, it was Jangles the Moon Monkey. Or do you mean shipped Giddy Up and Jangles? I'm sorry, I have autism, so I kind of read literally. I have a problem with, like, yes, I get it now. But I do think there's a lot of room for characterization of the there's room for characterization more for the characters in the Institute. I feel like they made them a lot of one-note characters, like, even worse than the rest of the game. I feel like Sean and Kellogg would be I don't want to say, all right, well, thank you for hanging around. We totally appreciate you being here. And you have a wonderful day. I didn't see it, but anything like Sean and Kellogg, it's not that it's an age difference or anything. I can't see it being anything other than, like, not healthy and not great. But that's just personally speaking. I'm sure there are ways to do it where it's perfectly fine. It would not be within my wheelhouse to be comfortable with that. Because I am of the opinion that there are no bad ships. There are only bad interpretations of ships. And so, like, there's a lot of things that you can make work, and you can have it work based on how you write it. It might be difficult, it might be very difficult, but I personally believe that there are no bad ships. Only how you look at them and how you write them. Oh yeah, Madison Lee absolutely has a crush on James. Excuse me, I have to cough. I absolutely got the impression that she had a crush on James, and in fact, in the Institute, and while you're talking to her, she mentions that somebody that she maybe I picked this up from a fanfic, so I could be completely wrong. But I'm pretty sure she says something like the person that she wants to see and wants to spend her life with is, already gone, so she is ready to be gone too, that sort of deal. Like when the Institute is blowing up, that sort of deal. Isn't that the same robot? Aren't they just pieces of the same robot? Is this a self ship moment here? Which is I'm not faulting. I'm trying to understand. Okay, yeah, same one. I see some of us came from the Onceler fandom, or at least was around for that and into it. I see that. I was a little bit old for the Onceler fandom when that was a thing. Cause no, I'm just teasing. I'm not actually making fun of anybody for anything. I feel like Madison is too old for Arthur. She was clearly like already in, and you know, I imagine anybody can make something where it works, but like an almost 40-year-old dating a 20-year-old is always going to alarm bells in my brain. Just put off alarm bells. See, okay, so in my friend's canon, I have a character who's actually Madison Lee's daughter. I'm not familiar. Do you mean who's Bob? I'm familiar with Harold. See, I don't exactly know how old Madison Lee was. I was just assuming at least 30 in Fallout 3 and therefore 10 years later. Yeah. Oh, well, you know, that sounds like a very healthy and supportive symbiotic relationship. We've been just talking trash ships. It's been fun.
And we have returned.
Yes, we have returned.
What's up?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I do agree. She looks somewhere in the 40 to 50 range. I was going on the low end because I was just making assumptions.
Alrighty then, now that we've stared at this for 15 minutes, sorry about that. Alright, let's set up for the next one. As I pop back over into the chat and I see the things that we have in the transcript.
No, yeah, I totally agree that the companions can all be in a big poly dating polycule, and that's fine.
True. No, like I am fully I'm a massive multi-shipper. Like I will imagine all the ships all the time. But with no limits, and I'm just very much someone who's like, ship what you will and leave other people alone so long as they're not hurting anybody. That's my thing.
Right.
Alright, I need thing for Dima. I need references. Brain is mush. Oh my god.
But this is the fun part of the stream when you get tired, because you get silly tired often.
No.
This is the fun part of the stream.
Laura does not like being silly in public.
But that is the entertaining part of the stream.
I have to make noises. It's a thing.
Nick with light bulbs on his head. That's funny. I saw that ship for Travis and Vadim. I do think that is totally possible. Also, yes, Luridian, the stream has been silly the whole time. I like Travis, and I actually ship him with one of my characters, so I forget that he can be shipped with canon characters. But that is a me problem. That is not anyone's problem but me.
Indeed. No, and it's god, there's just so many like characters I just wish I could spend more time with, and I'm upset like I can't dig deeper into them, that you know there's only the few voice lines they recorded and that's it. But again, that's the joy of fan fiction.
So one of those background characters who like only gets a couple of lines of my, like one of those that's my very favorite is actually Danny Sullivan in Fallout 4. Also, yes, I will get to that ship in a second. I will bring it. I just want to finish the story. Danny Sullivan is voiced by the same person who voices Sasuke in Naruto.
Oh,
God. So obviously I had to immediately love him.
I was more of a Gaara person.
Gaara is good too. If I saw someone who was voiced by Gaara, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you're mine now.
That was me with Persona 3. Is like walking in, I saw Akihiko and he was like the Sasuke archetype, and I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna like you. And then I heard him speak, and I was like, fuck.
But Danny Sullivan, I ship him with Ellie Perkins from Nick's
yeah.
agency. I know a lot of people like to ship Piper and Ellie, but I really think that Danny and Ellie are cute. Okay, so Kent Connolly and Edward Deegan is so cute, and you cannot convince me. I will also talk about Mason and Gage a second. Let me finish this one. Kent Connolly and Edward Deegan is so adorable because you cannot tell me that Edward Deegan would not like mean glare down somebody for speaking ill about Kent Connolly or his radio program. You cannot tell me he wouldn't do that.
It's true.
Okay. So Mason, yes, I am familiar with Mason from Nuke World and Gage. I do think that is a very good ship. I'm sorry if I'm taking over with talking about ships.
No, dude, these are mostly characters I'm unfamiliar with, so you're good.
Fair enough. I do think that Mason's point of view. Yeah, no, we love ships here. We love ships.
Oh yeah, all ships.
I don't know if you heard this because you've been stretching, but I firmly believe that there are.
Oh yeah, I was listening. I was lurking.
There are no bad ships.
Indeed, no, and I'm very much of the same opinion. Is that it's not about the components of the ship; it's about execution, because the execution is how the story is told, and that's where all of it is. It doesn't matter about the characters. The characters are fictional, and they don't want anything. They're just the pieces you use within the story to. Sorry, wow, my brain is mush.
It's okay. If you need to slow down or like repeat yourself or change words,
no, it's fine. Yeah, indeed. It's just like people try to focus on, if you follow XYZ rules and you'll never ever be problematic, but it's like no, guys, that's not how human expression works. Like
it really, really isn't.
It's like it's nuts. It's nuts to me.
But I do like the idea that there are people who listen to the Silver Shroud episodes and stuff, who have crushes on Kent that he has no idea about. Just imagine if he was able to get fan mail. That would be amazing. So I have seen the Skinny Malone and Nick connection before. I do think it is more of an adversarial rival relationship rather than even a potentially past romantic one. But I totally understand where that idea comes from. It's just my personal interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Nick Kellogg. Hello, Faye Fox. I like the idea that Nick and Kellogg okay, so this entirely comes from my own personal experience having people in my life who have dissociative identity disorder. I firmly would prefer to see Nick and Kellogg kind of being like both existing in the same body. I wish they had done that.
Mm-hmm.
And this entirely comes from the fact that I have a number, or at least have had a number of people in my life who do have dissociative identity disorder. And I think it is
a thoroughly misunderstood disorder.
Yes, it is a thoroughly misunderstood disorder, and I feel like there could have been some really cool things that they did with it that they just dropped.
Indeed, it had a lot of potential, and hi, I disassociated when I was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I expected that to go somewhere, and left Nick out of my party expecting it to go somewhere, and then felt terribly about it when I looked up the fact that it does nothing.
So what I would have thought was really funny if they did is do the have Nick say the line and then just go, just fucking with you.
Oh god.
Something like that.
Honestly, yeah, that would have been the best way to leave it the way it was, because it feels like it was an opening, someone wanted that storyline, but there just wasn't time, or there just wasn't budget, or XYZ. That feels like there was an opening for a quest here, and it just didn't get ready in time.
Yeah, I wish that if they were just gonna have that one singular line, I wish they would have changed that out.
Mm-hmm.
So as for Nisha, I totally believe that she is absolutely a lesbian. I totally agree there. her and Mags would be an interesting relationship. I do think it would be mostly them trying to get dirt on one another. But as for Dixie and Nisha, I totally and firmly believe that both Dixie and Savoy have major crushes on Nisha and are equally trying to kind of compete against each other for Nisha's attention. And of course, Rad Stags and Rad Does, of course. Dixie herself. This is all Nuka World. I'm sure you're familiar, or at least you're familiar enough with the characters. Dixie, I actually headcanon as like pansexual, but also like, and I don't want to stigmatize this word, but like a literal like murderous psychopath.
Gotcha. So like, way out there.
See, that is amazing. I've had an overboss like where I was writing a one-shot that was like that, where all of the bosses were like it was a very, very pretty overboss. I can't remember whether it was male or female. I can't remember. But like everybody was kind of like fighting for their attention because they were very, very physically attractive and besides that, very effective as a leader. And so I see that very well.
Indeed, no. And it's like, I honestly love how openly sexy a lot of the overboss characters I've drawn in Sketchy Saturday have been. Like, people haven't even been shy about it. It's like, fuck yeah, because I'm so sick of people, like, nerfing their OCs because they're afraid people of screaming Sue. And it's like, I lived in that fandom environment and it fucking sucks and it's stupid. Pretty people are fun to draw. Let people have pretty OCs.
My overboss is completely a hoe bag and I love her so much. Like, I love her. She is super, super poly and has no interest in like not sleeping with anybody who catches her interest. And so
she's like Ivory.
And she's like her like regular relationship is with Gage, and he kind of set it up himself because he was trying to be like, oh yeah, no, like yeah, we'll just keep it casual, trying to be like, you know, being big tough, like, oh,
I'm about to say, I've drawn Lucy.
Okay.
I'm like, wait a minute, I've drawn Lucy.
And then she go. No, my overboss is named Sierra.
Oh, sorry, no, Brain. My brain.
Oh.
Wow, Brain. Sorry. Mush Brain. I was thinking of Lucy Fayette, and she is also very attractive and is an overboss character. Sorry, Brain crossed wires. I was off in another space, and then I came back. We are here now. Sorry about that.
Gage and Skinny Malone. Assuming that you leave him alive, I imagine Gage would manipulate this man because he seems a little bumbling. Like Skinny Malone seems a little bumbling, so Gage would manipulate this man. I was being nice.
I do not have a nice bone in my body.
I don't.
I know that's.
I know the name Brian Richter. I know he is a character. I could not tell you which one. Fallout. Oh, yes. No, I actually have a character who ships with Brian Richter, now that I remember who he is. Her name is not Nova, Radia. Her name is Radia, and she's a synth, and she thinks that she's better than all the other children of the apocalypse because she's a synth, that she's mildly rad resistant, so she's better than everybody else.
About that. Oh, goodness. I'm having way too much fun with these wires.
But yeah, Human Nick surviving, I think, is an amazing idea. Oh, that reminds me, because when you were talking about Laura at one, or the character Paige, excuse me, when you were talking about Paige for a little bit, you had mentioned that, like, she doesn't know it, but one of her brothers is alive as a ghoul.
Indeed,
and
is.
That actually kind of inspired me to change my canon a little bit, because my overboss Theo, not my overboss, my Minuteman General and Soul Survivor Theo, he has 4 brothers, and I'm like, there is no reason why one of his brothers couldn't have survived. And so now one of his brothers is actually a ghoul.
Nice. Yeah, no, oh gosh, I believe it was her brother Ethan who was the one who survived as a ghoul, and he was also the one who fucked the fuck off from the family. basically their father disowned him because he decided to go for music instead of a quote-unquote actual career.
See, if I have opinions on that.
Oh yes,
but
so do I. Why do you think I wrote it?
I do want to comment on an OC that Darling Leach has brought up, where Arthur Maxon is like a step sibling or like a best friend to their OC.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have an OC named Morgan, who is actually Arthur's half sister, older half sister. Basically, Roger or Father Maxon, Daddy Maxon, whatever, had a fling with like a Wastelander, and then the BOS was like, no, you're not doing that, and essentially arranged a marriage to Arthur's mom. So Morgan was raised outside of the Brotherhood.
Gotcha.
I have also seen the Arcade Ganon and Volpes and Colta. I don't think that Arcade would be okay with it if he knew, but I think Volpes would enjoy tricking him. He really, really would.
Yeah, it would be toxic as hell, but yeah, I could see it.
It would be toxic as hell. That is like the end all be
unless it was an AU. It's like then AU, like all bets are off because then you can do anything.
So my favorite AU is actually like the college AU, not the high school AU, the college AU. I actually have a whole thing written out, and there's a misunderstanding where because it was an excuse to get Nate and Nora together, and also have all of the companions in the background. And there's a misunderstanding where Nora thinks that Dance and Nate are like a gay couple, while Nate is actively trying to date her.
About that.
And it's just really funny.
I'm sure. Sorry, I am just being quiet a lot because of the detailing.
So the chosen one in the courier, I don't know if that could happen because
I mean, if somebody goes ghoul, everything's always possible.
That is true. And actually in my canon, my chosen one is actually like the great grandfather or distantly related to my courier. So I'm like, for me personally, I was like, oh no. Ooh, I like that concept, and we'll have to save that for later. It's a blog that has a canon where both Nate and Nora survived, but the other thinks the other one is dead. Oh. Like each thinks the other one is dead. So I'm Yes. Okay. So someone suggested McCready and Lucy from Fallout 3. It is dumb and bad that Bethesda decided that McCready was married to a woman named Lucy, and it wasn't the same Lucy. That's dumb and bad, and I've elected to ignore it. But I actually have a really cute one-shot I've been poking at where McCready and Lucy, after leaving Little Lamplight, end up at a farmhouse in the middle of essentially the rural hometown I spent a lot of my adulthood in. And because there's a farmhouse that I love. It's beautiful. It's big and it's beautiful, and I can see them like finding it and kind of making it their own home.
Oh. Geez, I have so many fluffy things for Paige and Hancock that I just need to like actually write down because I have so many feelings for those two, but Jesus Christ, I can't hold them all in my brain at the same time.
This is a good idea, or an interesting concept. Three Dog and Travis. I think
Three Dog would have a lot to teach Travis.
I think he would absolutely take Travis under his wing and teach the next generation how to fight the good fight from the radio room.
Not sure if I like that color for the background.
Okay, so Mr. New Vegas is just an AI voice. It's not an actual person. Though I like to headcanon that Mr. New Vegas is actually like a robot sitting at like a radio desk instead of like just being like President Eden or anything. He's not like that. No, it is like a Protectron sitting at a desk running the radio. and the voice is coming out of the robot. So that's my headcanon.
I dig it. Alright, and then image, crop to selection, blur it up a little bit.
I don't think that Three Dog is I do think he is way more self-interested than people like to admit. I don't think he is as charitable and as like for the people as he says he is. I think Hancock is better about that.
Mm.
See, I wish at least you were able to see the room where Mr. New Vegas is broadcasting from, and like maybe there's a decision where you can just turn it off and he's just off for the game, and you have to deal with the consequences of not having news.
Now the question is, would if you had that built in, could they also build in consequences for the various factions for not being able to listen in on each other's movements on the radio?
That's an interesting concept. Specifically having the NCR or the Legion turn it off so that reports about a Legion stuff won't get to the NCR.
Indeed, or otherwise, say the NCR's got something super squirrely secret, and then we get to talk about government censorship and whether or not it's okay to silence freedom of speech to supposedly save lives.
That's an interesting idea. Oh, Amada and James. I don't like that. I'm sorry. I said that there were no bad ships. I disagree. Like, it's one of those things where if you change Amada's age, I think it'd be fine.
Exactly. If they weren't in different generations, it wouldn't be so squicky. But again, that's one of those things that like it works best in AUs.
Or say if James, or if James stayed alive and Amada grew up, maybe if they revisit it when she was like 40, there'd be a different story. But like as is in canon, I couldn't. Yeah, there is, if you kill, or if Travis dies, Shang does take over as DJ. That is an interesting, so what happened, well, I guess Shang, you can't kill Shang because he's a kid, unless you have that mod, which, why?
Spite, mostly.
Well, so I know that there's a reason why. There's a really cool, I will get to that ship because I don't have thoughts, but I want to yell about it. There are mods that add like Raider kids because it does make sense that Raiders who have kids would have Raider kids. Like they'd be trained to kill.
Of course.
If there are Raider children, you need to be able to like prevent them from trying to kill you. Okay, so the ship that was suggested was Shang, as in Shang Kowalski, who sells water in Diamond City, and Nat. Yeah. And I think that Nat would do it to piss Piper off, because Piper's like, no, he's terrible, do something, like, date somebody else. And Nat would do it because it pisses Piper off. Think of it as teenage rebellion.
I could see it, but, like, I would personally want to play it as it starts as teenage rebellion, and then, oh shit, she actually likes him.
Oh, that's cute. And like maybe he learns to be a little bit less terrible.
Indeed, it's yeah, sure, we'll do it just to piss off your sister, and then we don't have to stop.
Fake dating. It's fake dating.
It's fake dating, and I love it. I am. Alrighty then. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay. All right. So the husband is leaving for work right now. I'm gonna take a few moments and just go say goodbye. So
you go love up your hubby. Laura will pilot solo for a hot second here, which is just as well. We just finished the sketch, so I can turn my attention entirely to the chat. Oh, hello, everyone. How are we today? Oh. Wow, that is quite some latency. We've got like a good 20 seconds on there. Oh, hey, Captain Jack. Nice to see you. Moya Brown and Maywell. Okay, yeah, I can be down on that. The sketching goes well. We just finished up Dima, which does mean we need to pick another sketch to do, and my brain is mush, so it's like, prompt? What prompt? I don't know anything. Oh my god, this is why I set prompts on Thursday when I'm still able to think about things. Alright, let me save this thing and then I'll turn my eyeballs back on the chat. Just 2 seconds. But this is why I brought on co-hosts, because I knew I wouldn't be able to draw and keep you hooligans entertained. And I mean that with love, of course. Alright, save that. I have no idea. I don't know any of the popular opinions that exist in the fandom. I arrived here a year ago, and I mostly live under a rock. I crash landed from another fandom. I know just enough to function. Excuse me as I make inappropriate noises while putting on chapstick. Alright. Get the latest image up. Hello, Dima. Alright, trying to think of what kind of caption I might put on this. I don't know. I didn't do anything special. It looks like he's almost out in the rain, but like, he's just kind of standing there. Shit. And this is why I don't stream alone. I get stage fright. Ah! He does look sad in the rain. He does look very sad in the rain. Damn, that guy took my keys. Alright, there we go. And boop. And then reblog that over. Boop. And the raffle. So we sit here with pure dead air for multiple minutes. I am so sorry. That's it. I'm not going. God, I haven't watched The Grinch in so long. So I still enjoy it. It's still a fun movie. It's a dorky time, but it's a good time. Alright, we got this going on. Alright, all of that is done. New thing. Well, hey, since Moira doesn't always get a whole lot of love, why don't we do one of her?
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
Did you need a break? Did you need a break?
Oh yeah, I'm still gonna take a break. I just, trying to decide. I like to know what I'm doing next before I go take my break, so I can think about the next composition while I'm stretching. It's just part of my thing. And we were talking about how Moira doesn't get enough love, so I'm like, I can do a Moira. We can sketch it. We can sketch up a Moira.
Are people saying that Moira doesn't get enough love? Literally, the fandom favorite's so big they brought her back for like 3 games.
Listen, according to me, she doesn't pass my dash very often, and I'm ghoul fucker on main, so.
Fair enough. Is Moira a ghoul?
Well,
Or is that
depending on whether or not you blow up Megaton.
fair enough? Okay, that's fair.
Mhm.
I don't, so that's why I haven't seen that.
Indeed. Which means Moira's only a ghoul if the Lone Wanderer is an asshole.
That is true. Like, I'm not saying that Moira isn't a good character, mind you guys. I promise. Like, she is a good character. But
Alright, let's see here. Moira, Ghoul Moira? People are saying Ghoul Moira. Moira
I think
with stained glass.
Ooh, that
Okay.
sounds pretty.
Okay, I can play on a Ghoul Moira with some stained glass fun. Like we can play with this.
That is a good idea. Huh.
Let's see here. I gotta get a reference for her, and of course, when you look up Moira, the first things that come up are the gross ones.
I did tell you that she was a fan favorite.
I know, it just makes me sad what happens to female characters who are fan favorites.
Yeah. I wish they did it to. Well, I mean, have you seen the pinups for Preston and Dance? I'm sure they exist for other factions.
I have seen many a pinup for all the male characters. I just dislike how dehumanizing the stuff for female characters tends to be.
And I do realize that the male characters are literally like it's making fun of the female
Exactly.
characters. Like
It's
it
a
wouldn't
joke.
be a thing. Yeah, it wouldn't be a thing if the trope for female characters wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a quote that has something to do with stained glass that Moira said.
Oh,
Okay. That's the connection there. Okay.
gotcha.
And it is really weird stuff for the female characters. Like there's some weird stuff for male characters, and especially if they're like shipped especially with other male characters. Sometimes there's weird stuff.
And what?
No, we don't see that. No, I'm not repeating that. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, so the quote. Oh, did you need a break, or should I?
Oh no, I'm setting up my references, so I'm here for another couple minutes.
Okay, cool. So the quote from Moira, it's like this. Did you ever try to put a broken piece of glass together? Even if the pieces fit, you can't make it whole again the way it was. But if you're clever, you can fuse the pieces to make other useful things. Maybe something wonderful, like a mosaic. Well, the world broke like glass, and everyone's trying to put it back together like it was, but it'll never come together the same way. Which I love.
Yeah, no, that's mood. That's big mood.
I'm actually gonna copy that quote so you can use it in the post if you need to.
I might use a piece of it, not the whole thing. It's a little overwhelming.
I will.
All right, if I could please get a view of her hair, just a little bit. Oh God, that's somebody's mod. She's got like Barbie features. Yikes.
Oh, Fallout 3 doesn't mod quite like Fallout 4 is much easier to mod than Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas.
All the screenshots I'm getting that aren't gross are like super zoomed out. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be fun.
That is a good question, especially in like when they brought her back for New Vegas. I don't know why they didn't make her a companion.
I know, right? What the hell?
So here's a ship idea that just occurred to me. Butch and Moira.
I could be into it.
Where Moira is trying to write this guide and Butch goes out into the world to... No, yeah, she's in New Vegas. If you go, she's not super far from, I want to say, Primm. I could be wrong. But she's in New Vegas.
I'll have to find her because I did not find her either, but I'm still... My New Vegas playthrough has been very slow because we only played it during the active part of the move where we didn't have any of our other stuff.
No, I could have sworn that she was in New Vegas. I could have sworn that it was... I could have sworn. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong.
Hey, it's always good to admit when you're wrong.
But I could have sworn that she was in New Vegas.
Oh goodness, big yawn. Oof.
No, I actually don't mod New Vegas besides making it stable.
I meant to ask Lou about stability mods. Oh, I can DM him later.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Moira up in here, and now I'm going to go take my stretch break.
Oh, okay. Yes, go take your short break. Okay, so no, I was incorrect. The Wasteland Survival Guide itself and is in New Vegas that she wrote. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know which character I'm thinking of, but there was a character.
It may have credited her as appearing in New Vegas as the writer of the survival guide on a wiki, and you may have just dimly remembered a credit like that just in glance. I do that all the time. Alright, now it is time for break. You have the floor. I'm sure you're gonna go back to shenanigans. I will be back. Try not to blow up the stream.
I mean, I don't imagine it. It's entirely possible that it was mentioned only. Like, it's one of those things where if I am wrong, I am happy to be wrong and be corrected. It's entirely possible. I am just very silly like that. Oh, I know. I could have sworn there was a character that was in both 3 and New Vegas, but I'm blanking on it and it's not showing up, so I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. Oh, favorite NPCs, that is a very good question. I did already talk about how much I loved Danny Sullivan and his voice. So most of the reason I like characters are because of their voices, because that's fun. So let's see. In 4, 4 is the one I've played the most. Just because I've played it the most. It's the most modern and the most stable for me. Hello. We're talking about our favorite NPCs, especially underrated ones. I really love the Atom Cats, actually. I think if I had to choose like a faction in Fallout 4 that was like super underrated and not one of the main ones, I would absolutely pick the Atom Cats. I personally headcanon that they are tourists for the railroad. And that they pick up, like they'll hold synths for a while. And I actually headcanon that Sturgis was one of those synths that they held, and that he actually really enjoys the Atom Cats and ended up not sticking around because it just wasn't his bag. But like specifically that. But he is on good terms with them. Oh yeah, Sturgis in an Atom Cats jacket. Absolutely. Yes. That is a fantastic idea. And I should do that next time. I'm actually going to write that down so I take screenshots of it, because for a little while I was working on what I called a pinup project, where I was putting male characters in pinup poses and taking screenshots because it was fun. Sturgis Atom Cats jacket. I just had fun with it, really. That's all you can do, is just have fun with it. But yes, that's my headcanon about the Atom Cats, is that they're actually like a tourist, kind of a tourist location for the railroad. Let's see, other underrated characters. So in Fallout 3, I actually really like all of the kids in the vault, and I wish that when you go back, you could actually like legitimately, like, besides Butch, kind of make nice with like all of the rest of the kids you grew up with, and like become on good terms with them. So my Lone Wanderer doesn't follow canon. Instead of being childhood friends with Amada, she's childhood friends with Wally Mack. Yeah. So what person do you like? Completely forgets everything I'd ever liked. Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely me. And I'm struggling to come up with characters. And so I'm following like, what characters do I write about? Which characters do I like? Which characters have I incorporated in my fics? And those tend to be the characters I like. Which is why I'm talking about characters in terms of like who I interact with, who my OCs interact with. But So I actually really like Wally Mack, not because of anything in game, but because of like the story that I created with my lone wanderer and him. No, that's totally fair. I actually have an OC who starts in Fallout 3, who's actually Madison Lee's daughter. Um, in it's in my friend's fic or canon where like her character is the lone wanderer. And James was excuse me, not very faithful, and so my character is actually the lone wanderer's half sister. Yeah, like OCs that are basically Fallout NPCs are amazing. I have a number of them that are great. I I didn't play a ton of Anchorage. I didn't play a ton of Anchorage, mostly because by the end of like a lot, I played Fallout 3 because someone bought me the base game, and then later I got the DLC, and I haven't gone through it because I finished Fallout 3, so I finished it. I'm done with it, but I should go back and play it. It is nice to have other colors. Yeah, I actually really love Fallout 3. I have mostly finished the story for Fallout 3, but like I played enough of it where I know it. Yeah, that's actually one thing that I really love about 76 and Fallout 4 to a smaller extent, because they're still a little bit washed out, but they are more saturated than the rest of the games. Like 4 was the most saturated until 76 came out. Yeah, playing sometimes the older games will not be stable, and that sucks. And it does suck, but it's okay. We work with what we can. Sometimes you just need some stability mods and stuff. Where are we? Yeah, Steam is real weird. Steam is just real weird sometimes. Let's see. See, oh, Laura Lit. Okay, I will. New Vegas is really, really hard to get to run sometimes. I also tried going back to Fallout 1, and it is really, really hard to play. That is also true. So many games, so little time. Yes, the UI and how Fallout 1 works is just so weird and so hard for me to deal with. And so I didn't actually make it through the game. I had to watch like a walkthrough or like a playthrough. But I really wanted to make a Vault Dweller, so I really wanted to play. Or at least experience the story. And so my friend who introduced me to Fallout before I was like interested in Fallout, because I wasn't interested in Fallout until I had to be at my dad's house, and my dad doesn't have internet because he doesn't believe in paying for it. And so my friend was like, here's New Vegas, download it before you go there. Oh, if you actually get Fallout 76, or if you have 76, they automatically give you Fallout 1 and 2, and I think Tactics. So you actually get those games for free if you buy 76. Yeah, charisma intelligence can be very strong, especially in New Vegas. But I imagine in 1, it's especially important that you absolutely need that a combat build. You absolutely need combat skills. But Fallout 1 and 2 is they're hard to go back to. They're isometric top down, and I've made it out of the cave. I made it to Shady Sands, and that is as far as I got before I just couldn't fight with it anymore. You do not have to pay a monthly fee for 76. It is a flat fee that you pay up front. The monthly fee is for their extra like first thing, and it just gives you some extra benefits that are completely superfluous and you don't need at all. Fallout First, yes, I thought so. Yeah, I've been playing since the winter that it came out, and I think it is a good game, and it's even better. Yeah, exactly. But I think that it's even better than when it first launched because the NPCs are in there now. So my friend and I started characters so we could play together, and we made it to the bar, the first bar, and we met the first NPC, and his name is Mort, and he's a ghoul, and I automatically love him. Yeah, you also don't have to team up with anyone. You can entirely play it single player. I generally do unless I'm playing directly with one of my friends that I know like for reals. Yeah, you absolutely don't have to team up with anyone. Usually I will prearrange to like play with somebody like one of my friends, or if like I'm really trying to do something crazy, maybe join one of like the discords for it. But generally I just don't. Oh, did they finally change it so you could turn off PvP? That would be amazing. There shouldn't be a recurring fee, besides Fallout First. They're just, as far as I know, there isn't. What? I mean, I know you can buy atoms, but I don't remember there ever being a recurring fee. Yeah, I played a lot the winter that it came out, and then I had to do like real life stuff, and so I stopped playing 76 for a while, and I picked it up recently and haven't really relearned it quite the same way. Yeah, there's just Fallout First, which is extra benefits that you absolutely do not need. Oh. Hello, darling leech. But I'm actually one of those people who legitimately like 76. It does have its flaws, but I enjoy it. I really do. Yeah, you absolutely don't have to have the Fallout First. Um, I haven't met too many of the NPCs. Yes, the private worlds is the only reason why I would want to buy it. The unlimited scrap box I can take or leave, but the private worlds is the one thing that I would buy it for. Is so I can kind of play by myself and make sure that there's no one who I don't want in my, personal world in there. Is that from 76 Night Chin? Um, oh, that would be amazing. Farming workshops in a private world. I need to find the BOS in 76. We literally tried like the three places that we thought of because neither of us are super familiar with 76. Because I only played a little bit before life got in the way, and my friend had never played it. But my 76 character, like my OC, is that sounds like a fantastic idea. And if we ever get first, I'm going to be doing that. But oh, really? Oh, see, I actually like Knight Reese. He's an asshole, but he's my asshole. Like, because my brain just decided that I like Knight Reese. Also, on the topic of underrated characters, I love Reese. I have a character who is shipped with him. But my 76 OC, or my first 76 OC, because I have two of them now, is a non-combat role. She joins the BOS, the Brotherhood of Steel, as a scribe. And in my canon, she was a librarian before the war. She created the catalog system that, again, in my canon, the Brotherhood of Steel still uses up to Fallout 4. And actually, I make Proctor Quinlan kind of a fangirl of her. So, like, I absolutely understand if you hate Reese and, like, hate how he treats you and how, like, if other characters who are similar, like, they turn you off of the Brotherhood. I totally understand that. But I took one look at Reese and went, yeah, no, this is my asshole. Like, he's an asshole, but he's my asshole. How dare you put that in my head? One of the things I love about Reese is somebody in the fandom, I'm pretty sure it was Scuttlebutton who does the soccer AU. But they gave Reese the first name of Llewellyn because Reese is Welsh name, I believe. And Llewellyn, which is also a Welsh name. Yes, it is Scuttlebutt. I thought so. I had been in groups with them previously. Reese's Piece. He would hate that and like absolutely yes, call him that. Yes, he would absolutely hate that, and I would enjoy that. But I love giving him the first name Llewellyn, and having his friends tease him by making his nickname be Ellen. Not Lou. His nickname is Ellen. And he hates it. He absolutely hates it. And I imagine if you know that were the case and that were his name, your OC would absolutely give him that nickname. I could see that. But like it's one of those things where BO the Brotherhood of Steel is already a faction that like I have a lot of Brotherhood OCs. But Brotherhood is the one faction that I personally I cannot get behind in any way. I just can't. So like when you have a character like Reese or like Shin, it sounds like it can be really easy to kind of turn you away because like the Brotherhood is already like kind of shit. So like, yeah, big mood. Um, let's see, what other underrated characters are there? I see. I have a couple of Fallout OCs who grew up in the Brotherhood of Steel, and in fact, my the OC that I have who is shipped with Reese, is actually the descendant of my initiate, which is the player character from Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, which unpopular opinion, I actually like Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. I will not be taking criticisms on that. Oh, I like that idea where, oh, that's so cool. She went with Madison to the Institute. I love that. I like that a lot.
And I'm back. Alrighty then.
It's been a while since I've actually played it, so I might be missing some of the themes, but like it isn't as bad as people say it is. It's actually quite good. But my initiate, who is the player character from Brotherhood of Steel, is the parent to one of my Brotherhood characters in 4. Hi, Laura. Sorry, we're talking about
Hi. It's all good. I've been listening. So, it is just coming past 4 p.m. here, which means we got an hour left on the stream, and I am going to go ahead and show off all the sigils we were submitted for Artists of the Apocalypse.
Awesome. I am excited.
Indeed. Let me go and pull those up. Where did I squirrel those away? I don't know why I'm singing.
I absolutely love a lot of the takes.
Mm-hmm.
I know Blossom isn't here, but this one was such a good idea. I loved it.
Indeed. And just it's so simple, and the use of the clip art and the font still fits. It's just it's simple. It's a great take. It's cool. And she was just so fast on it. Like we mentioned it, and she's like, "I have a thing." And it looks like I was silly, and I have not saved the latest ones yet. Oh, and somebody just sent one in. Okay.
Yay. We get to debut one.
Indeed, from Kitten Kanan. Alrighty then. We will go ahead and get that saved. Alright. Save image as.
So, I know, Laridian, you were one of the ones who put in a physical one, and like I am low-key like jealous because I wish that I had thought of doing it out of physical craft supplies. Because like out of this group of like the internal staff and stuff, I am the physical crafter. I do every single craft not every single craft. I do a lot of crafts. And so like I wish I had thought of that.
And it's like when I was first thinking of how I wanted the sigil to look, it had actually been right after I visited Itsuki's yarn shop in Minneapolis, because I had briefly visited home to my parents, and she asked if I would be willing to stop by her shop while I was in the state, and we managed to work it out. And yeah, I stopped by and we nerded out for a bit, and just all these different crafting supplies. And I was thinking already about the rebrand and taking things collaborative, because already I had guests filling in for me for that entire month because people are awesome.
Yeah.
And sorry, I got distracted. I was gushing.
That's okay.
But it still amazes me so much, like how fast this has happened, and people have embraced it, and the idea that you can make the symbol out of literally anything. Anything.
Like, as long as it's a crafting supply, or like you use it to make something, that's great. Like, my one of the things that I was excited about was making Artists of the Apocalypse like a real faction within Fallout, because like there's so much that like people can't do, they can't build, and the Brotherhood of Steel is happy to take it and take it and take it. And so like the response is like, okay, we'll do it ourselves.
Yep.
We'll
teach other people how.
Yeah, and we'll teach other people how. Or if we can't
Motherfuckers.
learn, then we will produce it as much as we can to help people. And I do think very much that they're very much like the followers of the Apocalypse, just not with medicine, but with art and crafting.
And that's exactly where the name came from.
Oh, I like that one.
Yeah, I know, right? This is the one that the kitten just sent in. It's like, look at all these. Oh my god, this is so great. And they're all different, but they're all recognizable as, as being based off the same thing. And oh my god, guys, you have no idea how happy this makes me. Like, oh my goodness, this last week has been the payoff of months and months of planning, and the response has been amazing, and everybody's here for it. And oh, my heart. Yeah. Oh, like, I haven't been talking about it a lot because, like, as open as I try to be, it's also, like, I do like to keep certain things private, like my mental health most of the time, and we have been having a hell of a time in the last 2 months because I've been off my meds due to lack of access, and it has been hell gaining that access, and we've finally gotten it sorted out. I've got an appointment on this coming Wednesday, and hopefully I should be getting back on my medication before I go see my family and getting myself back on track. But like muscling through and being unmedicated for the first time in almost a year, this has been some of the hardest time in my life, and the only reason I am still standing is because of the community, is because of the volunteers, is because of the support I have gotten from literally every direction, and I could not be more thankful, I could not be more grateful, I could not be more humbled by all of it. Just Jesus fucking Christ. I sometimes I still can't believe it's all actually happened.
Yeah, there are parts of the Fallout fandom that aren't necessarily great, but like we also don't have to interact with those parts. And if they want to interact with us, we just want to encourage them to be nice here. Because I don't want to turn away someone just because they were mean in a different place. Like, I know that sounds weird, but like I want this.
I try to maintain a generally a stance of neutrality, is that everyone is welcome until they have specifically made an ass of themselves in this arena. I have very specific rules. Don't disrespect the artist. Please reblog the works. Please be kind to the volunteers. Please be kind to the people who are doing this, because we're doing it out of the goodness of our hearts. We're doing it for free. Yeah, there are donations, but that's completely by choice. And and so long as people have been kind, I don't look into anybody. When somebody new comes to the event, I don't go do a deep dive on their blog to see if they've got any shit on them. I just do the request because they came to my event, and I am here to make people smile. I'm not here to hunt down your dirty laundry. I'm here to art something and hopefully share some warm fuzzies. That's what I'm here for. That's the rest can go fuck itself.
Yeah, and like even people coming into chat like, oh, did you know X person did X, Y, and Z? Like, we're not interested in that. Like any of
Indeed.
those asks
Like,
that get sent to our
I'm
blog just get deleted.
Indeed, it's like I'm not going to say that they're not important issues, because how people behave when they do get, you know, a larger stage within the fandom is important, and it is something that should be discussed, but it isn't necessarily something that should be discussed in every single arena. There are simply some places that it's okay to take a breather and not be in attack mode all the time. Just Can we all just calm down a little bit and have some fun? Cool?
Yeah, that's the thing, is if you don't give people an arena to be different, they're never going to be. So like if people who are diagnosed as canceled, if they don't have a place where they can start to build trust again and be show that they are changing, they're never going to actually change, and the rest of the fandom are never going to believe they have changed.
Indeed, and it's like every single person who interacts with fandom, we're all people, and therefore we are all in various stages of being ourselves, and that can mean we are all various levels of flawed, and that doesn't mean all the shitty shit is okay. It means we are all in the progress of learning, and that when someone does something crappy and they apologize and it looks like they're moving on, we also need to forgive.
Yeah, and like if it comes out, a couple of weeks later, a couple of months later, they want to apologize, we got to give them a space to actually do that.
Exactly, and not just shout people down after, they've done the one problematic thing.
Or even if they've done multiple problematic things, the same thing applies. Like unless you killed somebody, like, come on.
Indeed, and that's generally, like, every time drama has swept, I have specifically stayed out of it. I've deleted any asking my opinion of it, because my audience doesn't need that shit. They don't come to me for that shit.
No. Once you comment on drama, you are a part of that drama.
Indeed, and I'm not going there. I'm not here for that. And no. So all that stuff gets deleted outright, and I have been, like, there have been some ugly Anons people, and I keep that shit out of y'all's sight, because it's not stuff y'all need. But the accusations I've gotten simply for choosing not to engage, like, I've had to take some personal days, like, oof.
But I also agree that fighting over which Fallout game is best is a terrible thing. Like, we can absolutely have discussions and criticisms and, like, what we like about stuff. Like, that's fine. But, like, people get into all-out fandom wars over, like, stuff like that.
And it's bullshit. It's meaningless tribal BS.
Yeah. I've been very lucky, because, like, while I do have, I have an okay following, it's nothing to, sneeze at, but, like, I've never been popular enough to actually receive fandom hate, and I'm like, okay, I can deal with that.
The funny thing is, I think I started getting angry Anon somewhere around 200 followers, and I think that's kind of early.
That does sound early. But I guess it depends on how big of a fandom name you are, even with or without.
I don't know. I don't know if I am spoken of in other circles. I'm not someone who, like, tries to name search themselves and hunt that shit down. I'm just like, I just do my thing, and people come tell me stuff, and I'm like, okay, I'll investigate that sometime. Never. I'm too tired. I got my own shit to worry about.
Yeah.
She has a very cute face.
Moira is very cute. I did see that snail church. That I love the Twilight resurgence with stuff like Edward, like, describing a snail as effervescent.
Oh,
yeah, I did see that. There probably won't be a Fallout 5 for a while. They're not even, like, close to being done on Elder Scrolls 6, and that's definitely going to come first.
I mean, I'm excited for that too. So.
I am dying for Elder Scrolls 6. You
Oh
have
God, I
no
miss.
idea.
There's a fic project I want to go back to. It was a shorter story I was writing for my Dragonborn Dekana, who is Khajiit, and she's tiny, but she's based off of my player character. So yes, she's Khajiit and she's tiny, but she's also specialized in heavy armor and two-handed weapons because that's my style.
My favorite way to play a Khajiit is being a punch cat, where you're a heavy armor, but you punch things.
Indeed, yeah, and once she gets up to high enough in heavy armor that her the armor score of her gauntlets adds to her unarmed damage, oh god, Dekana is murder.
Punch cat, that's one of my favorite builds. Actually, because I have a canon where there's a dragonborn for every
Indeed, you were talking about this earlier.
Yeah, I have a dragonborn for every species. Because it's fun, and Akatosh is playing the numbers game.
Mm-hmm.
And my Khajiit dragonborn is a punch cat. Her name is Sasha. She is named after my stuffed tiger, who is my favorite stuffed animal that I have in my possession.
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't care about actually doing the quest. She wants to make as much money off of this as she can.
And Dekana, my Khajiit Dragonborn, she is basically a scared child. Oh god, no, she gives me so many feelings. Can I just gush for a minute here? Is everyone okay with that?
Of course.
Okay, so Dekana's story is how she got stranded in Skyrim is she was with one of the Khajiit caravans. She was training specifically with the caravan guards, so that's why she already had weapons training. But also she's an alchemist, and she was collecting herbs, and she got separated from the caravan, chased after, came up to a crossroads, and went the wrong way, and that's how she got captured. And there's actually a piece I've drawn of her a while ago of when she's a little tyke and her father is carrying her on his shoulders, and he is mentioning to her to take care not to get lost, because the world is a big place and things that are lost once are often lost forever. Foreshadowing. And she is barely qualified as an adult when she gets stranded in Skyrim, and she's doing her best to hold it together, because once she's dressed up in the armor, no one can tell. Hell, if she keeps her tail tucked in tight, most people can't tell she's Khajiit if she doesn't take her helmet off.
That's fair. You just have to deal with the uncomfortable of having
Indeed.
a body part stuffed there.
And battle skirts are nice, but
yes.
And she basically, when the call to High Hrothgar comes down, she runs in the other goddamn direction. She nopes the hell out. She's like, I am barely qualified to manage myself. I do not need a world-saving destiny. No, thank you.
Yeah, that is why in my canon there are technically 11 of them, because most of them are like, look at that and go, no, I ain't doing that. Nope, I'm good. Only 3 of them show up to Hrothgar out of 11.
Oof.
Oblivion is my favorite. It was actually my first Elder Scrolls game. Oblivion is one of my favorite games of all time.
Gotcha. And see, I played Oblivion briefly, but I was still pretty young, and it was kind of my first really open world game, and I just got lost immediately. None of the landmarks really stuck for me. I found a cave. It was full of skeletons I couldn't really fight yet, and I died, and then I got frustrated and quit.
Yeah, Oblivion, there is a bit of a learning curve to it.
Indeed, and I was a kid and used to JRPGs that hold your hand until the 6th hour, you know?
Yeah. But Oblivion is one of my favorite games in general. Oh, that's an OC paired with Miraak. Are they also like evil, or do they redeem them? Hello, Magoobaloo. Welcome back.
Magoobaloo.
So are they? So is this OC that is paired with Miraak? Are they also evil, or do they redeem him? I'm very curious. Because I actually do a lot of OC shipping myself.
Same.
Oh, I was also supposed to remind you about
follower page. Okay, so
yes.
I participate in a few different roleplay circles. Well, I say participate, but it's more like I hang around in various RP circles thinking about participating, but I never have time.
Eventually you have to join in on our Pokemon
I
crossover.
know. I'm very excited about that, but like I knew that like other people have characters who their role as the sole survivor is sort of central to their character, like they could not exist in any other way.
Uh-huh.
And thus, to that end, I decided it would be a good idea to have a follower version, a companion version of Paige that
Yes.
isn't necessarily the sole survivor, so that she could interact with other people's characters and it wouldn't be a big continuity deal. Like, it wouldn't have to be something we have to explain away in 3 extra threads.
No, yeah, I do that with 95% of my characters, but go on.
So follower version of Paige is basically from a settlement somewhat northish of the main area of the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so somewhat off the map. Probably somewhere past that mystery gate. That giant mystery gate. What the fuck is that thing?
Who knows?
And they've got their own shit going on, but Paige, specifically, her function within that settlement is she is a scout. Her job is to go out into other areas and find out what's going on with their neighbors in case they have to prepare for anything. And keeping an eye on the Commonwealth specifically because of the situation with the Institute, and do we need to take this seriously? What's going on? And so she can essentially, if you were to think of her as an NPC follower, you would find her somewhere between Diamond City, Good Neighbor, and where her settlement is, and it's kind of this triangular route between those zones that you can find her. She sleeps nights in Good Neighbor, or Diamond City. She's friends with the Bovrovs. I actually had an idea that part of Confidence Man is, instead of just being pulled aside by Vadim, you get invited to a game of cards.
Oh, and you just have to go along with what's happening.
Indeed, and basically Paige is there to be the sane person in the room and be like, this is a terrible fucking plan.
Yes, what are you doing?
So like you have a rational person you could side with and veer the quest otherwise.
I actually also have an OC very much like that, where like, you know, she's slotted in very well. Who can't, like, she could be a follower or a companion. It's my courier. She's a follower of the apocalypse. She works as a courier through the followers. Her and her brother are working for the followers because her younger sister is learning to be a doctor through them, and so they're paying for her medical education with that. And she lives at the Old Mormon Fort, and she just makes cosmetics on the side. And if you take her out, Arcade kind of looks down upon her at first and slowly learns that like it's science. Just because it's, you know, like makeup doesn't mean it's not like literal chemistry.
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know, she's just mild-mannered, she's very, like, against violence. So it's like the more violent options you choose in dialogue, the like, I know it's New Vegas, but like Fallout 4, like,
oh yeah, no, I love that stuff.
Disliked this. Yeah, like she would dislike the more aggressive ones. And I also, for a while, there were 6 different cannons where my courier was the supply for their hair dye.
Beautiful. Trying to make it look she's taken something apart.
But yeah, lots of OCs are just like there in the world, and that's great. Like, I love the main character OCs; they're great. But like the NPCs, like, oh, you just live in the wasteland. What does your life look like? Are so interesting.
Indeed, and I also know that I have a character that I eventually want to bring around, who is a Ghoul OC, who basically I want to reimagine the Glowing Sea. Have you seen my post ranting about the mushrooms?
Maybe, probably.
Okay.
I don't remember it off the top of my head, to
Okay.
be honest.
I'll give you the short version. Radiotrophic
Sure.
mushrooms are mushrooms that eat radiation. They're a thing. They exist. They're
Yes.
around Chernobyl.
Yes, they're just a real thing in the world.
Indeed. So my brain is like, okay, reimagine the glowing sea instead as a place where fungus hit that radiotrophic gene and diversified and diversified and diversified on this new niche of very plentiful energy and basically turned into an entire ecosystem based off of a fungus.
I love that.
Indeed. Mushroom forest, and they all are eating radiation, and they're toxic to most fauna that didn't adjust right away right after the bombs fell. Before radstags had fully evolved to be radiation resistant, you had a lot of things dying off, I'm sure, trying to eat radioactive food that couldn't process it. And so you have these mushrooms that have been diversifying in this energy plentiful environment with no predation whatsoever, and then the local fauna start eating the mushrooms because they can now, and the mushrooms aren't poisoned anymore, and now we have this flourishing forest with diverse fauna that is well fed, so it's going to continue to diversify and be plentiful. And I have this idea of like this ghoul super mutant commune that it's like what happened in Jacobstown, where they're just looking for some place they can settle down and be. And why not be the place that's literally toxic for humans to exist?
No, and that's a great idea.
Indeed. And like, I don't mind the Children of Atom being in the crater, but I love the idea of maybe the Children of Atom are in the crater and these guys are in the area around the crater and are part of the reason why they don't get found as often. So
I love the Children of Atom as a faction in general. I
just wish I could talk to them.
Yes, besides like the two groups, like the one in the crater and then in Far Harbor. That's it. That's all you can talk about.
Yeah, it's like I found the group at the lighthouse and they opened fire immediately and I'm like, what the hell?
So when it comes to groups or factions that should be in Fallout 5, I think they should stop keeping the trappings from all the other games and come up with something new.
I know, right? It's almost like humans do new things generation by generation. If you keep moving time forward, it becomes unrealistic for no new faction to take the stage.
Like, my problem is when they took the games from the West Coast and brought them east, caps don't make sense. Deathclaws barely make sense.
Like, I was ranting about that before.
There are so many trappings of the work that don't make sense when you change the setting.
Indeed. Even Extra Credits actually did a great episode relating to this. They titled it In Service to the Brand. And it's essentially the dumb stuff that gets included in games because it's an X game. Like, BioShock Infinite has plasmids, essentially. They don't call them plasmids, they call them vigors, in service to the brand, even though it has nothing to do with the theme of BioShock Infinite.
Right.
And it doesn't make any bloody sense, especially when there's like an active slave result and there's literally superpowers laying on the street. Why is nobody using the superpowers laying on the street?
Yeah. Actually, since you brought up BioShock Infinite, it's on my mind. What's really, really cool is Elizabeth actually has the same amputation that I do.
Oh.
It's just on the wrong side.
Oh.
The exact same. Like, I think a little bit more of mine is missing.
I gotcha.
That's it. I really, really, really want to do an Elizabeth cosplay exactly for that reason.
You should.
Is anybody gonna say? Is anybody gonna say that like, oh, I'm wrong because it's on the wrong side? Is anybody really gonna call me out on that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Especially when it's like a real amputation I'm working with. Really?
I feel like somebody surprised her while she was working on the survival guide. Like she was taking something apart, like. And somebody spooked her.
1 second, excuse me. Sorry, I swallowed water the wrong way and had to cough real bad.
Goodness, are you okay?
Yeah, no, it was completely fine. I was just being silly. But I do like the idea that if another game was to take place somewhere around the West Virginia, Maryland area, say like maybe even a little bit south or maybe like Midwest, the responders moving out and expanding sounds like a wonderful idea, and I would not be opposed to seeing that faction more.
Yeah, and I've got my own future plans, and I don't know how much I should mention on stream. Oh, there's not very many people here. Like,
Yeah, you guys just get to see or hear the little bits and pieces.
Indeed, but I have like my own plans coming in January to basically start a small fiction project where I'll be writing monthly installments as a travel log of just a person who is out in the wasteland writing back to a friend who's living in one of the town areas of just what they encounter and what they see and who they meet and all of that stuff and just just this very simple almost slice of life kind of thing, and take kind of the fear of life and limb out of Fallout a little bit, and let's talk about what daily life is like, what regular people are doing.
Which is really cool. I like that.
Indeed, and I'm hoping people like The Traveler. I'm very excited to write them.
But I do like the idea of like a Nashville Fallout. Like if you make it like music themed, that'd be great. Like even to call back to Dean Domino, that'd be cool. Yeah, that is really true. That like nobody being around would absolutely affect anybody who is like alive in the 76 era. That is absolutely true. Being like, yes, bring more country songs, and not just a pseudo country song written by a dude from Connecticut. Fun fact, all of the landmarks mentioned in Country Roads are actually in Maryland. They really are. Like, I'm not even joking. They're all in Maryland.
Not terribly surprised.
I have complaints about what has been attributed to West Virginia in 76 that belongs to Maryland. For a disclaimer, I'm originally from Maryland. I am from Middle Maryland. Where I was spent most of my life was directly between where Fallout 3 and Fallout 76 take place. To the point where like it's almost infuriating that it's missed. But there's a they do play fast and loose with geography. Also, yes, a ghoul Dolly Parton should absolutely exist.
Oh my god, yes.
Dollywood should exist. You are absolutely right, and you should say it.
I still need Ghoul Fieri in my life.
Oh my god, I can't believe he loved that. Like,
I can't. Do you watch his shows?
Not really. A former friend of mine was like obsessed with him. And
I am a Food Network nerd. I watch a lot of Food Network.
I loved Food Network when I was in college, but I was also massively depressed in college.
See, and I cook for fun. I enjoy it, so I watch a lot of Food Network for like ideas and brainstorming. And I know Moira's school model doesn't have a lot of hair, but I'm adding some, so meow.
It's the Fallout 4 interpretation. That's fine. But yes, Ghoul Dolly Parton is a fantastic idea, and like she's amazing. I love when like Lil Nas X was like almost as a joke was like, hey, Dolly Parton, you want in on this? And she actually photoshopped a pink horse, and I love it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Had someone on her team do it, something like that. But like there was a pink horse photoshopped, and she replied as that, and it's so amazing.
Oh, that's so great. I love that shit.
I don't know if ghosts are canon, but there is certainly... Oh, that's true. You are absolutely right. There was the tour in Nuka World. You were absolutely right. That is absolutely a ghost.
Well, also in Fallout 4, there's a mine you go into that pretty definitely has a paranormal experience in it.
That is not a ghost. That is an eldritch horror similar to Cthulhu.
Oh, come on. If you're gonna be okay with eldritch horrors, then why then I feel that is a universe consistent with ghosts.
No, like I agree with you. Like I'm not saying that's not the case, but I'm like, yes, Dunwich horrors. That's it. But like it's a different flavor of paranormal.
Indeed, indeed. Trust me, I've been listening to the entire collection of Lovecraft. I am aware.
Like, I am a little bit pedantic. I am sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. It's my reflex of calling out pedanticism is because I've seen pedanticism turn into gatekeeping in so many communities that like my reflex is to just stop it before it can get there.
Yeah. No, and like that's perfectly fine, but like in my brain it's like because I am autistic and kind of stick to what I know, like words have meaning, words have specific meaning, and so these two words that are very similar but have like distinction matter because it changes the tone and it changes the meaning.
Oh yeah, I agree. And I understand that it's like words have meaning is something I have to repeat to the hubby very regularly because I use what I call $10 words very regularly, and if I go over 3 syllables sometimes he goes, huh?
Aliens absolutely exist in Fallout, and I actually like it's kind of canon, but I firmly believe that aliens actually making a presence known and like fucking with humans is the actual difference between our universe and the Fallout universe, because they're like, oh yeah, no, it's the invention of the transistor. That's not possible, because in Mothership Zeta, there is a character, a samurai from the 1500s, which means that the divergence is in the 1500s at the very least, not in 1945.
Fair enough. I ain't gonna fight you.
I am a nerd. I have opinions on this. So, I am a nerd.
I just don't know enough to discuss fitfully.
I just have too many opinions.
I just need to take like several months off and just marathon all the Fallout games, or maybe that should be like the next streaming projects is just lore plays all the Fallout games.
Let's see. Magoo Baloo brought up that one of the Companion React blogs had a post about Nick being easily able to connect with ghosts. And that they end up in a haunted house. He and the soul end up in the haunted house, and he actually helps them communicate, which I think is a fantastic idea. Because like that's how we if whatever technology we have for like interacting with spirits all come from electronics and interacting with electronics. Also, Itsuki, they said, I had an idea that the Zetans, which are the aliens, are interested in Earth because of the Eldritch stuff going on. And that is a fascinating take.
Fair enough.
That is a very interesting take. So I don't know if you've done the Cabot House quest, but the ending of that also
I have.
The Eldritch Horror. It also ties back to the aliens, which actually lends to the idea that the Zetans and the Eldritch stuff are connected in some way, which is just an interesting concept.
I'm getting my abstract on a little bit now.
Oh, I like that. I like the stained glass there. That's really cool.
Indeed. Let's see if we can do anything fun with it.
So many cannibal characters. Like I tried to create a cannibal character and I just can't do it. I tried and I can't. I do wish there was at least one talking Deathclaw. I wish they'd bring that back. That'd be cool. They're
Oh my god, I want it in my life.
They're very clearly intelligent creatures, and I do think that having one talk it'd be difficult in this day and age of voiced characters, but I think they could do it.
I think it would be wonderful. I would be extremely excited about it. I also feel like it would be funny if, because a lot of people are going to see a Deathclaw and immediately open fire, and I want very specific voice acting somewhere along the lines of, well, that was really rude.
Oh, in Far Harbor, there's actually a Deathclaw that's nice. It won't like chase after you or anything.
Nice.
It's really, really cool. But like imagine like a Deathclaw with like okay, so in Up they had Doug who has the little like voice box on his collar.
Yep.
Like that. That's how I would do it.
Oh my god, yes.
It is a cave roughly in the middle of the island. I couldn't tell you exactly where. Let me see if I can find it. Give me just a sec.
Okay, but now like my brain is like if it's like Doug from Up, then I immediately think of like Escaped Experiment. Like it's got the speak collar on, and you have to like talk it down from whatever the heck it was running away from, and then find out where it came from and what happened to it.
Or maybe it's like there's a scientist who's like just been taking care of this death claw,
Mm-hmm.
and like he's about to pass on. He's not.
Yeah, maybe went looking for help, looking for medical help for Creator.
So if he passes on, you end up getting a companion that way.
That'd be a fun companion. Also,
Wouldn't
if the ability to speak is recent, I can imagine like a number of character beats of things that don't quite translate, and now we have to kind of learn Deathclaw to communicate with our companion on very certain things.
Yeah, because some words don't translate. That's true.
and just like I can imagine a random encounter where while you're talking to your Deathclaw companion, someone else walks up on you and it's like, the hell are you doing? Because you were just roaring at this thing. It's all good. We were just having a discussion.
Yeah, I wish I could make this a mod. I am sorry, I am not that technologically capable.
The only way I could make that a mod is if I did the voice acting.
None of us know how to code.
Well, I mean, I know a little, but not a lot, actually. But I just have all these pretty colors. Okay, and now we're gonna have a little fun with it. We're gonna go like this, and this is gonna become overlay, and this is gonna become overlay, and then we're gonna go... Nope, that's not the layer we want to play with.
Though I do like the idea that the Deathclaw doesn't actually want to hurt anybody. I like that. Where I like the image of big, obviously big, strong characters who could easily hurt somebody, wanting to be conflict avoidant and wanting to not fight. I love that. So apparently at some point, roughly 3 a.m. last night, I sent my friend the text message that just said himbo werewolf. And I don't know why, and I don't remember what the dream was about, but apparently I was dreaming about a himbo werewolf who didn't want to actually fight anybody.
Beautiful. I approve.
Yeah. So I texted my friend at 3 a.m. saying himbo werewolf.
Why not? Alright, and then let's get her line work and give her some backing.
And this is why I love the friends that I have, because I can't just text them at 3 a.m. and they're just either going to be like, what the fuck? Or yeah, that tracks.
Alright, turn that a touch down, and then... Blur.
See, I like the idea that he's actually is, a big old wolf, big old powerful, unless you're talking about one of your own characters, which is fair and fine. But I like imagining big, strong werewolf, big big wolf, big stuff, and is just the most scared and not wanting to fight at all. Yeah, like the werebear from Skyrim, but imagine that, but they don't want to fight at all, and they are actually have to rely on other people to fight for them. Which I love. But that is just my own personal take on it, of course. I do like that one post that goes around on Tumblr that's a sister and 3 brothers, and she's the big wolf one, and everybody else is just a little chihuahua, which I also like.
Yep, I love that shit. God, I have an original fantasy universe that I've been working on since I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
And I have built into that an inversion, in-universe function for not just werewolves, but wear creatures of all flavors. And I know that if I ever publish this, it's like, oh god, the monster fuckers are going to be happy with this one.
Yes. I love that idea. Or yes, the leader of the pack was the tiny one. I loved that. That post. That post was a good post. But I love takes on were characters and like anthropomorphic characters. There's some really, really cool ones out there.
I always make mine way too pretty.
I do. All of my characters are like very conventionally attractive because like I like making them. And that's what I like making, and so that's what gets made.
Well, it's like I love my characters, and I feel they are all very attractive in their own different ways, and I'm just a giant pansexual disaster, and I love them all. That's all I have to say about it.
It depends on the monster, in my opinion. If it's like Frankenstein, no, you're a ghoul fucker. If it's like a werewolf, yes.
I'm all over the place.
I also don't think that the distinction necessarily matters.
Not
like,
really.
It's a joke. You like what you like, and it's okay if like you like one certain thing and not like the rest of it. That's fine.
Exactly. There are many flavors of monster fucker, and they're all good.
Yeah, we're all welcome here. Yeah, I am also a bisexual disaster. So I feel you there.
Alrighty then. Pretty colors.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll save that one.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to share. You know what? I'll share it with the chat because it's cute. It's a dog that's stuck in a plastic bag and is wagging its tail. I'm also going to share it here because it's adorable. It's so cute.
Oh goodness, excuse me. I burped. Oh goodness. That was terrible. Okay.
So sorry, I absolutely had to share that, but it's adorable.
It is all good. We've got that saved, and it is nearing up on 5 o'clock. So, my friends, we come to just about the end of our stream. It has been a heck of a day, I dare say.
Yes. Today has been a day, but it has been a good day, and
I'm about to say we did 7 today. That's slightly above my daily average for Sketchy Saturdays. My average is 6.
Which is good. I think it's been a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, it's been great. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes. Yeah. I did notice that there was at least one person who's been in here all day, and we appreciate you so much. Yes.
So much. And now that we are at the end of the stream, that does mean we will be stopping raffle entries. So we will be checking the dates on when the reblogs came in so that we know who reblogged during the time frame and who was after. And we will be announcing those on July 14th or 15th?
15th.
15th, July 15th, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and that is so in the interim time we can contact the raffle winners and start talking stuff and confirming things and making sure we've got the right mailing addresses for physical prizes and all of that good stuff. So that's going to be the next couple of days. I'm super excited, and I've also got a couple of surprises that I may not have mentioned on the actual raffle prize page, but you'll see. I like to be sneaky. I don't know what to say, but thank you all. Thank you all for being here, for hanging out all day, for shouting out requests, for encouraging the goofery and the stories and all of that, and the support for the past year. That everything that has gotten us here has just been so amazing, and I cannot thank you guys enough.
Yes, thank you so much. You guys are great, and you know it's always great when you can see just everybody wants to support each other. That is all we're here for.
It's beautiful. It is to me the beating heart of fandom. Like, this is why we come together. We are in this space because we want to enjoy something with others.
And so the Art of Blossoming will actually be streaming tomorrow. I know it's British time, 9 a.m. They'll actually be hosted here on this channel. So, you know, you might get a notification that somebody's live on this channel. It's going to be the Art of Blossoming.
Indeed. Also, next week will be Sketchy Saturday as regularly scheduled, but it will be on Artists of the Apocalypse. So make sure you are followed so that you see when the prompt goes live and all of that good stuff.
Yes, we will be reblogging it to our personal blogs, of course, but we encourage you guys to follow the collective, of course.
Indeed. In the meantime and between time, I'm going to shut down. I'm going to go hug my husband, and then we're going to go figure out what the heck we're doing for dinner tonight.
Yeah, I have house chores that I've been putting off.
All right. I will see you all next Thursday when I post the prompt.
Yep. All right. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us.